Good morning and welcome to day 2 of World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens here in Ireland. The day that dreams are made for one team. The one team that ends up holding the cup this evening will have stamped their golden ticket to Rio. That's the focus of the attention for this weekend. That is the glory that waits the winners of this tournament. Well, the strongest teams have forced themselves into the championship quarterfinals. There you see Russia, perhaps the top seeds in this weekend. They will face Argentina. The hosts Ireland will face Tunisia. Kazakhstan, one of the dark horses this weekend, up against Samoa. And then we finish with an intriguing clash between Spain and China. Some of the smaller teams, they still have glory to go for in the trophy. We start with Madagascar and the Cook Islands, and then Portugal will be up against Mexico. Hong Kong, so desperately unlucky not to get their noses past Argentina yesterday. They will face Zimbabwe. And then the near neighbours, Venezuela and Trinidad Tobago, go up against each other in the final of those quarter-final slots. Well, these are the teams that already know they're heading for Brazil. There is one slot there at the bottom that will be changed this evening. That's the team that is going for glory today. And what a big target it is for all these 8 teams now that have got through to the Cup quarterfinals. Of course, not only the teams heading to Brazil, but also the officials as well. Many of those referees here with us this weekend. And they will be looking to make sure that they get good form on the whistle before they head to that massive event in Rio itself. Well, the Dublin weather has provided wash and brush up for the pitch. Not quite the sunny weather that those guys are used to back home from the Cook Islands, certainly, but they will be out there in the damp, hoping that the weather doesn't douse their rugby, and looking for a good start to day 2. There's our first teams of the day. Madagascar, who fired themselves up, having lost early doors to Russia, came through well in the second half against Samoa and then got the win against Zimbabwe. Cook Islands, well, they got a draw first up against Hong Kong, but then lost to Argentina and Kazakhstan, so looking for a little confidence now from this first outing. Plenty of tries scored over that first day and plenty of form players, none more so than the Irish homegrown Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. Half dozen tries already in her net. But you can see the Russians, 5 of those Russians in that list, and it really was a very impressive outing from the top seeds in this weekend. Finished 7th, of course, in the World Series. So here we go with our first game on day 2. Madagascar in the white shirts, Cook Islands in the yellows. I'm Simon Ward, delighted to be joined by former England captain Sue Day alongside me. Sue, first up, the weather. How is that going to impact these teams that maybe aren't quite used to this inclement setup?
Yeah, well, I should imagine Madagascar, the Cook Islands, don't play too much sevens in the rain, so they're going to need to keep it tight. First of all, psychologically, don't let the fact it's raining bother you. You've got to just get a little bit tighter, play a little bit closer together, but you can still play the same game.
And once you're wet, you're wet.
The important thing in sevens is once you get off the pitch after your first game, go and get dry and keep warm so that you can come out ready for the second one.
Sarako Kawasaki, the lady on the whistle for this one. Yeah, the lady's just going to have to get used to these conditions early doors and then get their game going. And certainly Madagascar got their game going in good style in the latter half of yesterday's competition. Well, the volley doesn't quite head where she was hoping from Sophie Razafiari-Soa, score of the first try yesterday for Madagascar. What a cheer that got. Cook Islands working their way through. Annika Stevens. Oh, the offload, but I think just into touch on that far side.
Just into touch, wasn't it? Annika Stevens had a really impressive day yesterday.
Madagascar going quickly. Oh, still the clearance doesn't get them out the 22. And Cook Islands happy to feed up on the scraps early on in this game. Madagascar do find the clearance in the end and now have chance to breathe, setting their line up on their own 10-metre line. Presentation is not good from the Cook Islands, and now Madagascar with a chance to mount their first attack of the day. Now they've got to be careful of their handling early on. No 50-50 passes. Rasari Malala finds no way through on this near side as where Akra Grieg closes the door fairly abruptly.
Yeah, this is an excellent tackle from Grieg. Brilliantly gets hold of her, pulls her into touch.
Appy Nichols going to have the line out. Had an indifferent game yesterday. Decided to put a lot of boot to ball, which may not have helped her team out spectacularly.
Yeah, there are just a couple of occasions when the Cook Islands, 2 games in a row indeed, when they needed to score with the last play of the game and chose to kick the ball away. I mean, today perhaps is a day for a bit more kicking. In this weather, you want to play for a bit more territory.
Certainly going to be positional, isn't it? Making sure when you attack in the right place. And there's a problem. Well, you don't stop like that till you hear the whistle. And Grieg, well, she just stood there and moaned her misfortune. Well, Madagascar came through and went, thank you very much.
Yeah, showing real inexperience. They knocked the ball on. It's another of the old cliches, but don't stop till the referee blows the whistle. Keep on playing. Both teams struggling a little bit with the conditions here, aren't they?
Good scrum from Cook Islands. Again, whisked out onto that far side by Stevens. Cut back from Tupuna. But again, they're going to just have to be very careful of going into the contact. Technically, they've got to make sure this is secure ball.
Yeah, in these conditions particularly, but pretty much always in sevens, you've just got to be really careful with your offloads. Possession is king, so 100% offloads. Don't offload when it's not really on. And on top of that, just get a little bit closer together because it's harder. Handling in these conditions are harder. If you get closer together, it's creating more space on the outside for your wide players anyway.
Yes, if you can afford to squeeze a bit in midfield, there is bound to be gaps outside. Well, that was burgled by Lawrence. Well, nobody able to get that cohesion yet. 4 minutes gone and no points on the board as yet.
Pretty dominant in the scrum, Cook Islands, aren't they? You've got to watch the pace of the scrum, though, which they didn't do there, but they're really getting a shove on. Unusual to see in sevens, quite that level of control in the scrummage.
I think the concern for Cook Islands is the seeming lack of commitment when the ball's on the floor. Just happy to stand back and let what happens. Nobody's actually getting down and dirty and actually making sure they keep that possession.
Yeah.
The boot away works from Grieg this time. And in these conditions, that is going to be a regular tactic. Strong work from Surinder. Marie's pass is not going to find Claudia like that. There's going to be no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow today, that's for sure.
No, and you don't often see positional kicking in sevens, but I completely agree with that tactic today. Play the ball up the other end of the pitch. It's really greasy conditions, so hard to control. And hey presto, Cook Islands have possession in the attacking half of the pitch.
That's an efficient line out from the Cook Islands this time. Nati weighing up options. Gets the offload to Annika Stevens. The crowd trying to stir their team. The Hardy supporters have had their Sunday breakfast. Oh, opportunity there, Greg coming through. It's a foot race. How's the bounce of the ball going to work? Confusion reigns. Officials sorting things out.
Yeah, it's well done from Grieg. Gets the toe on the ball, and then they're all just chasing, and it's the bounce of the ball that fools them in the end and comes out in Madagascar's favour.
I think there's a penalty try coming here. So here we go. Patricia Ravalola-Narina, making her debut this weekend, is going to sit out the next couple of minutes for an off-the-ball tackle that's yielded a penalty try, first try of the day, and it goes to Cook Islands.
Yeah, possibly a tough one for Ravalola-Narina. The fact is she impeded the player in yellow who's trying to get to the ball. That player would have scored a try, so penalty try it is. And to add insult to injury, not only is it likely 7 points, but also 2 minutes off the pitch.
Let's just take a look there. You can see it going,
yeah.
It's a tough call, but it's the right call. She was almost blinded by the body there of Larissa Marino-Anderson.
Yeah, she committed herself, didn't she? Had Marino-Anderson picked up the ball, then it would have been a brilliant tackle. Marino-Anderson didn't pick up the ball, so it's a tackle off the ball. Good decision from the touch judge.
Restart from Nati doesn't find the requisite 10 metres. So a chance for Madagascar to try and manoeuvre themselves into a scoring position before the break. That's good offloading from Madagascar. Offside, or no, a high tackle from Manea Poa. Opportunity for Razafieri Soa. Good covering across from Appy Nichols. Aware of what was coming, aware of what they were looking at. The half-time hooter goes, and Cook Islands trying to work themselves away and make the most of this one-player advantage. Not going to happen. So the half-time whistle will go. Cook Islands with that solitary score in the first half, thanks to the penalty try. Very difficult conditions, but Cook Islands with their noses in front at the break.
Match 8 points, maar like voet naar spas aan ramma peet. 7 points. Maar nu weet je om naar hun heen, maar dit is. Ah? Zie je ras is aan naar jou. Als dat is het jou. Casa am krupa kamice monopol. Calme, calme. Mets tu défenseur et va te un contre un. Plaque. Als een manier que tá na crã. Toga tem plaque aan. Als een manier de la ela se acabou na reunião pol. Para que bem na zona kan na jana le pol ne va misa sur. Avantage suena ne avantage. Profitou pol la se kanam que sué wangel. As no ne va tu sia
So Eric Sifo, the Madagascan coach, very vociferous in his half-time chat, trying to fire his team up. Still a player down for the early exchanges in this second half. The rain continues to fall slightly into Madagascan faces. Tantelli just a little bit too ambitious. very enthusiastic, this Madagascan side. Lots of New Zealanders, of course, within Cook Island ranks, but they really haven't found that togetherness almost, that they run out of room on the right-hand flank. It has been a continuity and commitment that hasn't been apparent from the Cook Island team as Madagascar go quickly, safe handling. Tough conditions. Claudia goes round the ring road but finds her way through. Just had to be stopped by the red lights on the 22.
Great run from her, wasn't it? Really arcing run around the outside, but in the end, the cover defence was equal to it from Vina Grieg. Interesting you say lots of New Zealanders in this Cook Island team. I'm pretty sure I saw former Kiwi international Claire Richardson in the crowd supporting the team.
Yes, there's some famous faces around. None more so, of course, than the lady sat next to me, but we've seen Anna Richards as well. We've seen plenty of followers of the women's game through the course of yesterday and into today as well. And I'm assured that there will be an appearance from Carlton Arnott at some point later on today.
If we're really lucky.
And we have our own very special guest coming up for you later on, and I'm not going to tell you who that is going to be. Five minutes left for Madagascar to make a difference. Just that solitary score, just that penalty try that's given the Cook Islands the advantage, but the Madagascan ladies beginning to find their rhythm, as difficult as it is in these conditions. Pulling that yellow line backwards and forwards. Surinder takes her team up a little further. Good preparation work, but then the handling error happens. It's tough, but there's lots of Teflon hands out there this morning.
Yeah, two handling errors. There was a chance for the Cook Islands then for Irimia once Madagascar had knocked the ball on, but the handling error came in from both sides. Should be Cook Islands' ball though.
Awkward ball for Annika Stevens to cope with, and the turnover inevitable from that pass. Now Madagascar with a chance to strike. Cut back in from Claudia. She's got to keep the ball though. And just getting isolated, holding on too long, and the moment has gone.
I think it was Annika Stevens again there, competing at the breakdown for the Cook Islands. She's had a really good tournament for this team.
Good work from Tapuna. Good evasive running skills, but again, the handling support not there. And again, Madagascar have that opportunity. Patricia setting up this wave of attacks. Good, powerful, punching tackle. I think that was Annika Stevens coming through.
Again, there she is again.
The ball rebounds back to Tantelli, and a little kick through. There is Appy Nichols. Now, is anybody going to be hold on to this ball for more than 2 or 3 phases? Here we go. Madagascar looking to move it, and they could be heading for try time. They're in. No, they're not.
Oh.
Just skating into touch at the critical moment was Claudia.
Just enough in defence, the Cook Islands. Just enough. Look at that despairing dive. Vina Grieg just manages to pull her into touch. Rasoara Milalala.
Well done. See, all that linguistic limbo was worth it, wasn't it, this morning?
Just ends up in touch.
Well, great tackle from Vina Grieg. Of course, used to this wet weather playing. She was part of the New Zealand Sevens in the Moscow World Cup, when, of course, it was played, much of the second day was played in a monsoon.
That's true, this is nothing compared to that second day in Moscow.
I'm going to reboot this particular phase. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And you can see the Madagascans really beginning to work out how they need to play. It's just keeping the composure at the critical moments to keep that ball in control.
Yeah, they're certainly playing all the sevens in the right part of the pitch at the moment, Madagascar, to keep the pressure on.
Line out goes Squint, and that's going to be a regular feature, I fear, of all the play today. Inevitably, Madagascar opting for the scrummage to restart things. Some more secure form of possession in this weather.
It is, but in the first half, the Cook Islands scrum was reminiscent of a scrummage from the 15-man's game, driving Madagascar back.
And there you see
like
it, case in point. And the clearance just about gets them out of the 22. Well, the clock at the moment is Cook Islands' friend, but Madagascar really threatening and threatening now to score. Oh, just thought about what she was going to do before she had the ball. Claudia Rasarumalala. Just look at this. They moved it into midfield. They had numbers out to the left. Cook Islanders still sleeping in on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, she wasn't under a huge amount of pressure there, just needed to take her time to make the possession secure. Got another chance here though, Madagascar.
The quick heel. And a chance for Madagascar, but the offload isn't there. It's taken by Larissa Marino-Anderson. And again, losing it in contact now. Madagascar have got to go from further back. But they've got the belief, you can see it in the ranks, the interception from an illegal position by Elizabeth Pera.
Really is last chance saloon now for Madagascar, isn't it? Can you imagine Cook Islands going to go for one last huge shove at this scrummage?
Here we go, last chance saloon, the final hooter has gone. This is make or break time for the Madagascans.
They do need to be careful, the Cook Islands, though, not to push early. They're going to want to get a shove on here.
The Lemurs looking for dry ground for this final flurry. The heel is there. Sophie kicks the ball away. It's chip and chase. The bounce works. Happy Nichols sends it skywards. And the full-time whistle will follow. That means the Cook Islands are victorious. Tough first outing today for both teams, but the Cook Islands benefiting from that penalty try in the first half to progress through to the trophy semi-finals. Madagascar will now be looking at the 13th place semis themselves later on in the day.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
If you are going to be coming to the World Cup in Ireland next year, it starts on the 9th of August. Right then, welcome to the drizzly Dublin, where we now have Paul B's Mexico, who finished at the bottom yesterday against Portugal. And Portugal and Mexico, they'll be wanting to put on a show here. We did actually see some very impressive play yesterday from Portugal in their final pool match. They ended up thumping Trinidad and Tobago 42 points to 0. It was 3 tries in the end by Cristina Ramos, who you can see on your screen at the moment, along with some good efforts by her captain Isabel Osario. Whilst Mexico, well, they only scored 1 try yesterday, and it'll be a chance for them to try and prove, perhaps against slightly more equal opposition, what they can do here. I'm Sarah Orchard. Alongside me I have Carl Tanana in the commentary box as the teams run out in front of us. And Carl, today is a day about saying, do you know what, I love the rain, I love the mud, I love a bit of wind, and I'm going to show you what I can do.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure these two teams will be really familiar with these conditions, so really interested to see how they approach this one. This Mexican team, well, physically, I think they will aim up here against the Portugal team, so I expect this one to be very physical, and the rain really does shorten the field. So we saw in the last game that it wasn't a day for scoring, so I think this one will be close as well.
Both teams just getting their final instructions in front of us at the moment. Mexico there, they're known as Serpientes. And you can see a big snake actually being run off the pitch as well. Of course, that is in the charge of whoever is the youngest player, as is well. And Gabrielle Lee there from Hong Kong is our referee for this one. If anyone is interested, it's around 16 degrees Celsius here in Dublin today. So although the rain is coming down, it's not too chilly out there, although we are expecting the wind to pick up as the day progresses. So Portugal to kick this one off and get this Challenge Trophy underway. That's a long, deep kick that Mexico are having to go right back into their 22 to go and gather up. And a big thumping tackle down onto turf comes in there by Perla Levea. She'll be feeling that one as it goes out into the far side. That's a good position. You
watch how the number 6 for Mexico, Sandoval, sort of runs away from the ball instead of going towards it and catching it on the full. The end result is a good one for Portugal, deep within their home, deep within the opposition quarter straight away.
Portugal then, big opportunity. Very early days in this match, and a big hanging line out there out on the far side. And Portugal decide to go straight through the middle into the heart of that Mexican defensive line. And it's sloppy ruck, and it's all round the ankles there. And somehow Portugal do manage to get their hands back on top of it. Ruck set up, it's going to come back. Have they got space on this side? It's a loose pass. Eventually it is grabbed by Atunes, who does manage to get away, and this is it. Portugal beginning to exercise and stretch their muscles this morning here in Dublin, and Catarina Ribeiro goes over and opens Portugal's account on day 2.
Yeah, pretty sloppy build up to this try, but in the end a nice bit of skill from Catarina Ribeiro to get the first score in this game. Quite a tall girl. You can see some good clean-up done by Antunes initially, and then the wraparound by Catarina, sorry. Nice little dummy and just goes through.
As we said earlier, Mexico, they did struggle yesterday. They only scored 1 try. That was against Venezuela. As we just watched the kick go wide of the post there, a shake of the head. It is tricky conditions today for the kickers. So it remains Portugal 5, Mexico 0, and another restart here for Portugal. What do you think Mexico will have focused on last night, Carl?
Well, I think they would have went away. I think defensively they were pretty good. I just think on attack they sort of got some option takings that they took wrong yesterday. So I think that's probably more the thing they focused on.
Osorio kicks that one off, and a mistake from Mexico very quickly there from the restart. And it is that one, if you're not sure about that kick, just let it land or touch it with your foot, just slow it down.
Yeah, we can just see within their body language, they're just a bit confused. There's no communication. No one's really got any authority about them. And they do take that, and at the moment, 2 kickoffs of Portugal have caused havoc on the Mexicans.
Osorio, she got 6 kicks at goal yesterday, the captain. She also scored 2 tries. The ball comes back down the Portuguese line. And they're quite happy to run this one, and if they can keep straight lines here, they could be in once again. And they're flying off. They don't need the outside woman. They're still going strong. Sarah Jessica Silva, she touches down. Try number 2 for Portugal.
Well, in these conditions, you have to execute the basics. And for Mexico, well, I just talked about their defense. Well, they went way too high. You can see here, Jessica Silva just uses the right-hand fend. It's way too high. You've got to get your shoulders on. And unfortunately for the Mexican captain, Rivera, she'll be pretty disappointed in that.
The try scorer there, Sarah Jessica Silva, only 18 years old. We've got a lot of youngsters out there, and that's a good conversion. As Azario continues where she left off yesterday, she edges her team ahead there to 12-0.
Well, Mexico, someone catch the ball on the full here. Just try and get some possession, at least.
Just waiting for the restart as we watch the rain just drift across the pitch. It's travelling, as you look at it, from right to left, the same direction that Portugal are running at Mexico in. So at the moment, Mexico, they're playing right into the driving rain at the moment. So Mexico, here we go, a chance at a Mexican attack here. They're in a tricky spot here, deep inside of their own half, but that's a decent run there. Ball comes back again. Have they got a bit of space? Oh, it's a loose pass, right. We've got a foot chase on. Who's going to get there first? It will be Mexico, who just tidy things up, but it was taken in by Portugal there and touched down by the Mexicans. So it was Berta Fernandez who actually managed to tidy up that little mess. So good tidying up job from her. See a few signals coming in from the sideline from the coach, João Mira, for Portugal. Also instructions coming in from Simon Pierre, the Mexican coach as well, as Portugal just trying to find a way here in the middle of the park. Simple mistake. And a penalty called straight away by the referee. Unhappy there with the Portuguese and sends them back.
Yeah, she was offside there by Miles. She can't touch the boys, so leave it alone. And oh, you can just see there, the Mexican team at the moment just aren't here. They haven't turned up on day two, and that's the thing, what's so hard about the game of sevens. After day one, you're tired, the body's hurting, but day two, there's still 3 more games if you're good enough, and well, mentally just have to readjust.
I did have a little look earlier on an internet search engine. There's plenty of rain in Mexico. They have lots of rainfall. They have a couple of days of rain a month. So
a couple of days of rain.
A couple of days a month. So
happy with that.
So they should be pretty used to these kind of conditions. It won't be completely alien to them. But as Carl quite rightly says, unless you're mentally there, these conditions won't help at all. As Portugal look at that position, great from them, and a nice cutback round, a good looping run going in, also by Ramos. And they've still got space on that outside wing. Eventually the Mexicans come in and start closing it down. That's better defence from them, and that's a better line that they're managing to force out as well, as Portugal just take their time over getting this away, and they've got numbers on the outside once again. Leonor Amaral down in the corner, and that's try number 3 for the Portuguese.
You can just see the Portugal team a lot more experience with their rugby now at the moment. They're taking their time, they're not rushing, a lot more composed. And in these conditions, well, the basics of the rugby game are highlighted even more, and that's what Portugal are executing at the moment. See, there's just a little drawn pass, takes her time, make sure she's got her hands right when she does, give that last right to left pass, and just gives a lot of space for Leonor Amaral to score.
When the conditions were a bit wet when you were playing, Carl, did you like really going for the big slides in the rain, or did you just try and touch it down and not get on the floor as much as you have to?
Oh, whatever you had to do to execute the basic skill, the easiest, you know, whether it be for sliding for a try, just make sure you got it down, or whether you had to go on the ball or affect the tackle, whatever it may be.
Well, that is the half-time hooter. But they are going to have the restart. So Portugal leading by 17 points to 0 after the first 7, but they've still got a chance to add to that before they have their huddle. As Mexico still struggling there on the restarts, but that's better because it's gone backwards there. Michelle Farah just managed to make sure that that ball went behind her rather than landing in front, as Portugal somehow managed to get hold of that ball from the ruck position, but that was a knock-on. And the hooter has gone, and the referee recognises that, and we will have a half-time break here. And I can see a very strident walk coming onto the park now from the Mexican coach, Simon Pierre. I think he's going to turn around and say to these women, do you know what? You're here. Maybe the chance of going to Rio is gone now, but you're here to prove yourself. You're still representing your country. Let's go out and play. There's a little bit of a point still to prove for Mexico. Let's have a listen in.
Vamos, chicas, vamos, put him on Por eso se siga, pero tenemos que hacer lo básico bien. Empiece con su recepción de patada, ¿okay? No lo recibimos yendo adelante, hacia un lado, ¿okay? Y para que el balón va a rebotar hacia adentro, no hacia afuera, ¿okay? Lo sencillo, atrapamos el balón contra el pecho. Desde ya vamos a contacto, ni buscamos abrir, vamos a contacto. Organizamos el rack, movimos el balón, salimos de aquí, estamos aquí todo el pinche tiempo. ¿Okay? Tenemos que salir de aquí y tenemos que taclear. Tenemos que taclear pierna, todo el día. Nada arriba, nada. Y tenemos que hacer el esfuerzo para llegar. Mostrarme que tienen ganas para estar en esa cancha. ¿Okay? Hablamos mucho de actitud, no estoy viéndolo. Hay un cambio, Gina entra para Dani. ¿Okay? Vamos.
Sharp blow there of the referee's whistle. Mexico a little bit more energized there. Mexico did actually spend 2 weeks in a training camp in Mexico City before flying out here to Dublin. They don't get a lot of time together, they're all amateur and they have to take times off their jobs.
Well, as a coach, I mean, Simon Pierre, you can take a loss, but it's the way they're losing at the moment is what you can't take it. See them talking about the kickoff, they're willing to come forward rather than letting it bypass and go backwards. And I know they've spoken about this, the little basic skills that they aren't executing at the moment. He knows they're better than what they're showing at the moment.
A chance then as they have the kickoff to try and put some pressure here on the Portuguese, who've got this strong lead here in Dublin on day 2, early days as well. So collected by Portugal, Hitor takes it on. A lot of squeeze ball going on here from Portugal to try and get that ball back as quickly and safely as possible, and a great run there coming through by Ramos, and she's got good support behind her as well. This is great stuff from Portugal. Quick recycled ball out to the far side. They do eventually get in a little bit of a tangle, but they're going to try and tidy this one up faster, and eventually the mistake comes in. That was a lovely passage of play, just not good execution on the end.
Yeah, soft finish, wasn't it really? It deserved better than that, but the Portuguese starting to amp it up, lifting the intensity. Go to the wide out, just that last pass, miscommunication unfortunately, and the ball goes over the sideline, but positive signs for Portugal.
Determination in those eyes to get that in, find her woman. And it's been knocked on sadly in the air.
Knock on, no advantage.
So another chance here then for the Portuguese to set something up inside of the Mexican half.
Well, it's pretty hard to get any continuity when you can't execute the fundamentals right there. Just wasn't committed enough. I think that's the thing at the moment for this Mexican team.
Set.
Still no score then in this second half, but Portugal may well be looking to change that shortly. Taken on down the line, sideways running, but support on the outside, and that's a great tackle going in on Atunez, who thought she could keep on running forever, but she was quickly dispatched, and that's a well-won penalty there by Mexico. Great pressure on the Portuguese and a little bit of confusion over who's getting up.
Yeah, better fight at the breakdown there for the Mexican team. The number 5 getting over and doing some great work. Rendon.
Mexican attack. Rivera, the captain, takes the ball in. Sandoval manages to get it out. Good big run comes in by Michelle Farah. She's one of the most experienced players in this Mexican team.
You kick it forward, scrum down.
Right. Saying the ball has gone forward there. And Farah, who you can see on your screen just there, she will be frustrated.
3, 4, and 6.
On by Yamura.
Number 3, number 4,
He doesn't look
and
too
6.
worried, does he? Looks quite casual.
Well, to be fair, they played pretty well in that first 7 minutes of the Portuguese team. They started off good here in the second 7. They've been dominant. They don't look like they've been tested whatsoever.
Okay, behind the ball.
In defence, so at the moment I don't
Time on.
blame him for looking pretty chilled out,
Crouch.
even though he's a little bit wet.
Bind.
A big raft of changes there for both sides, just ahead of that scrum coming together. Oh, look at that pushback from Mexico. That was a good comeback at the scrum. Somehow Portugal managed to hold on to it.
Not forward.
As it's lost there in that great tackle. Good effort there by Berta Fernandez to come in and slow that Portuguese attack. And we've been stuck here in the middle of the pitch now, really for the last couple of minutes or so, and this is better for Mexico.
I was about to say that, Sarah. I think the fight that the Mexican team is showing, especially in defence, especially at the breakdowns, is something that the coach asked for on the showing, and if they'd done that right from the start, who knows where we would have been.
Although these teams can't go to Rio anymore, they're still playing for silverware today. They can still win the trophy. It's the challenge trophy here, so there's still plenty for everyone to exercise. And the referee there, she's just marched Portugal back another 10 metres. She wasn't happy with a little bit of chat back there, and she's well within her rights to do that. Oh, what an interception. Lovely work there by Ribeiro. She read that pass like an easy pamphlet that's dropped through your door. She goes straight through and lands over. Catarina Ribeiro scores the first try of the second half.
Oh, disappointing for Mexico, for sure. But look at that, she's just on the outside, just reads it. She was actually outnumbered. It was a 2-on-1, so it was an all-or-nothing read, but great anticipation for Catarina Ribeiro. She gets her double in this match.
Nice stuff, a brace there for Ribeiro. 25 years old, from Porto. She's had a good day at the office, and already the coach gives her a little break for her efforts. A few little pats on the back going on there from her teammates, well deserved.
Cuddle on the sideline, she's done her job, she's got a couple of scores. And now,
Number 4.
results done and dusted, but I like her as a winger. She's good size about it, and obviously she showed there good speed as well.
Do you think Portugal already are looking quite confident here when it comes to that challenge trophy?
Oh, totally. You know, the first game's always the hardest on both days, you know, and it's the way you kick off your day too. It is trophy day here. We used to call it when we were playing. It's all about the silverware, and well, Portugal putting themselves in a great position to get some of that.
All kinds of chaos came from that restart, and Portugal will have the ball.
Lie out.
Well, that's the thing that really has been their Achilles heel. Mexico is the kickoff, hasn't it? They just haven't been able to be dominant or get any steady supply of possession in that area.
You can see the next Mexican training camp. They'll be out there practicing many restarts, many high balls in the air, and they need to get the hoses out. So the rain is coming directly down into their eyes as they're trying to win them as well.
They'll train on those 2 days a month we spoke about.
Portugal then in a commanding lead. They're now under pressure as Mexico managed to steal that ball. Can there be just one little spark here from Mexico? Just to try and give them a little bit of a bounce here on day 2. To give them the confidence with the matches they still have to play. Big hits going in by Portugal, who are very determined to keep Mexico in this half. A little bit of a switch of direction. They've got players on either side here at Mexico, but it's well-marshalled defensive line so far by Portugal, who are quick to reset themselves, and the reward is a Portuguese penalty, but taken too quickly, little mistake.
She's just rushing it a little bit. She's disappointed with herself, the replacement, Vasquez. They got the turnover. It was a right idea, because look at the Mexicans. There's 1-2 with their backs turned. There's only one player in front of it. So it would have been a try or very close to it. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get it done.
Set.
So it will be a little bit slippy out there, but I don't think you can blame that one on that. That was just a slight over-enthusiastic kick. Oh, nice little move there from Mexico. A big barge coming in as well. Rivera, the captain there, just trying to exercise a little bit of muscle.
Not forward, Felix.
Portugal, they'll say thank you. We'll have that sloppy ball. Thank you very much. Oh, nice little loop round the outside. Is this the final flourish here for Portugal? Oh, sliding in the wet. Try that. Another for Sarah Jessica Silva.
Yeah, well, they've just been a bit more urgent, haven't they, in this game? Portugal come from defence. They wanted the ball more. They pounced on it and they spread it quickly. That's the secret. You can see here the line speed comes up. Kicks it over. Nice pick up on the fly too by Spiniola. Look at this wraparound by Sarah Jessica Silva. Well done, well executed. It deserved the try and another brace.
Really nice stuff. And we have to stress again, Sarah Jessica Silva, just 18 years old there, getting such valuable experience at a young age. Although Portugal won't be going to the Olympics in 2016, if they've got youngsters like this, and it means they've got a very bright future ahead of them. Right, the full-time whistle goes. Portugal get their first win, and they will go through now. So the next Challenge Trophy quarter-final win there for Portugal who win 29-0 against Mexico.
Next up is Hong Kong and Zimbabwe.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
So almost set to go, and our third Challenge Trophy quarterfinal coming up in a minute. Just a quick look at the top point scorers of the weekend so far. Daria Lushina from Russia, Patricia Garcia from Spain, both of those goal kickers, and chipping in with a couple of tries as well. And Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, well, all of her 30 points have come from the 6 tries that she scored yesterday. Brilliant performance by the Irish winger Marina Petrova and Elena Drakova closely behind. So they are the main strikers and runners as of yesterday. We do have game 27, which is our trophy quarter-final, the third one of the day. Hong Kong take on Zimbabwe, and two sides still looking for their first win of the weekend here in Dublin. Bit of a surprise in the Hong Kong selection by Anna Richards that Chong Kai-yan has started this one on the bench. She scored 2 tries yesterday. Top try scorer in the team with Aggie Poon, who does start on the wing in the number 12 jersey. Zimbabwe yesterday, well, Mukukuti and Maranga chipping in with a couple, but as I mentioned, still looking for their first victory. Hong Kong managed to draw in their opening game against the Cook Islands before losing to Kazakhstan, and then that heartbreak defeat, a last gasp try going Argentina's way, and the conversion as well to add insult to injury, taking them through to the Cup quarter-finals. Zimbabwe, well, they're hoping to make amends for some pretty limp performances in day one. The closest they got to victory, a 2-point losing margin against Madagascar. So, keep an eye out as well. Fiona Coughlin is beside me. Fiona, when we're talking about number 3, peace, sit, hold, just be careful you don't say it too quickly, otherwise you will be fired straight away. But listen, former Ireland international Fiona's beside me. Looking forward to this one. The rain makes it difficult, but it's difficult for both teams.
Yeah, it's the same conditions for both teams here. You know, I think we're going to see a contrast in styles anyway. Hong Kong like to move the ball, whereas Zimbabwe are more physical and like to go through the centre. So
it's one of those things, though, where, you know, people say that Ireland like to play in the rain, which we know is rubbish. It's just the team with more skills tend to handle the conditions better.
Definitely, no one likes playing in the rain. Everyone likes the sun, and particularly for sevens. Yeah, it's about adapting your game plan. It's not changing it. It's just adapting it to the conditions and, you know, committing, because it is going to be slippy ball, so it's committing to that ball.
Well, we got away with it yesterday. We have to say the forecast was for rain today. It has been steadily falling since early this morning as both teams make their way out onto the pitch. Hong Kong playing in their familiar red jersey, Zimbabwe in the grey and white. So that was the results yesterday. As I mentioned, that 12-all draw. Then Kazakhstan with 9 points to spare, and then Argentina with a last gasp conversion to beat Hong Kong at the end of yesterday. Zimbabwe, they coughed up an awful lot of points yesterday. Bar that last game against Madagascar, it was their best showing. But watch out today. I wonder if the coach Abigail Govere has had a word with them in terms of chasing down the try scores when they do cross the line, because they tend to turn their backs and allow them to walk all the way under the post. Irish referee Joy Neville, who you know very well, Fiona.
Yeah, we always used to laugh at Joy that she never knew the laws of the game, but now she's come up trumps and she's refereeing, and it's great to see her out there.
Ready?
So Joy taking charge. She's learned 1 or 2 since then, obviously, and she's ready to go as Hong Kong take on Zimbabwe. Handling going to be crucial in this one. Watched all the way there by Maguaro. First touch for her, but straight away Zimbabwe cough it up to Amelie Siore.
Match is over.
And ball to use Chi Ting. Passes out to Yuan. Good hands from Cheng. trying to push it all the way to the wing. Olsen Thorne just only manages to control it with her foot, stops in her tracks, and it makes good headway with 5 Zimbabwean players in front of her. Hits the ground, and ball there again for the scrum half Cheng to try and feed it wide. There's an overlap here if they can push this one wide quickly. Chi Ting with a little wrap around, nice hands, a decent run from UN. Got one outside, the pass had to go, it didn't go. And Zimbabwe get a numbers across. Chance still there. Sure for the corner. She's over and she's in, and Zimbabwe turn their backs again and allow her to walk, well, almost to the post. One defender thinking better of it, but inside the first minute, and Hong Kong have their first score.
Yeah, you can see the way Hong Kong are trying to play. They're trying to move the ball from one side to the other, and then it comes back with a little wrap around. A bit selfish there by number 10, but they recycled the ball well, and then out to Sur to go over for a good try to start the game.
Yeah, he just felt that chance might have been gone there when the pass didn't go, but kept their composure. Recycled ball the key, and Amelie Sur, the biggest player on the Hong Kong team, touches down for the first try. Conversion attempt, all started on the outside, hasn't brought it in quite enough though, so that one's going to stay wide, and 5 points to 0. Hong Kong lead. So Zimbabwe looking to strike back as soon as possible here. I mean, place in the semi-finals of the Challenge Trophy up for grabs, and plenty of time left to recover. And that's not a bad invitation for them to strike from here, because it's going to go back to the halfway line unforced there from the kickoff.
Yeah, we've spoken about how important those kickoffs are. You know, you don't want to be giving cheap ball back to Zimbabwe, but it's something now for them to start from here.
So chance to go here, lining up on the left-hand, right-hand side. It's going to be Margaret McGraw in the middle, and she opts to go left. And most of the runners follow over to that side. Now, Zimbabwe don't mind the physical stuff. Got some big, powerful runners. Might be lacking a bit on the pace department, but the hands have let them down on that occasion once again. So a knock-on, just hands possession straight back to Hong Kong. It's all too easy.
Yeah, the presentation was good, but we didn't ruck past the ball and made it tough for the scrum half to come in, and that's where the knock-on came on with the pressure coming through from Hong Kong.
That's a couple of interesting hairstyles as we saw yesterday. Spent more time on the hairdos than they did practicing the restarts by the look of it from Zimbabwe. But ball there at the back for UN. Poon fires one out. Olsen Thorne just as far as the 10-metre line, and she's held up. Good strength in defence now. The ball's there to be recycled, and Cheng off the deck as far as UN. Here's the try score. And a chance to go wide. Chi Ting, lovely little step, tries to go. There's the delayed pass. Cheng, the captain, going to go for the line. Cheng is there. Missed tackles from Zimbabwe, and the captain says thank you very much. Hong Kong have their second try.
Yeah, here we see it again. Hong Kong moving the ball out. Zimbabwe on a drift defence, which allows 5 to step back inside. Simple draw and pass, and then great support.
Please, Red. Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit too easy, wasn't it? In the end, the Zimbabwean tackles, they're going in very high in the contact, which you just don't get away with.
Yeah, I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive on their line speed. They had numbers there to come up, and they decided to go on a drift defence.
So no joy with the conversion. So 10 points Hong Kong lead, 2 tries though, and in fairness, when they've had their chances, they've taken full advantage. Zimbabwe guilty of errors early on in the first half, most of them of their own making. And Aggie Poon, 2 try score from yesterday, is going to get us back underway. Last kick didn't go to plan. Let's see if they can get a better return here. A little bit deeper towards the 22. Again, greasy ball, difficult to hold. Taken off the ground there by Museri, and she keeps it alive. Again, pressure from Hong Kong and went backwards, says Joy Neville. And Zimbabwe keep possession. Decent tackle goes in from Olsen Thorne. No room there for Kedai to work with, and they waste no time. Hong Kong, Aggie Poon now. Poon looking to spread the ball on the outside. Pass though not particularly good to Amelie Sierre. She's trying to use her strength to get over. Was she held in the tackle? She's reached for the line. If she was held, it's a double movement.
Time. Time off?
We might have a look at this one.
I'm happy with the grounding.
Happy with
Just
the grounding as well.
double
yeah.
movement?
I'm
No.
happy with it.
I'm happy to.
No double movement, wasn't held. Try Hong Kong.
Yeah, it all came from quick line-out ball. And Poon wasn't exactly accurate with the pass, but well picked up by Sir. And good fight, good body fight there. Very high tackle from Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's been a feature of their defence, hasn't it? Just tackles too high, and Hong Kong able to shrug them off pretty easily. Agipoon is going to attempt a conversion. But 3 tries, 15 points on the board, and we've still got
Please. Thank you.
well over a minute left to go. So Suri with her second try. Poon with a conversion attempt. Better strike this time. Looks not. Oh, it's just short. Just short. So a minute to go. Zimbabwe yet to strike, yet to get out of their own half with the ball. And it's complete dominance from Hong Kong.
This conversion for Hong Kong, number 12, Aggie Poon. Hong Kong 15, Zimbabwe.
Gertrude Masora has come in. She's easy to spot. You'll see her now in a minute. And again, the restart doesn't go 10 metres. Another chance for Zimbabwe from the same position, right in the middle of the park, to have a go from here. It's going to be taken by Margaret Maguaro.
Stay, please.
Mazora standing to her right. Maybe keen to get a touch of this ball here, and it is Mazora who takes it in. Drops the shoulder into tackle.
Roll!
And almost at the 10-metre line. Can Zimbabwe get something back before the half-time whistle here? Little dummy switch and trying to go around the outside. Good run. This from Luceri. Tries to keep it in. The flag has gone up. Luceri into touch, and I wonder will we have time for the line out even. We should just
No,
about.
Chris. No. No. Here we go. Thank you.
See, Dave Keane is in front of us, former Ireland referee. Of course, he's not fit enough to be on the circuit anymore,
Yeah.
but still here to lend a hand with teas and coffees and things like that as Hong Kong get back underway. Aggie Poon, foot raised for the line over the halfway, over the 10-metre. And she's still going, Aggie Poon. Good run by the Hong Kong number 12. And she passes almost to herself, 2 outside her. Chance here now for Cheng. Christy Cheng, the catch, and lovely offload. Suri already has 2. She's on a hat-trick here, and she will get her hat-trick. Last action of the first half. 3 tries for Hong Kong's number 1, and 20 points on the board as well. Where was the Zimbabwe defence though, Fiona?
Yeah, they allowed Poon way too much time. She was dancing around, get that pass off there to Chen, and a brilliant offload for Chen out to Sir, in for her hat-trick. Brilliant finish to the half.
Yeah, it's been one-way traffic since the first whistle, and she acknowledges the appreciation from her coach and her teammates. As Aggie Poon, who really made that try with a dazzling run through the middle there, she just wasn't tackled, and hasn't managed to be successful with her conversions yet. That one looks a little bit better. Has it got the legs? No, just dropping short. The halftime whistle goes, and Hong Kong firmly in control in this one. They lead by 20 points to 0 at the break.
This conversion for Hong Kong, number 12, Aggie Poon. At half-time, Hong Kong 20, Zimbabwe 0.
Okay, so Zimbabwe just getting some last minute instructions. You just want to see them pick up the intensity levels, Shona, more than anything else. They've been flat in defence and attack at the moment.
Yeah, they need to commit to things both in attack and defence. You know, push up hard in defence and then attack really go at Hong Kong.
So far, the Hong Kong defence hasn't really been tested. A couple of runs down the outside from Marange and from Maseri, but apart from that, not a whole lot to talk about from Zimbabwe's attack. But Hong Kong, they've been clinical when they've had their opportunities. And here's the hat-trick hero, Sure, trying to get out of their own half, but she's knocked it on, and it'll be a scrum to Zimbabwe. Greasy ball.
Even with that, when the ball went to the ground, there was no intent there from Zimbabwe to push up and kind of punish Hong Kong for that mistake.
Yeah, because the referees play advantage, but they just don't seem under any urgency to try and force that. See if they can win the scrum. A little bit awkward, that one. Head at the back there from Maguaro. 2 runners outside. Again, slippy ball. You can see how difficult it is even just to pick it off the ground. And Olsen Thorne comes in to make the tackle for Hong Kong. Zimbabwe get the penalty. She didn't roll away when she made the hit. And again, the knock on, the mistake. Just got to slow it down in those positions. Knock on there from Gwende.
The second person in was okay. It was the first person off your feet. Okay, thank you. Scrum your ball.
Just took a knee to the head there, I think. Kadai, that's what she's complaining about.
Okay.
And back on the feet. Good to see, and able to continue.
Scrum red.
Well, that'll give you an idea of what the players are facing conditions-wise. It's been a steady downpour of rain. It has eased off slightly in the last half an hour, but doesn't make things easy for either side. We might get a bit of reprieve later on, but this is Dublin, this is Ireland. I wouldn't bet on it. As Hong Kong try to break through to Cindy Yoon. There for Suri. Did she drop that? No, went backwards, says Joy Neville, so still there for Hong Kong. Si Ting. Nice pass to Candy Cheng. Wants a switch runner. Has to take the tack. And into contact. And Seri puts her down. Suri. Again, pass not particularly good. Cavalier off the ground. Floating pass on the outside and a chance to stretch those legs. Si Ting tackled on the 10-metre line and robbed by Mazura. Stolen possession. And Zimbabwe get a chance to counter here. Hands from Kadai. Now. All defence here for Hong Kong required. Tries to go on the outside. Museri with a pass back to Malenga. Malenga switches the line and then drops the ball on the 22 just when it looked like Zimbabwe were having their first real attack of any note.
Yeah, they kept the ball alive so well there. It was a brilliant offload. Showed a bit of intent, powering through there, a step off the left, and then just a knock on in the contact.
Time on.
Munarenyu comes in for Zimbabwe, number 8, substitute, and a bit of fresh legs. I see Lindsay Varty for Hong Kong is getting ready to come in as well. Still no sign of Chong Kai-yan, who I mentioned has scored 2 tries yesterday. Maybe she's just struggling with a bit of injury at the moment, but it's a scrum. Cheng with the pass to Olsen Thorne. And they're going to try and stretch this on the wing. Zimbabwe keeping alive. Olsen Thorne gets it again. Did that go forward? The referee said yes. It's another knock on. And Zimbabwe with the scrum.
Yeah, Hong Kong were just trying to force it there. She would better off holding on to the ball, setting up the ruck and going from there. Just the conditions that are in it.
Time on.
So Lindsay Vardy comes in. And her first job will be to
crouch.
Defend this Zimbabwe scrum.
Bind.
I can tell you that Chong Kai-yan is also on now for Hong Kong, so interesting to see if they get the ball out to her on the wing. Zimbabwe attack though, nice handoff just to create a little bit of breathing room from the blitz defence that came up there. First tackle goes in from Lindsay Varty, and Hong Kong steal it. Really good work in the breakdown. Cavalier. Now Kai-yan calling for this ball on the wing. If they get this wide, we know how much pace she has. There's the pass but it's not a good one, and she won't thank her teammate for that. Knocked it on Zimbabwe with the advantage. Mistake after mistake from both teams at the moment in the second half. Museri with the offload to Masora. And back for Zimbabwe. Any room through that Hong Kong defence, trying the big handoff and keeps it alive. That's pretty good stuff. Museri once more. Picked off the ground, this time by Ngwende. Hong Kong trying to steal possession. Kayan did really well. I think she's managed to force a turnover. That's brilliant play by Hong Kong's number 11. Zimbabwean player down on the pitch looking for attention there. Doesn't look fit to continue as Hong Kong try and break out of their own 22. Just keeping ball alive. Masora in to try and rob it. Cheng at the base there. Cheng with the pass. Siore. 3 tries already for Hong Kong's number 1. Almost at the halfway line. Cheng in to support. They've got a massive overlap on the right here. If this ball shifts. Little step back inside from Cavelier. Keeps it alive. Back to Cheng. Good play. Yuen. Looping pass on the outside. Now we might see Kayan get this ball. That flat pass. Can she hold on to it? We know how much pace she has. Kayan tries the handoff, but she's outmatched in terms of physical strength by Malenga, who hangs on to her.
Release White.
Ball there for Varty. Pass doesn't quite go to hand. Cindy Ewan. And Zimbabwe still down to 6 players. Ewan once more. 3 overlap on the right. That looked like it went forward from here. Referee Joy Neville says play on. Kayan stretches the legs into touch. And finally, we have a break in play.
Serious fight by Kayan there. She's probably the smallest player on the pitch, and every time going into contact against these Zimbabwean players, she's fighting for every inch she can get.
Couple of substitutions on. Peace sit hole is in. Got to be careful with that one. And Kayan, you just see the replay here, bundled into touch.
For that injured player. Thank you. Yeah, no problem.
You wouldn't want to have a lisp with that Peace sit hole. You could be in serious trouble. But
no, not yet.
It's Masora
Please wait.
who's going to throw the line out for Zimbabwe.
There's one. And there's the other. We're just waiting for the substitute player. Please wait.
You ever have one of those, Fiona?
I don't think it would suit my hair.
Stand front, Lindsay, stand front, come forward a bit more.
Sorry. Let's go. Thank you. Substitute.
Another substitute. And Chigumbo comes in. Joins the back of the line out for Zimbabwe.
No problem.
Gonna have to lift the jumper here. Mazor to throw. It's gone over the top. It's all too easy for Hong Kong and Yuen, but she knocks it on. And we've got 90 seconds left to play. Hong Kong deservedly in front, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong would feel unlucky that they didn't get into a chance for Rio yesterday. The pool they were in lost a few opportunities. And they're out to probably make a statement today. They'll have to be a little bit more clinical going forward in the rest of these rounds.
Awkward ball again. Squirting back in Gwende leaves it. Picked off the ground there from Malenga.
Roll 10.
Zimbabwe trying to recycle quick ball. They're not allowed to do so, but illegally by Hong Kong. So that's why the penalty is given. And the last minute to play in this quarter-final. Placing the trophy semi-finals up for grab. Mazora into contact. Needs to hang on to the ball. Through the legs and back for her teammates in Gwende. Pass off the deck from her. Substitute is Chabveka. And Hong Kong forcing their way through. Easy turnover ball. Cavelier pass on the outside to Yuen. And Kayan can't hold on to it. It's another knock-on. I love the statistics for knock-ons in this game. I think we've had one every 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think they need to be conscious of that rain. It's calmed a bit now, but it's still, the ball is like a ball of soap, and just stand a little bit closer.
I'd say just make it easy for yourselves. Last throw to dice for Zimbabwe. I'm going to try and leave with something on the board here. As Chabveka gets ready to feed the scrum. No real contest from Hong Kong. Happy enough to see out the hooter, you feel here. Messi at the breakdown. Zimbabwe scramble. Ball on the floor. Now picked up and good strength there from Chigumbo. But she's held up brilliantly by the smallest player in the pitch, Kayan. Talk about a mismatch. Kayan did really well. Almost forcing turnover. Long looping pass from Chaveka. Dangerous one, Mazora. Well, she took it, but she had 2 Hong Kong players in her face. Did that go forward? That should be the last act of the game. Hong Kong comfortable. 4 tries scored, all of them in the first half. And they've beaten Zimbabwe by 20 points to 0.
Final score, Hong Kong 20, Zimbabwe 0. Here's on to our next two teams, Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago.
So we know 3 of our semi-finalists for the trophy. The final semi-finalist will come out of those 2. A big challenge for the likes of Trinidad and Tobago. Just the 1 try they've managed to record in their opening 3 games. Venezuela, well, they showed very well in defence despite shipping some points. They did get that draw to start with, but will feel a little hard done by to not get past Tunisia in the last one. So who is going to be able to step through this game to take their place against Hong Kong in that second trophy semi-final? Cook Islands against Portugal is the first one. Plenty of vocal support all weekend for the Venezuelans. Looks like the rain is just about holding off now. Hopefully it's going to turn into liquid sunshine at some point through the course of today. Right now, Venezuela have to get their game into gear, fairly sharpish.
10.
Good take immediately from Mariani Zaza. Burly frame of Ingrid Griffin. The architect really made some dents in opposition defences yesterday. And here's a key player. There's the burst from Daniela Diaz.
Tackle only.
Well, this is a positive start from Venezuela, who then proceed to drop the ball. Lanzarote unable to hold on. Fiona, very positive outlook from the Venezuelans to start with.
Yeah, Venezuela brilliant off the kick-off. Nice high hanging kick. Great reclaim by Zara, and then moving the ball out into the wider channels.
And we saw plenty of attacking
Bind.
chances really for Venezuela, particularly in that game against Tunisia, but they weren't able to capitalise, they weren't able to execute, and that obviously is going to be very key today. This Trinidad and Tobago team, very fragile at the moment in terms of confidence. Here, something that might change their confidence. A great run from Victoria Carlista. High tackle stops her. Left-handed passing works well until Dahlia Jordan-Brown can't hold on, and it's just issued an invite to Venezuela to come back. The offload is there to Claudia Contreras. The ball is out and the try is scored for Venezuela. What a good score and a deserved score for the South American side. Salami with her name on the scoreboard first up.
Yeah, brilliant try here from Venezuela. Izar, first of all, passing the ball really cleanly off, offloading off the ground, and then Salami to go well in under the post. Brilliant by Venezuela.
And the offload, the strength in the tackle, particularly from Zaza there. The link coming in from Gigi Griffin. And then Salami in hand to finish things off. Yes, you can see the jubilation from the Venezuelan fans. So the first 5-pointer on the board. Good struggling from Ian Skeet, the Trinidad and Tobago captain, getting her team onto the front foot, trying to release Victoria Carlista on that far side. Knock on though from a Trinidad and Tobago hand. Well, these two very close neighbours, our esteemed statistics team, were up all night surfing the web. They tell me it was in the name of research, and they came up with the fact that there's only 11 kilometres between these two teams. So who would have thought? My O-level geography obviously hasn't gone back that far.
Crouch. Bind. Bring it up, guys.
Certainly Venezuela
Yeah, let
never
her have the top
played
bind, please,
outside
okay?
South America before. So they have been
Crouch.
consistently a top
Bind.
4 team on the continent. got together in Caracas for their training camp. The Orchids have shown very well despite not getting the victory yet. Now the little chip and charge from Daniela Diaz. Footballing skills are up to par and the try is scored. What a great individual score from Daniela Diaz. They have all the skills, they have the resolution in defence, and in attack, they've got some pizzazz.
What vision here from Diaz, straight off a scrum, ball out to Diaz. She sees no sweeper in behind. There she sees it now, no sweeper in behind, chip through, and the speed and the power to chase through and run down her own ball. Look at that, great finish.
Well, it's all going one way in these early exchanges as Diaz looks to convert her own try. Not going to threaten the post with that one. Trinidad and Tobago have got used to the Irish weather. They've been in and around Dublin for a while now, playing in some local sevens tournaments to get used to it. And of course, back home, it's the beginning of the rainy season. So this dousing that they're receiving from the sky shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. They've just got to get some continuity in their game, keep the ball for a bit, get through some phases, and see if they can make some headway up the pitch. There we go, there's the first break. It's come from Alicia Bruce, the police officer from Royal Aliens Rugby Club, making some headway for her team. Now, can they build on it? No, is the answer to that question. This first game of day two for these two sides has started at some lick. They're really trying to get through things very quickly. Cut back from Paola Lanzarotti. Strength in the tackle, presentation is there, but just the lack of concentration. Gigi Griffin could have picked that one up. As it is, it's Nicolette Pantor. Ball is there for Trinidad and Tobago, but again, losing concentration around the breakdown, the continuity not there.
Yeah, they just seem to be standing very far away from the player with the ball, both when they're passing it, they're passing very deep, and then when they're going into the ruck, they're not there to ruck over cleanly. Great step there.
So the change of option from Venezuela, trying to kick Trinidad and Tobago back into their own 22. Big wipeout tackle coming in there, but thankfully for the ladies in red, the ball has, I was going to say been produced. Yes. I was wondering what that call was, and then thankfully Rosla Bresch changed her mind, or changed her arm angle. Now here we go. How much gas has she got in the tank? Driving up to halfway. Ayana Skeet sets the ball back for her team, but again the support isn't there. You really need to support the ball carrier a bit more, Trinidad and Tobago. Get out of this pitch, says Daniela Diaz.
Brilliant again by Diaz. She sees space there, she hacks it through, but it's the chase as well to put Trinidad and Tobago under pressure again.
And it's what you were saying before, Fiona, they're just not supporting the ball, they're just not getting themselves up when they've got opportunity. Trinidad and Tobago have to get numbers there.
Yeah, you can see Skeet making those breaks through the centre, and she needs people on her shoulder either for the offload or the immediate ruck.
Half time, it's Venezuela deservedly leading 10 points to 0.
So far, keep the intensity up, keep driving at them, keep pressuring them, right? Be forcing the mistakes and forcing the turnovers, right? But I need you supporting earlier to secure the ball, all right? The key, back yourself. You have on the outside there, just slowing down. Stop can power through. We have it. All right? Let's go. Keep the work rate up, keep the effort up, and keep supporting.
Guys, just keep supporting each other, right? Come on. Yeah? Yeah.
Here we go then. The riot act has been read to Trinidad and Tobago by Carlton Felix. Fans keeping, yeah, you're in picture. Everybody can see you. Are those the best moves you've got? Really? That was a good night in Dublin, whatever. The fans showing some shapes. Now it's down to the teams to find their shape in this second half to decide who's going to go through to the trophy semi-final. The Spanish fans cannot wait for, well, maybe holy intervention later on. We shall wait and see about that one, but right now it's Venezuela with the superb take from the restart. Zaza gets the offload, and you can see how Venezuela working that support in there close to the ball carrier, not leaving too much space. Technically they seem far more proficient than Trinidad and Tobago. Left-hand passing may not always be the strength, mind. Good bundling work from Lally. Alvarado takes a team up over halfway. Victoria Carlista, one of the two Carlista sisters, play for the beautifully named Eastern Ruggers team back home. Now there's the break from Izaza. One girl to beat, the handoff. Good work from Panta, but she's only slowed her down. The offload is there, and it's Daniela Diaz to streak over for her first try of the weekend. Her second try, I should say, having scored in the first half, of course. And there you see Venezuela making the most of opportunity.
Yeah, it started there with Diaz again. Great ball through to Zara. Her fight, her power, her step here, and her handoff, looking for the support. And Diaz coming through like a train with that support. Straight through, a bit of a jumble there, and then straight through under the posts.
We need to have the kick, please.
Manual dexterity proving a benefit there to Daniela Diaz, and shows she's got the boot to finish things off as well. Well, the Trinidad and Tobago team look a little shell-shocked now. Still got 5 minutes to play in this game, but just haven't been able to work their way into position to really capitalise on the possession they have had.
We're good? Time in.
So it is Diaz herself to restart things. Good pull in there from Ayana Skeet. Most experienced player in this Trinidad and Tobago lineup. And she needs to make that experience count now.
Unsafe there. Guys, you have to keep her on the ground, okay?
Practicing
Scrum.
doing the forward crawl there.
It's a scrum. It's a scrum, unsafe in the mall. Sorry. Yep, time off.
Many kids in the swimming pool this morning in
Red
Dublin
number 2.
doing that.
Red number 2.
Holding the float at the front and kicking their legs at the back.
We used to call that the slammer, but it was when you're on the ground and you're fighting for the ball, not so much in the air.
Time in.
You can see Yonella George
Crouch.
on this near side. A totemic player, of course, for Trinidad and Tobago.
Set.
Standing 6 feet, the only try scorer of this weekend for the ladies in red. A multifaceted sportswoman, hockey, netball and track and field, as well as the basketball. Before she turned her hand to rugby, there she is. Then the last pass just dips and fades, and suddenly the
22 kicked in by White.
is stymied there. Well, she's going to give the 22. Looked like there was a knock on there, but Trinidad and Tobago getting the advantage of the official's call. Nicolette Panto with the restart, kicks long. Mariana Romero looks to try and ignite the next Venezuelan attack. There's the straighten from Karen De Freitas. De Freitas going for glory. Panto brings her prey back in just short of the line. Well, Karen De Freitas really caught the eye yesterday with a big hit tackling, but she's got a fair old turn of speed too.
Yeah, brilliant commitment there by De Freitas, tracking back all the time to make that what looked like a certain try.
Youngest player in this Venezuela lineup, just 17 years of age. What talent. Certainly bodes well for the future of Venezuelan rugby.
Bind.
Some of these young girls coming through look very technically astute.
Please let her have the top bind.
And have the awareness now of how the game is played, and it is such, as we know, such a high pressure game, this seventh.
Set.
Drive
Knock
from
forward by
Venezuela is going to give them the put into this reset.
Crouch. Bind.
Rain
Set.
seems to have held off a bit, Fiona. I'm sure they've put in an order for some decent weather later on. Let's hope it dries up fairly quickly. Diaz chips it through. Romero can't pick up cleanly though. It is impacting quite a lot, especially on some of these smaller teams that
and white number
really
5.
struggling to keep their skills intact.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the rain, it's also day 2 of this tournament, and yes, it was very tough for these teams. You know, they're playing against teams that put a lot of points on them, and it's tiring when you're defending that amount of time, so it's about making life easier for yourself on day 2 and getting closer and just keeping things in a little bit closer.
And when you've had that stress and strain of day 1, just hard to get the engine going again, especially early on a Sunday morning, I guess.
And it's as much mentally as it is physically, so it's about getting the mind in the right place.
Panta looks to that near side, but there's no way through for Afia Glasgow. And she's bundled into touch.
Ball down,
Touch
please.
judge on that far
White, take a
side
step.
with the
Red, take a step, please.
flag out.
We're just going to deal. Take a step.
Going to be a consultation between the officials. Let's have a listen.
What have you seen?
Red 7 went into the tackle with a hand and grabbed the neck of the white player.
Okay, so are you thinking penalty only?
Yes.
Penalty only, it happened on the 5? Okay,
Fia
so
Glasgow is
do you
the
have a number?
lady who's going to be called
7?
to order.
So red 7, dangerous play around the neck. Okay, so we're going to have a penalty on the 5 for white.
Venezuela looking to finish in form. They certainly have shown well in this match. Just seeing those passes dying away, the lack of contact, the greasy ball dipping towards the shoelaces rather than towards the fingertips.
Yeah, you can just see their hands are ending up towards the ground. They're passing. If they get their hands up a little bit higher, as they always say, towards the heart, and hopefully it'll go to the target.
Both teams, just wait till I say set, okay? Please. Step in, yeah. Crouch. Bind. Set.
The break comes from Afia Glasgow.
We'll have a line out.
Again, the support just not there quickly enough, and she finds no way through up to halfway. And this is where Venezuela have worked so hard to keep their defensive resilience in place, even when there is a burst like that from the Trinidad and Tobago winger.
Yeah, it was great pace by Glasgow, but in fairness to Venezuela, they used the touchdown line as an extra defender.
Well, a red mitt getting in there at the front. Can they manipulate the last possession of this match to their benefit? Not going to do it like that, unfortunately. Kalista, the younger, bundled to the floor, but she does get the penalty.
Guys, step. Step, no, leave the ball, please.
Touch charge on this near side with a flag out. Officials working well in harmony together. Let's have a listen.
Number 10.
Color?
White.
White. Okay, so penalty, yep. High tackle.
It's going to be Christy Ejido.
High tackle against White. Yep.
So, Skeet with the last play of this trophy quarter-final. See that white line moving up, suffocating the attack.
Knock forward.
And with the step again, she's got quite a sidestep on her.
Release White, White.
Ball comes back to Victoria Carlista.
No. It's knocked forward by White in the pickup.
Well, the knock forward is going to finish the match, and it means Venezuela deservedly get this quarter-final. It has been impressive performances from the Venezuelans through the course of this World Rugby Global Repechage here in Dublin. So there are the 13th place semi-finals. Madagascar will play Mexico, and Trinidad and Tobago will move into the Zimbabwe 13th place semi.
Right then, this is time for business. Someone is going to be going to Rio by the end of today, and here are two of the teams that are still in with a shot. Russia against Argentina. Sude's watching this first Cup quarter-final. This is exciting.
It really is. This is what it's all about. Russia versus Argentina. Of course, Russia are huge favourites. Of course they are, but this is one-off. It's a one-off game of sevens. Anybody can win a one-off game of sevens.
Here we go. Deep breaths, everyone. The lady in the middle there, Alhambra Nieves of Spain. And it will be Argentina, who we have to say scraped through yesterday. It was their last match to put themselves in this position. And they have a mountain to climb here against the favourites. They're the top seeds, Russia. They scored 26 tries yesterday on day one. Here we go. By the end of this, we'll have one less team in with a shot. So Russia with the ball, deep inside of their own half. Kutseva manages to get it out to Lashnina. Down the Russian line. This is strong from the Russians already, out to the far side. And that was actually, although it's gone out of play, that was pretty decent control from Hamidova there, who could have easily just tried to reach out and just watch that fall. She just let it bobble out and let it calm.
Right here.
Yeah, right. She couldn't have got to that. Lashnina perhaps betraying a few nerves, running sideways across the pitch. Big line out for Argentina.
Argentina just hold on to that one, and this is a strong platform for them. Straight into that wall of Russian defenders who were all over that ball quickly, but Argentina held on to it. Montero there down on the floor, waiting for that support to arrive as Russia really slowing down this Argentine ball. Rushes out to this near side. Look at the shirt grabbing there, dragging along the floor there, but Kutseva, who's determined to stop that Argentine attack. The shirt seems to have survived.
Play on.
Billerbeck, the captain for Argentina. This is some of the best rugby you've actually watched Argentina play, and that ball's off the ground. And it is going to be an Argentine ball.
Blue ball.
Yes, so far so good for Argentina. Russia so strong in the contact, so you fear for the Argentines being able to keep hold of possession, but so far so good. Of course, we didn't get much chance to comment on the teams at the start because there's so little time between the games, but a big call from Pavel Baranovsky. Marina Petrova, his captain for this weekend on the bench.
They've lost their regular captain and playmaker, Kudanova. So they're having to do this without her. And a penalty for Argentina. They need to take this quickly. There is space on the far side, but already it's gone by Russia. They flood around the outside, and any space that Argentina have is quickly lost. So they run round to the far side. Paladero is teaming up nicely there. This is good as Montero goes through. She is pumping those legs. She wants this badly. This is top stuff from Argentina. This is really good.
Now going
but so
advantage.
is the Russian defence. Look
Advantage
at that
is
ruck.
over.
Look at that ruck. And what's going to come of this? Almost a cute pass back inside, but again, Argentina.
Knock
Wow,
on blue.
this is good stuff.
At the tackle, thanks.
Yeah, they're holding their own, Argentina,
Okay.
aren't they? It was brilliant work from Hamidova in the breakdown. We know her as a sterry as Pavel Baranovsky. What is going on in that head at the moment? So much rides on this game, and there's so little you can do on the sideline watching it all unfold.
Crouch. Bind.
Sue Day here with us, former England 7s and 15s captain. She's been out there. She knows what it's like in these tense situations as Russia make the break. They're off, they're flying. It's Perestiak, but she is being hunted down. She knows she can't get there. She needs the support, and it arrives. It comes in the form of Bobkova. She's going to be hunted down for a second time. Oh, she's off again. Bobkova is going. She has the second attempt, and it is going to be Russia who managed to dot it down and get the first try of this quarter-final. Argentina, they fought admirably, but it is Russia who get first blood. And a wave as well.
a wave for the supporters watching at home. Daria Bobkova, excellent finish from her. It all came from the scrummage. Perestiak does really well here, realises the defence is drifting and runs through the gap, then knows she's going to get caught but doesn't panic, holds it up, looks for her support, gets the ball out to Bobkova. It looks like she's tackled, but she's not held. That's the important thing. She's not held there, so she can keep hold of the ball and keep going. Brilliant, strong finish from her. Of all the selections, she's probably the most surprising. She's the least experienced player on this Russian team. A couple of times yesterday you saw that inexperience, but hey, Pavel Baranovsky clearly knows what he's doing, because what a finish from her.
And a successful conversion as well by Lushnina. She was the top scorer yesterday. The highest tally racked up, a lot of that coming from her conversion attempts.
Back.
A little bit of
Knock on now.
a big hit off
Advantage
the chest
over.
for Paladero for Argentina. She couldn't take that ball cleanly, and already Russia back on the attack. And it's Lushnina again. She's not just happy with taking kicks, she's interested in sniffing out that scoreline as well. Strong stuff by the Russians. You feel that they found their rhythm now. They've got numbers on the far side. They're still going, oh, they're going to get the pass. It was just too late there. And now Argentina have it.
High tackle.
And interesting tackling technique coming in by Daria Bobkova there. I don't think you can do that.
The referee doesn't think so either. Yeah, Kazakova there for Russia just, well, really butchered the opportunity. The ball needed to go much sooner. Ended up getting caught in contact, and finally a penalty. Argentina.
You can hear the crowd getting involved in this as well. They know how important this match is for both teams. Plenty of support out there.
Play on.
Ball was lost there, but the referee is happy for Russia to pounce on it. But it's a penalty to Argentina. A little bit of isolation there for Gonzalez.
Not gone.
And there was a big hit going there. You can hear the physicality, and it's come out to this near side once again. Serendia, is she going to go for it? She's going to go on her own. She's got support back inside. Kazakova is there, and it is going to be 3 tries for Russia. I'm getting too excited. 2 tries for Russia, and they've gone over for a second time.
You can get overexcited all you want today. This is about a spot in the Olympics, so if you're going to ever get excited, today is the time. Kazakova is the one who finishes the try off there. Seredin, a really intelligent play. She knows she's going to get caught, so passes the ball inside to Kazakova, who perhaps could have gone slightly quicker there to avoid the contact.
But when it comes to Russia there, Sue, seeing that although Kazakova dotted it down and it was a good pass to her, there were 2 more Russians outside her as well.
That's one of the big differences for the top teams here. You'll see that they all support all of the time in both attack and defence. They're playing as a 7. You have to play really good 7s. There's so much pitch to cover. You've got to get there to look after your teammates all the time.
Well, Kazakova makes her way back for the restart. She's made 15 appearances in the 7s World Series. And looking to express that as this day 2 continues. That has gone 10, and Russia almost shocked themselves there that they'd managed to get the restart.
Yeah, Bobkova just wasn't quite ready, was she, for that pass from Hermidova?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think at half-time here, as Russia have the lead and At the moment, they've got that spot in the semi-finals. We could be having a little bit of a look shortly at the Russian coach, because he's a man that does not lack for expression.
Ты же с поперечным движением всегда тебя так будут уносить. Вау. Что вы придумываете? Играйте проще. Проще играйте. Если есть человек, который идет на прямом движении, начинайте с первого темпа между двух бегать. Вон Анкитова показала пример. Юль, ну не убирайте руки, не прячьте сейчас. Начинаешь туда неуверенно словить, начинаешь ходить с этим местом, надо помочь. Ищи, что не сыграл в первом тайме нигде. Девчонки, находите момент, где можно давить. По защите, еще раз, если враг стоит, не надо толкать. Лучше каждый раз шишитесь, начинайте их давить после рака. Они будут ошибаться, мяч будет падать.
On attending a rugby course, coaching course, we're looking to give rugby a try at your local rugby club. If you want to promote your club's rugby team, pick up 3 Give It a Try posters to help you out. There's also information available for clubs.
You can just see the Argentine team there just having their last bits of advice here and chat from their coach, Daniel Villen. He's a lawyer in his day job, but Argentina, they've now got 7 minutes to try and find a way to Rio.
Yeah, they're really up against it. This Russian team now dominant in the breakdown, dominant on the kickoffs, and dominant when they make opportunities. They're taking them, they're making them count.
Russia with the big lead there in this first quarter-final of the day. So restart, and it's a strong restart, but Argentina have managed to gather the ball. Gonzalez is quickly wrapped up by Russian players, and that's great rucking by Russia, and they've got numbers on the far side as well. Still flying through, this is good, it's Bobkova, she's going to go down, that's a brace for Bobkova, and it is now 3 tries for Russia.
And the wave again from Bobkova, but brilliant from Hamidova, brilliant from her in the breakdown. Watch her, she arrives like a bullet train, smashes into the Argentinian player and then stays on her feet, drives through the ruck. That's what creates this opportunity. And a pretty easy run-in on the outside for Bobkova.
A lot of people always think in sevens that it's not about the rucking, it's not about the mauling, but it can be so effective if you get it right.
And so important, sevens is all about possession. You need to have the ball to score tries, but to stop the opposition. It's a big old pitch with very few players, so you'll score tries if you've got the ball. It's all about possession, and being strong in the breakdown is critical.
Time off.
Big applause coming in there from the Russian bench. They're edging closer to victory here.
Yeah, that's Petrova on the bench. She must be feeling pretty frustrated. I'm the captain, let me on the pitch.
Let her go. Just a change here for Argentina. Coming on is Magali Fassi, a 24-year-old. Seeing a distinct pattern here for Russia from every restart. They're targeting that far side of the field. It's better from Argentina, though. They've struggled a couple of times there from those restarts, but she have actually managed to secure their ball this time. I do feel that if Argentina can just get a score in the next minute or so, they'll still have something to say about this quarter-final. Oh, loose pass already. Fassi is having to backtrack out on the far wing. She is the fresh legs, though. Definitely the wrong direction at the moment for the South Americans, and a good penalty there. They'll need that.
12 clear
it's
release.
such a hassling defence from Russia, isn't it? Argentina managing to keep possession, but gradually moving further and further back towards their own try line.
It would be an achievement if Argentina actually do score, because yesterday Russia didn't have any points scored against them at all.
Yeah.
Their lowest scoreline was 47-0 against Samoa.
Yeah, they're going into today with a lot of confidence, Russia, but as we always say, what happens on day one, or day one is just about getting through to day two in the position that you want. You have to work really hard to keep that form going.
So Argentina, they decide not to run that one. They've given themselves a little bit more territory down the far side touch. And they get to put the ball into the line out, and there we go. 4 Russians there in that top try score. You can see on the bottom left of your screen at the moment. But right at the top, there's a little bit of a home interest there. Emily Murphy-Crowe, she managed to top yesterday. Big loopy pass, it's loose, and somehow Argentina managed to get hold of that. That was a dangerous situation. They've managed to work themselves out of it, but they're stuck in this tricky spot. And it's a penalty for Russia, expected to go quickly. Lashnina has it. How long is this going to take? Out to the far side. It's a tricky body position out there. Slammed over the line. It only took them seconds for them to actually crash over, and Kamidova has try number 4.
Another one to add to the top try scorers for this weekend. Lishina out to Hamidova. She finishes so well, we know that she does, and she's got long old arms, so it doesn't matter that she's tackled short of the line. She manages to sneak over. She's having a really, really good tournament, Hamidova.
She really has stood out. She's very busy at the restart. It's her job every time to go and get that ball.
Yeah, she's remodeled her game really. Hamidova, a couple of seasons back, she was the out-and-out finisher. Other teams sort of caught up really with that pace, so she's not the standout finisher anymore, albeit she still can finish really well. But she's found other facets of her game that really set her apart.
We're used to these restarts now. That was actually a little bit deeper from Lashnina, so it's just given Argentina a little bit more time on the ball. And the clock is really against Argentina now. This is perhaps a little bit too much for them to make up. They're going to do something. They've got to do it quickly. Is this the opportunity? It comes out to the far side. And the pressure is just proving too much at the moment for the Argentinians as Pedrosa spills the ball.
Hassling defence is just excellent, isn't it, from Russia? Poor old Argentina just have no time to regroup, and their passing isn't perfect, and it's putting themselves under pressure.
Time off.
Just
time off.
The Russian defender just about to descend on them.
5.
We are just waiting for Oksana Korobchuk to make her way onto the field, and it's the lady we were talking about just a few moments ago.
Thanks.
Is making her way off. It's Hamidova. She's now off the field of play.
Set. Play on.
A little bit of a tap off the boot there, but I have to say Lashnina dealt with that brilliantly at the back of that scrum. It was a sort of ball that was just bobbling around everywhere. And she managed to set it up nicely for her country.
Back.
Unusual there from Russia, a little bit of panic from them, and now they're stuck in a foot chase. Ball loose on the ground, and it could be anyone's here. And that's good from Argentina. They just bided their time to find the loose ball, not get stuck on top of it. And is there space on this near side? Almost a great hack through there by Fonterosa. She just couldn't execute. And it's back in the Russian hands. Oh, is that a space? And is that a great pass out to the far side? This is gorgeous stuff from the Russians. They're flying away down the far side wing. Oh, this is going to be a lovely try. Nice stuff there from Russia. They do touch it down in the end, and that is really nice stuff for them for try number 5. Zdrodtrova there, who manages to get it down in the middle.
Yeah, first of all, Perestiak sees the gap and then has the vision to get the ball out to Zdrodtrova, who is fresh legs. She's new on the pitch. Bobkova has gone off, I think. So no one was going to catch her there. She's finished excellently throughout the World Series.
Most importantly, Zdrodtrova, she had the sense to make sure that she got that one directly under the post. Remember, these conversions are very important, and that try has meant that she has managed to level with Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe when it comes to top try scorers this weekend.
Still no Petrova. Pretty much every other Russian player has been on the pitch at some point, but no Petrova. I wonder if there's an injury or if he's simply testing his team to play without their captain.
The eagle eyes of Suday, keeping an eye on what is going on out there on the pitch, what is happening with the Russian captain. We'll have to send out some secret spies to find out later.
It'd be particularly bad luck if they've lost another captain to injury after already losing Kudanova.
Well, Argentina, this is a pretty vain mission now for them. The ball goes away, they're stuck on the halfway. Can they salvage perhaps a little bit of pride here? They have it on the halfway. I think this is the furthest up the pitch they've actually had possession. They've had plenty of it, but they've been really pinned back into their own half the whole time. They're trying to squeeze ball that back, but it's been lost. And here we go, Russia. What a surprise. They're off. They're flying again. Lashnina can find support out on the far side. It's Bobkova again, who will be on for the hat-trick to finish off and get Russia into the semi-finals. It's been a clean, clinical performance, and Russia still have a chance to go to Rio.
The Bobkova wave, as it shall henceforth be known, scores the try. Lushina, pretty sure she could have made it there herself, but she looks up, think that's a long way. I'm going to give it to one of the fast girls on the outside. Bobkova gets the run in. Here she goes, dots the ball down, gets up. Oh, we don't see the wave.
Right, Lushnina then with a little chance just to tip the scoreline over a little bit more. And remember, Russia's still not had any points scored against them throughout this tournament. That one goes wide of the uprights, but there we go. We have our first semi-finalist who'll be playing for that last spot in Rio. It will be Russia. Argentina, their Olympic dream is over.
Hits to the bars, number 2, Daria Lushina.
This kid is something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff. You want talent? Well, there it is.
He is an absolute beast.
He is too quick. That is a huge play.
What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
So our second championship quarter-final about to take place in the first run out for the tournament host Ireland against Tunisia. They will face Russia. The winners of this game will face Russia in the semi-final, and the second two still to come, of course. Kazakhstan against Samoa, and Spain take on China. Plenty of brilliant sevens rugby to come here at the Bowl in UCD. Well, Ireland went unbeaten through the group stage yesterday, their closest contest coming in the last game against China. Ireland coach Anthony Eddy has gone for 6 of the 7 that started the first game against Trinidad and Tobago yesterday, the exception being Kim Flood, who was into the starting 7 ahead of Ashley Baxter. Tunisia have Zouissi and Giri, who both scored tries yesterday in their starting 7. Well, Tunisia recovered from a comprehensive defeat against Spain to book their place in the last 8. We have 14 minutes now to decide our semi-finalists. The home team will be favourites, Carl Tanana, but the pressure that comes with playing at home, it'll be interesting to see how they handle that.
I think this lady here on screen, Lucy Mulhall, she really does galvanise the side together. Tunisia, to be fair, we're very much a surprise package on day one, but for me the question is, do they have the firepower to stick with the home team?
So a great reception for the home team as they run out for their first game on day 2, and the rain that dominated the morning has finally subsided. We have a dry sky and perfect conditions, albeit a little bit wet underfoot for both teams. Ireland deep in a huddle, keep an eye out for the likes of Lucy Mulhall, the captain, Louise Galvin, Alison Miller. Well, yesterday in that first game, she managed 4 tries. Can she match that today? Well, you wouldn't think so, really. The standard of opposition that Tunisia will face, but Ireland look confident out there. Body language is good.
Well, this is the most important game of the whole tournament. Ireland and Tunisia put themselves in a position to go to that semi-final and playoff football. Anyone can win. That's the opportunity you want. This is the opportunity one of these teams will take right now.
Ireland do not and have never had a women's field team compete in any Olympic Games, if you can believe that. Irish Sevens team looking to become the first ever women's side in a field sport to make it through to the Olympics. Can they take a big step towards that with victory here today, as Lucy Mulhall, the captain, bravely calling for that one. She had to come a long way, and she watched it every step as Nicole Cronin tries to go through the gap. She's hauled to the ground, and Ireland set the ball to attack again. Flood on to Niamh Briggs. We know how powerful she is. There's the handoff I'm talking about. Oh, she goes again, and she looks like she's done a knee. That's a serious injury for Niamh Briggs. She's in a lot of pain. KT, that does not look good.
Oh, this will be a huge blow for Ireland. There was a nice break from Briggs initially. You can see her here. The nice fend up top. She goes right through the hole, and just as she comes to the sweep, it does a little step and just takes the knee, and it just pops out right there.
Oh, I've done it. Done it myself. I know exactly what it feels like. It's horrendous, and doesn't look good for Niamh Briggs. She's in an awful lot of pain. She's in serious trouble. Well, let's have a look at the top try scorers for the tournament in Dublin. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe leading the standings along with Drakova, but look at the amount of Russians. That will tell you the dominance that they have had over the last day and one match, and the form that they have had. I don't want to preempt anything here. It looks like Niamh Briggs has done a cruciate. I mean, obviously not a doctor, but that it looks like she went over in that kind of manner. At the very least, it's a twisted knee, but she's back slowly on her feet, I can tell you. Daria Loshina leading the points charts. Patricia Garcia as well in behind her, and as you can see, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe behind her. Well, she's back on her feet, I'm glad to say, but she won't take any more part in today's game. She's in a lot of pain.
She's built of tough stuff, isn't she, Briggs? And it's good to see that she is up and walking. She is talking to the trainer. So hopefully it's not as bad as we first thought. It did just look awkward, didn't it? Just a little skip jump.
Okay, time on.
Well, if she had done a cruciate, she wouldn't be able to do that, I can tell you. So hopefully it's not as bad as first feared, but Ireland have to get on with it.
Sit.
Cronin trying to put pressure on. Can tell you that Tunisia with first real chance to attack, almost at the 10-metre line. And good carry there from Jiri, one of the few try scorers in the Tunisia team yesterday. Little pop pass, and this is better play from Tunisia. You just wonder how much that injury will affect Ireland as Garby gets almost to the halfway line. Cronin trying to contest. She's supporting her body weight, so she's allowed to do that. But scrum half there is Othmani, the captain. And here's the big physical presence of Ines Suisi. Tackled by Galvin, and they win the penalty, Ireland.
Great work, as you see, Galvin just lowering the bigger Suisi for Tunisia. And Ireland at the moment, I think, just reset it there. She said we're a bit standoffish just at the restart of play, but they've gotten their game back in order.
Mulhall goes to the left-hand side to Flood. Williams was lying very flat there. She couldn't take the pass and in to clean up the damage. Little dummy attempt by Megan Williams, but in over the top comes Louise Galvin. Little shove there from one of the Tunisian players lying in an offside position. Allowed to do that. Ashley Baxter is only just on the pitch for Niamh Briggs. Tackle goes in. A good one as well by Dorduri. Mulhall tries to go right. Mulhall into the 22. And Lucy Mulhall, the captain for Ireland, is going to score the first try of the game.
We just can't keep her out of the play, can you? Lucy Mulhall, she is just so fit. She is amongst everything. That's good vision by her. You see at the breakdown, they get over quickly. That's a good bridge by Cronin. There's a player on the outside, the dummy to the right-hand side, and a huge hole opens up. Good recognition of where the weak spot was in the defence by Mulhall.
Conversion attempt by the captain of her own try. No problems there. Ireland lead by 7 points to 0. And it has been a very good start. You wondered what kind of impact the injury to Niamh Briggs would have on the team, but it hasn't seemed to take anything out of them.
That'll definitely settle the nerves down, no doubt about that. Playing at home as well, the expectations that are on them. And Tunisia, well, they've got nothing to lose. When they did have the ball in hand, they look quite likely, but look at her there, Briggs. The ice pack on the knee.
Yeah, it's not as bad as we initially thought. I mean, you just don't know with these knee injuries, but certainly if she's icing it and if she's not off to hospital, we can take it that it's not as bad as first feared.
Well, maybe she's just tough.
All us Irish are pretty tough, KT, as you found out last night. High restart, hanging pretty nicely for Uyemaya Jiri. She kept her eyes on it, and Ireland up in a green wall to try and put pressure inside the Tunisian 22. Taken this time by Darduri. Had a couple of touches already. The Tunisian number 3. Into contact there comes Ben Abdeljeli. but she's turned over possession. And here's Ashley Baxter trying to go on the outside of Suisi. Baxter against Suisi. Good tackle by the Tunisian number 1 and drags Ashley Baxter into touch.
Second nice piece of work by Cronin at the breakdown with that turnover. The number 7 going to work. It just goes on the outside, does number 6, Ashley Baxter. As you said, equally great defence.
Important line out now, this one for Tunisia, because they got to get this ball back into safe hands and try and get out of the 22 away from the danger. Ireland like to compete in the line out. Megan Williams, watch her go up for this. That's exactly what she does. And she taps it back onto the Irish side. Mulhall to Galvin. Galvin, it'll step off her left. Looping pass to Miller, wasn't forward. Referee says play on. Ali Miller's after it. She's picked it off the deck and it squirts out the side and eventually into touch. We're going to go back for a knock-on, and Tunisia will get the scrum.
Oh, great scramble by Tunisia. It was their throw into the line-out. They lost it. You would have put your mortgage on Ireland going over. I thought Louise Galvin should have backed herself at centre. She tried to throw the pass late. Caused all sorts of confusion in front of Tunisia's line. But they live to fight another day, but only just.
Well, you saw what happens when the line-out doesn't go to plan. Tunisia. Just miscommunication really between the throw and the lifters, and let's hope the set piece scrum is better because they need to get out of their 22 with 2 minutes left to play. 7 points down on the scoreboard.
Tunisia won't mind the slow pace, will they? Only 7 points behind. They want to keep it tight.
Ireland trying to win that one against their head. It's come back onto Abdel Jalil's side and a little bit awkward to deal with. Miller pounces on it. Have Ireland scored? Yes, they have. Jess Beard, Ashley Baxter gets the touchdown, and Ireland are in for their second try.
Oh, and she's stoked about it too, Ashley Baxter. Look at her here, the line speed just applying a lot of pressure. The Tunisian attack just looked up and there was a wave of green in front of her, and Ashley Baxter is the quickest to a reaction. You see her on the inside of Louise Galvin. That is a nice try.
All about the pressure, wasn't it? And Alison Miller and Ashley Baxter forcing the turnover. It was Baxter who got the hands on the ball first, and we've got a minute left to go. Ireland leading this one by 14 points to 0.
I just feel that Ireland needed that second try just to make themselves a little bit more comfortable. They want one more before the half.
Lucy Mulhall restarts, and again, Galvin with the chase. It went forward off the former Kerry footballer, and it's Tunisia that will get the scrum. Can they fire a shot here before the half-time whistle, get something back?
Well, that was unlucky because this was a nice restart from the captain. Mulhall was contestable. So a lot of pressure will come on the scrum there. You can see there, Tunisia number 4, Desiri.
Bind. Sit.
Ireland, this is where they scored from the last time. She's a nice bit of foot skills there from the scrum half to Zeri to get that one back. Tackle goes in from Cronin. Suisi in to try and ruck it out, and that's good strength by the Tunisian number 1 and wins the penalty. There's the half-time hooter, so next time it goes dead, it will be the break. Oh, look at that for technique by Megan Williams. Head straight in behind the backside, and Tunisia go down. Suisi. Again, Mulhall makes the hit.
You're off,
We saw Zimbabwe in the opening game tackling too high. Ireland's technique perfect there.
Yeah, and what it does when they do take them around the legs, it lowers the opposition straight away, and the second person in can contest the ball at the breakdown.
Switching play there from Garby. Tries to work that left-hand side. Almost got away. Othmani, the captain, but she was dragged down. And Ireland now with the penalty. Is there time for try number 3 before the break for the home team? Quick tap and go, Mulhall to Megan Williams. Knock on, that should be it. But Ireland, well, they've been pretty comfortable, dominating inside the Tunisian half for the opening 7 minutes. 2 tries to the good as well. Despite losing Niamh Briggs to injury, they lead here at the break by 14 points to 0.
At half-time, Ireland 14, Tunisia 0.
Carry through them, right?
don't have to go to the outside all the time, otherwise with a running cut, you carry through them, right, all the time. Okay, inside shoulders, girls. And missed tackles on you, and you get support from the inside. You've got 2 minutes. First 2 minutes, you've got 4 on it. Slow the game down. We can put 3 tries on them in 2 minutes and get the ship again. Defensively, you can get turnover ball, but be decisive. You're going to go for it or not. If you're not going to go for it, don't stick your head in there. If you're going to go for it, you get one shot at it. One shot only. Alright? You don't keep going at it. Game's over. Control possession for this entire half. That way we control the tempo of the game. 2 minutes flat out, and then we control possession for the last 5. There you go.
Keep working, girls. That means we're all ready when we get a tackle, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Well, KT, it sounds like Anthony Eddy was saying to run at the Tunisians on their inside shoulder, try and break the tackles. Is that what you got from it?
Yeah, you don't want to run straight up and down them. They're actually quite good at affecting the tackles when they're front on, so you want to try and attack a weak shoulder, and if anything, you'll get over their vantage line and be able to have an opportunity to get an offload of weight.
Plenty of support for Ireland on that far side, and Lucy Mulhall, the captain, to get us back underway. Again, beautiful precision in the restart. Gives Louise Galvin every chance to get up there. Bravery, though, from Tunisia to take that ball and slap it back on their own side. Ireland get the penalty, not releasing on the ground. Chest beard, Ireland wastes no time. Cronin has got Alison Miller on the outside. Miller in buckets of space, and Alison Miller. A brilliant try for Ireland. Opportunistic, if you like, but you've got to take your chances when they come.
Exactly right. In these games, it's all about opportunities and making the most of them. The captain taps it straight away. The defence is retreating. They're never going to get on the outside and stop this lady here, who has been a weapon on day 1, and she starts off day 2 in the same vein. Alison Miller.
Well, Hall trying to bring it in from the outside. It just drops short, and Ireland leading by 19 points to nil. Alison Miller there up to 5 tries this weekend. She got 4 in a single game yesterday, 1 now today, and she's second on the all-time list for Dublin.
And the thing is with this Irish team at the moment, you've got Alison Miller, who's been starting the majority of the games. You take her off, and Emily Murphy-Crowe comes on, who's the top of the try-scoring list as well, so good luck defending that.
Tunisia need something to get back into this now. Ireland with 1 foot surely in the semi-finals. The winners of this will play Russia, who have not conceded a single point all weekend. What about that?
Can't wait for that one. It's going to be off the chain.
Again, Mulhall puts it on a sixpence there, and Ireland get possession back through Ashley Baxter. She already has a try to her name as well in this quarter-final. Struggling to get the ground there, did well just to use her body weight. Cronin, little step off her right. Cronin goes through the gap. Oh, good cover tackle. It had to be from Taziri. And ball there for Megan Williams again, trying to get through. Watched all the way by Dardouri. Recycled ball, Baxter to Galvin. Mulhall has 2 outside her. Probably a little chip for the corner. Alison Miller fancies her chances here. Alison Miller trying to get a foot to it. Picked off the ground by Cronin, and Cronin's going to cross. And Ireland's in again. The pressure from the kick in behind from Lucy Mulhall, and Ireland, Nicole Conan's first try of the weekend.
Well, those 2 girls on screen really are the workhorses in this side. The skill and vision from the captain, Lucy Mulhall, to put it through. The nice chase by Miller, but this kid on screen has been brilliant. Cronin, she's been amongst everything, turning ball over, making tackles, and now scoring tries.
Well, what about that for a conversion as well? Brings the tally up to 26 points with no score in reply from Tunisia so far, and Ireland looking pretty good.
I'll tell you what, this is a statement for mine from this Irish team. It's their home patch. The semi-final is going to be brilliant. I think they're going to trouble the Russians.
Well, as things stand, that will be the semi-final lineup. Don't forget, a couple of more quarterfinals to be decided after this one as well, as Kim Flood puts the restart up, and look at that, Ireland, just the confidence flowing now, but just as I say, Chesbury gives the penalty to Tunisia. Then we switch in the middle, trying to get something going here. Tunisia, Othmani, you've just been outplayed so far. Oh, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, 6 tries for her yesterday. Looking to make an impact as soon as she comes off the bench. Ashley Baxter going to spin this one left. Doyle Running across the pitch. The target was Alison Miller, but the pass goes into touch.
It's probably the first mistake that Ireland have made in this game. And to be fair, Tunisia have played some football. They haven't been allowed to really get into their game plan because this Irish defence has really squeezed them out. But in the first half, they had a bit of possession. They tested this Irish defence, which was up to the task.
1 and 5.
A couple of substitutions for Tunisia. Amira Latif is going to come in, and Islam Abdallah also into
Time's still off, but the mark
the
is
pack.
here.
So they just want to settle themselves here and make sure they win the line out with just over 3 minutes left to play.
Time on.
That one didn't look straight from here.
Kim Flood doing extremely well in the air. We saw in the first half get a nice turnover on the opposition throw. On this occasion, again, she gets in front of the jumper of Tunisia and causes that wayward throw from the hooker.
So it's out here.
Good work from this Irish full-pack.
So scrum to Ireland, 3 minutes left to play, and looking good for that spot in the semi-final against Russia.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Flood standing at the first receiver. Aoife Doyle in the middle, Cronin again using the foot skills, but Ireland get the penalty. Quick tap and go, and they're away. Flood. Stacey Flood over the 22. Stacey Flood still going, and she touches down in the corner. Where was the defence? But equally, pats on the back for the Irish number 3. Stacey Flood gets her second of the weekend.
Well, it came off a nice turnover from Kim Flood at the line out. This is the end result. They're offside. Stacey Flood has come onto the field and made an immediate impact. Get out of here, she said. And she'll get her name on the try-scoring list. The icing on the cake.
Yeah, it really is. And this has been a very comfortable, dominant performance by Ireland.
You're right.
Another step towards Rio 2016. Hall. This one goes across the face of the post and wide, so a chance to go again.
The advancement in this Irish Sevens program, from when I first saw them in Sydney, Hugh, to now, has really taken me by surprise because they have really advanced in a quick space of time.
It's something Anthony Eddy has spoken about, that this is it's a long-term project. He's taken players from different backgrounds, from Gaelic games in Ireland, from hockey, from basketball, and it's about teaching them the mindset of sevens. Athletically, they have the ability. It's just making the decisions in the right places, really, and that's something they can only do with experience. And the more time they spend in this game, the better they're going to get. Baxter goes left. Alison Miller standing as first receiver. She doesn't like the pass, but that's why she doesn't like the pass, because she goes it alone and touches down for yet another try. I make it 6 for her this weekend, and that is brilliant by the Portlaoise Flyer.
When you're as good as this girl is, you don't need Alison Miller on the outside. Look at her here, again, breakdown. Some good work. She comes around for the open, makes the overlap on the blind and just cuts through. Oh, I like that about a winger. Get your hands on the ball, work off it.
The ball doesn't come to you, you go to the ball, right? Something the man on my right-hand side used to do all the time as a New Zealand Flyer. So Alison Miller joins Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe on 6 tries, along with Drakova from Russia. The top 3 in the standings there, and you wouldn't bet her against her adding to that tally over the next game or so. 38 points to nil. Tunisia really have to pick up the pieces here. Well, Kim Flood with the restart doesn't go to 10. And Tunisia have one last chance to try and break the whitewash here.
Well, that'll be the aim for the Irish. They want to keep Tunisia to the 0, back their defence, but they just operated at a different level in this quarter-final. Been highly impressed with Ireland's effort.
You wonder if Pavel Baranovsky has a ringside seat for this one, and what will he make of the Irish performance? Obviously, tactics going to come into as a foot in touch there. That should be the end and the last act of what has been a pretty dominant performance by Ireland. No other way to describe it. Safely through to the semi-final, where they will face Russia. They've won out here against Tunisia by 38 points to nil.
So the first two quarterfinals have been pretty one-sided affairs. I've got a feeling this one is going to have more in the mix. That Kazakhstan side, of course, led by Anna Yakovleva, such a key cog in the way that they operate. The two Collins sisters starting for Samoa, but no Sieni Mose. She hasn't started the last two games despite having scored 4 tries in her first outing. Well, Sude sat alongside me. You look at the match equation on this one, Sue. I wonder how in the mindset of Samoa has been affected by Russia blowing them away in that last match yesterday.
That is always the challenge with sevens. You have some poor results on day one. How do you sleep on it? Do you let it worry you? Can you just put it in a box and come out the next day? Kazakhstan aren't Russia. They're a good team, but they don't have the power and pace that Russia has. So Samoa just need to come into this game with belief.
You see the Kazakhstanis who opened in impressive style, held off Hong Kong, didn't really show what they were about against Cook Islands despite getting the victory. They won't like the wet weather, that has to be said. It will dilute, I think, their appreciation of this. Amy Perrett, experienced Australian, on the whistle for this one. But this has got fascination written as in underscore underneath this match caption.
It certainly has. Next to Amy Perrett there, number 9 for Samoa, Bella Milo. We talked yesterday a lot about Anna Yakovleva and the experience that she brings to Kazakhstan. Bella Milo clearly brings a lot of experience because I used to play alongside her at Wasp. She's been around a while.
I say nothing. It is the former Wasp, Bella Milo. Getting play underway. There's Yakovleva. Everything seems to work around the big Kazakhstani captain. She is involved in nearly everything that seems to happen there as Baktabayeva tries to work her way down the short side. As I was saying, flashes yesterday, Kazakhstan looked very, very impressive. Certainly came out of the blocks in fine style against Argentina. Just seemed to pull away a little bit later on in the day.
Yeah, certainly their performance against the Cook Islands less impressive than they'd been early on. Their forward pass there that hands the ball back to Samoa, but Kazakhstan absolutely will be looking to start today like they started yesterday, not how they finished it.
Well, John Phelan, their Irish coach, wanted his team to, as he put it, hit the action man switch. They certainly came out blasting yesterday. Can they do it again today? In knockout rugby, of course, a different dynamic in the head, knowing that the end of this 14 minutes could decide the ambitions for this weekend.
Of course. Yeah, knockout, there's nothing quite like knockout rugby. It all rests on this one game. In the pool matches, you can make an error but come back and make up for it in later games, but not here and not now. It's all about this.
Yeah, the winners will, of course, go through to the Cup semi-finals. The losers will be into the 5th place semi-finals. Not quite the same profile or reward, of course. Yakovleva again. The rebound wall in midfield for Kazakhstan, but the bounce not working there.
No, and the slippery conditions not helping either. Normatova lost her footing there when she would have been able to mop up the spilt ball.
Sui Peters gets her hands on the ball and they cut back, good hard cut from Brenda Collins. Pelomilo looking at that outside arc, but the ball spilling in any case before that contact came in.
Both teams struggling with the slippery conditions. That pass from Bella Milo slipping forward. They need to try and dry this ball off before putting it into the scrum.
So you wind under, you wind over. Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Kazakhstan going a little closer to the scrum, trying to pull that blue line in, compact it to make the space further wide. The slam through from Baktibayeva. Working to try and hem Bellamino into her own 22. Got to be efficient somehow, and they're not. The quick take from Yakovleva. His opportunity going to be taken by number 10, Koshibayeva, and Kazakhstan on the board.
And it came from the kick. The kick worked out well for Kazakhstan because Samoa didn't get back to help Bellamino. She's left isolated, and who's there? Yakovleva's there to take the quick tap, pass it out to her teammate, who finishes well, Koshibayeva.
The Kazakhstani captain so aware, so quickly aware of what was on there, and the quick tap was always going to open the door, providing her teammates were up in support, which of course they were. 6 conversions yesterday for Terryeva. In fact, it's not Terryeva, I beg your pardon, it's actually Koshibayeva trying to convert her own try there. Well, they'll be delighted to get points on the board. Certainly come out in confident fashion, in positive fashion.
Samoa just need to keep it simple, really. They're struggling with the handling skills. They've got big runners, the Collins sisters. Let them have a run.
Bellamino it is who brings it back in. Peters struggling for the ball at the breakdown. There's an illegal reason why that's the case, so Samoa look to run it from just outside their own 22 for the first time, getting a bit of width on the ball that allows Mulia Fraser to take some possession. Peters, call from Milo, and the Collins girls moving it out wide, just looking to reset position. That's what Coach Ramsey Tomakino will have been trying to install in them, to keep that clinical aspect to their game, no matter where they're working on the pitch. Federica wanting the cut, shows the dummy and goes. Runs into a brick wall, but is solid enough to stand firm. Mulia Fraser. Bellamino again. Well, there's a case of not being pragmatic, not executing in position. Well, they're going to get the penalty there.
Offside.
Yeah, there was so much space out wide for Samoa when Bellamino chose to cut back in, but they're still on. It's still on.
Peters gets Yakovleva up in her face. The Collins sisters aren't able to work the ball clear, and the Kazakhstani captain committing everything to that tackle.
It was brilliant from Yakovleva, because there was so much space outside of her, players to spare. Here she comes, she realises that's the case, so just cuts off the pass. That's the one that made it difficult then for Brenda Collins to get hold of the ball, because the pass was poor, but Yakovleva saved her team there. A certain try if she'd not rushed up out of the line.
She seems to have been around for an absolute age, Yakovleva, both in 15s and 7s. She has been, well, is the name of Kazakhstani women's rugby, isn't she?
Absolutely, yeah, you can see she just gets a smash in the chin there in the tackle. But yeah, 2006 15s World Cup she was playing. That's a good 10 years ago now, so as you say, she's been around a while. Looks like there's blood, so she's having to come off in the short term. She's a huge loss for them.
32 years of age, and still so important in the way that her team work. Replaced by Darren Boyeva. May not be a permanent replacement. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Certainly seems to have done some damage to her mouth as she steps out in front of us here in the commentary position.
Yeah, she's not rushing off the pitch. Normally, if you think they're going to get patched up and put back on, you'd be rushing a bit more quickly there, and she's not, so I suspect we won't see her again.
Well, Samoa are going to try and make the most of her absence. Get the penalty call from referee Perrett. 20 seconds left in this first half, and a huge psychological moment in this match about to happen. Mulia Fraser struggles to the floor. Federica Trying to drive those legs, make some headway. Turnover for Kazakhstan. They're just trying to get rid of the ball and get off at half-time with the lead. They manage it just about. Koshibayeva bundles the ball over. She said, what chance did I have with that? Well, at least her team does have the advantage at the break, but it is a slender lead. This match very much in the balance.
Bajan, I need you to step up now. I need you to step up here big time. You haven't given me a big game yet. I need a big game now from you, please. Okay? You're the captain, okay?
Okay,
get ready, get into position.
Now, very noticeable in the break that the Kazakhstani coach, John Phelan, stepped up straight away in front of Balzan Koshibayeva, the number 10, and said, you haven't given me a big game yet, you have to step up now. In the absence of Yakovleva, I need a big game from you.
Yeah, sometimes at half-time you get some real technical input from the coaches. Sometimes you get a pep talk. This time it was very much the pep talk. Back to Bayeva, give me a big game.
Well, there she is, fired up. It's in fact fallen to back to Bayeva. Back to Bayeva, feeds inside to the number 10.
Roll away.
Just bundled down, but here's an early opportunity for Kazakhstan. Good hands and a good try from the Kazakhstanis and a big score. Well, my goodness me, they've come out of the blocks quickly there. Klushnikova with her third score of the weekend, but that is the biggest and most important score so far.
It really is, and you're right, of course, it was Koshibayeva that got the pep talk at half-time. Back to Bayeva, who made the break there. And finally, number 9, Klushnikova, who gets over the line. But what a way to start the second half from Kazakhstan. Their captain is off the pitch. You think they might be a little bit worried. She's our talisman. She's the one who always shows us the way forward. Are we worried? No, we're not. We'll show you how it's done. Brilliant from Kazakhstan.
And Darren Bayeva adding the conversion to maximise that score. Well, the word you used there was talisman, and I think that is a key psychological element now for this Kazakhstani side. They have to do it without Yakovleva. They're so used to her being the fulcrum of everything good. Now they've got to show, well, certainly in this match, who knows, in the semi-final, if they can hold on to the lead. The break outside from Stepanuga. Hat-trick in the first game. Just tackle there. Great work from Walia Fraser. She stuck to her task there, the Samoan number 1. And my goodness me, she needed to.
Brilliant, brilliant tackle from Walia Fraser, wasn't it? Stepanuga looked like she was in on the outside. There she goes. Walia Fraser's not giving up, then dives. And that's the tap tackle. Brilliant. She got the boot and all. There's the boot left lonely on the pitch behind her.
Stepanuga tying up those boots that took her across the line 3 times in the opening match against Argentina. She is a very potent, active weapon out wide. Not really been given too much opportunity. That was the first we've certainly seen of her in this quarter-final.
Captain?
Squint throw from Samoa.
Scramble line.
That's a big one, isn't it? Giving the ball away to your opposition 5 metres from the try line when you're already 2 tries down. You wonder if Kazakhstan will use the same tactic again. secure good ball here and get it wide to Stepanuga.
Hold, hold, hold.
Good take from Charieva. Trying to get that little inside pop ball was Kalishnikova, but couldn't get it over the shoulder. Gonna get the call though. Penalty for Kazakhstan to set up something else from so close in. Big score that couldn't possibly finish this outcome or decide the outcome. Another penalty.
Captain, no more down here.
I tell you what, Bakchibayeva, we're glad that she wasn't in the right place there because she knocked it forward. Step and go from Charieva. Gets a little help from her friends, but still not up over the whitewash. They need the ball, they get it now. This time Charieva drops over, and that, I think, could be the all-conquering score for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, it's hard to see Samoa coming back from there. Terryeva this time makes it over. You know, Kazakhstan are making it hard for themselves. They are so flat. It's hard to see from the width of the pitch or on your screens, but there is no depth in their black line waiting out, so they simply can't spin the ball wide. In the end, they don't need to. Teryeva's right there with the gap in front of her. 3 tries up now, Kazakhstan. Really tough for Samoa to come back from here.
Conversion's good too. Samoa, as I mentioned, started so well against Zimbabwe, started well against Madagascar, but then the last 5 minutes of that game, they seemed to fall away and were blown away by the Russians. And at the moment, still unable to break the bagel in this one.
Yeah, they're struggling for organisation, Samoa. That's part of their problem. Defensively, they're defending in 2s and 3s rather than as a 7.
Take from Brenda Collins isn't clean, so Bellamino picks up the pieces. But once again, Kazakhstan moving up quickly to hem Samoa into their 22. Brenda Collins works it back for Peters, and Kazakhstan just too greedy around the cookie jar there. You can see how Kazakhstan work in 2s and 3s, straight to the breakdown, and more often than not getting the call as a consequence.
Well, here it's just a very blatant off the feet. I think she comes into the ruck and pretty much misses it. The ball goes down. Here she comes straight over the top.
5.5, I think, on the Richter scale for Matua Federica. 5.6 for the gymnastics score.
Thank you.
Kalishnikova with the line out. Again, that set piece working very cleanly for Kazakhstan. The rain has abated for the moment, certainly. And that has made a difference to the running conditions. I won't say the underfoot conditions are easy, because it has been wet for most of this morning up until now.
Point. Set.
Samoa looking to try and open up a chink of light, but they're stuck inside their 22, being suffocated by white shirts. And again, a choke tackle from Nurmatova gets its due reward. Terryeva in there as well. Clonk on the nose, I think.
Yeah, I think I saw Bellamino sneak her knee to the floor there, which might have made it a tackle, but I think the ref had called maul already at that point. Good work, good upper body strength from Kazakhstan.
And you can see Amy Parrott almost blindsided by the majority of that maul. Kazakhstan now trying to monopolise possession and this scoreboard, and it looks like it's going to happen again. Nurmatova finishes things off, and this match is done and dusted, and now Kazakhstan can look into the semi-finals with some confidence.
They can, a really good performance from them, and Nurmatova, a lovely piece of individual skill here. A little, what do you call that, a long chip through but manages to get there first and controls it, touches the ball down. Lovely piece of skill from her, and Kazakhstan well and truly in those semi-finals.
And they've done it without the skip. She's just run off with the medics to try and get her mouth sorted out. And Yakovleva will be hoping that she is available for the semi-finals later on. Great conversion following from Darrenbayeva. And that scoreline, well, I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided, but all three semi-final, quarter-finals have been to 0 so far.
Yeah, dominant performance from Kazakhstan. Samoa simply haven't managed to string any phases together, have they? Haven't managed to secure possession. Been a little bit too scrappy from them.
Last play of this quarter-final. Samoa crestfallen, no doubt, that they're not going to progress in the cup. Just looking to add something as they sprint away with Anna Fui dragged down on a rare visit into the Kazakhstan 22. The support players come off their feet. The hold is too long for referee Amy Perrett, and the game is done and dusted now. As they find the sanctity of touch, Kazakhstan celebrate a 26-0 win. As I say, 3 quarter-finals that have been to 0. I would suggest that the next one won't be. Spain against China coming up next.
The next matchup is Spain versus China.
So here we go. One more shot for a place in the semi-finals. This time it's Spain against China, and Spain, another team that didn't have a point scored against them yesterday. Convincing performances all the way throughout, and they also boast Patricia Garcia, their number 4, who was the second top scorer yesterday, 3 tries and 10 conversions. And as we close down this tournament, Carlton Arna joins us here. Those 10 conversions could be important.
It is a big part of the Sevens game, these conversions. It could be 15-0 up, say we're getting 3 tries, convert them, that's 21. That is a long way, you know, but Spain was very impressed the way they went about their business, got huge support here. They look very, very composed. This Chinese team, though, I think play a similar type of rugby sevens as Spain do, so I'm expecting this one to be very, very close.
Oh, here come the teams. Oh, there's so much support in the crowd for Spain. The flags are flying out there. Brought a lot of their fellow countrymen and women with them. China in the centre of the field, just having the last few moments of reflection. Of course, China led by Ben Gollings now, former England international. And you can still see at the moment that Spain, well, they're down on their knees. Perhaps just a quiet moment of reflection of what the next 14 minutes mean. As we said, no points scored against the Spanish outfit.
And to be fair, they really haven't been tested against the quality side, the Spanish outfit. And that's the thing for me. You saw there, their one loss against Ireland, the Chinese, it was only 12-0. So they defended very well. They scored a lot of points as well. I'm sure
Sarah Cox there of England, already on her way to Rio. Here we go, our last quarter-final. Really high hanging kick there from China, and it's touched a Chinese player there as it hasn't quite gone 10. So it'll be a chance here for Spain to set up the platform, free kick on the halfway.
Well, not a start to the game that you want. Ben Gollings will be livid with that. It's a nice high restart, but unfortunately only goes 9 metres, and what it does is give Spain an attacking opportunity right on the halfway.
So here goes Spain. Bravo manages to feed out to the far side. Still going forward, Spain at the moment. China, they do have a very good defensive line, and it's a penalty to them straight away. We've seen them do some fantastic rucking so far on day one.
Yeah, good counter ruck by China. They applied the pressure on the Spanish bridge ahead to use your hand. You can't do that when it's ruck is formed, so they get back, do the Chinese after that bad kickoff.
minute played then. And nothing between the two sides just yet, so we haven't seen enough. Taken on by Guan Xixi. Support arrives. And, China are going to have to find a way out of their half as Shang Wan Ting takes it on, beats down the line, the captain getting involved as well. Guan Xixi again. It's good from the Chinese, they just need to recycle this ball a little bit quicker. And they've got numbers outside, but not trusting that the pass would be long enough there. Couldn't quite back themselves there, the Chinese, because they did have space, but just not quite enough confidence there in their skills to execute. Gu Yao Yao now. Nearly up to the halfway, but this is hard work from the Chinese, and the hard work hasn't paid off. And already Spain, they're off, they're flying, they're making back all that space straight away. Down the Chinese line, they do fancy, that's a good long pass that goes out wide. Pla now has it, and she's dancing around, she's avoiding all the contact. Pla is still going. They haven't made the tackle, the Chinese, and Spain go directly under the post. Barbara Pla, 32 years old, and she's scored the first try of this quarter-final.
Well, there was nothing doing on the outside from Barbara Pla, but you can see once he receives the ball, she bides time, comes on the infield, and the defence turns its back right there. They were non-committal. She uses a little left-hand fend, but it was the speed and vision by Barbara Platt that got her through.
Always look at the eyes, always scanning the horizon, trying to find those little spaces. Where is the daylight? Where can I go through? Patricia Garcia, as you said, second top scorer yesterday. She's got a lot of conversions, and now she's got one more. That's her 11th of the tournament. And Spain now leads 7 points to 0.
The opportunity actually came from a turnover by Patricia Garcia. She took it quickly and opened up opportunities on the left-hand side with this girl. It was lethal.
And you will always notice that Patricia Garcia takes her time. She's not in any rush at all to get things back underway. She likes to take her time. She's a busy woman out there for Spain.
Let's go.
Just a little word there from Sarah Cox. I'm not sure you heard that. She said, come on, let's go.
10.
Oh, nice restart from Spain. Absolute class as the captain, Marina Bravo, took that one. Casado out down the far side. Again, it's Garcia getting involved. A few handoffs from her. She doesn't want to go into the contact. She says, I'll tell you what, I've got enough to do here. Come on, ladies, you take this on. Del Pan. Bravo again. Big pass out to the far side. Spain not quite running onto the ball there, so they can't use the overlap. China do have a sweeper out the back there, though, waiting. Bravo once again looks up, manages to find Real. And it's Le Pan out there. And she's going to go and try and go again. But it's gone into Chinese hands, and here's the chance for the Chinese to fight back. They've got support, they're off, they're flying down the far side, still going at the moment. Good from China, but good tracking back also by the Spanish. Penalty straight away, China need to take it quickly, and they do. The support's not there though, she's all on her own.
Go.
Just managed to get there, but a little bit isolated there, the Chinese. They've lost a lot of ground. Chen now. All that effort from the Chinese, just a little bit of lack of support there when they had their opportunities.
Yeah, they had their blinkers on, to be fair, Sarah. They had the whole back line out to the right-hand side, and they just kept going down the far side of the field. This is a turnover initially, a great run by the Chinese on that side of the field. Sarah Cox, well, she has to look up behind her because the Spanish are actually in front, on defence in front of her, so they really are testing the laws there.
Ball.
Well, if you're wondering what the delay is, we don't have a ball, and nobody wants to go and get it, but it's in the middle of the play, so China do eventually oblige. Patricia Garcia, once again, on her own special, slow style, gets ready. She's easy to spot as well, Patricia Garcia. She's slightly shorter than the rest of the Spanish players, and has always got those bright white boots on. What's it like as a player, Carl, when you know there's always someone who takes their time?
Well, it's a good play by her. It really does just reset their team. It gives them time to recover. But as an opposition, I can tell it's annoying. especially if you're behind.
Well, she's winding down the clock successfully, and Spain have their lead at the moment, but something tells us that China will have some say in this match. We've only had one score so far. All the quarterfinals so far, the winners have held to 0. Can this be the first quarterfinal where we have a real contest? Nice line out by the Spanish, taken cleanly in the air by Delpan. And this is nice by the Spanish, good skills. And she's off flying again, it's Barbara Pla. Barbara Pla still going, she is just pulled down by her shirt. That was great defense there by the Chinese to stop Del Pla. Comes back once again, going forward now. A big loopy pass right out to the far side. It's Ribera who's out there. Counter-rucking by the Chinese does manage to slow down that Spanish ball. Right, they've got a woman outside. It was just a slightly slow pass coming out, but I think that was a little bit forward and it was spotted by the referee.
Yeah, and that was a proof the Chinese definitely needed. The Spanish team just dominating possession at the moment. And the thing for me in defense, the Chinese, they'll rush up with good line speed and then they'll stop 5 meters away. And there's that forced forward pass. Here was a good call, only just. But the Chinese will rush up 5 meters and then they'll let the Spanish play. They've got to keep on carrying through with their line speed and shut down the space.
This is a tight and tense quarter-final. The hoot is gone for half-time, but we will play out this scrum.
Bind, set.
That went straight out the tunnel, so I think we'll replay that one.
Tunnel.
One more
Reset.
time.
I think the viable option too, Sarah, especially in these conditions, is to kick downtown. Because the Spanish are rushing up so quick on defense, kick it from 1 or 2.
Bind.
And we have to say, in the last sort of half an hour or so, it has stopped raining here in Dublin, so we are playing in slightly better conditions than the teams that were out earlier this morning when it was really chucking it down. So China, their last throw of the dice here in the first half. But great tracking across the field here by the Spanish. The organisation of their defence is holding for now as it goes out to the far side, and China, they can't quite complete the move, and that is half-time, and this is the closest quarter-final we've seen so far, and still anyone's match if the Chinese can just finish things off and find a way around that Spanish defence.
As expected, both of these teams playing a similar style of rugby sevens. Spain take a deserved lead into the half, 7 points to 0.
Let's go in and see what Ben Gollings is saying to his Chinese team.
Listen, we just had one pass you play where we switch off. Remember, if we get turned over, we've got to work twice as hard. We switched off, led them through the middle. Other than that, girls, it's been a good half. Right. Now, reset. Reset. Next job. Their kick off, wing kick off, control. Good. Once we've gone forward, you've got to start going wider. Just only we went, next one, we've got to go. Go and go in the middle and then come again. Hey, tighten wider. Tighten wider. Girls, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Good. Are you ready? Ready. Okay. One change. Seeding. You just hold the yang hole. Crank. You brilliant. Boy, give them everything. Fresh legs. Everybody. Fly off.
这跟我说完2个问题，第二题没有不行就慢了打，因为咱一块发就没出于被罚场了。好，第二件事情，他们没有对位，大胆踢6号啊，5、6号都可以。加油！上压大胆的啊！兄弟！
And if you can find a face that doesn't have steely determination on it, it's not out on that rugby pitch right now. Just the team switching sides at the moment. And a little bit of news from yesterday. One of the Chinese players was actually suspended for 14 weeks for biting. So China are having to play out this second day here with a squad of 11 as opposed to 12. How much can that impact on a team?
It's not too bad. I think you only get 3 replacement players anyway, so I think going forward it won't be too bad, Sarah. But for me, the Chinese have to find something and attack defensively. Been pretty strong.
7 minutes left for one team to go into the semi-finals and to keep that opportunity of a ticket to the Rio Olympics alive. And here we go. Is this the Chinese opportunity? Far side of the field. That's better, quicker ball for them. And they've got numbers on the far side. Can they distribute quick enough? They're going to go through. She's still on the outside. She's got good support outside her. Flying through. They need to make a little bit more space. Back inside. Strong running from Gu Yao Yao. And they need to take the ball quickly as they throw the Spanish players off and away. Taken on now by the captain, Karuki. And it's a loose ball along the floor, picked up on the far side. You do feel perhaps an opportunity lost there for the Chinese as it's hacked onto by Spain. China just having to reset themselves, having made all that ground. Again, it's the captain, Kuri. He's very busy so far in this second half. What a pushover from Spain. Oh, that's a great turnover from Spain. That is how you ruck.
Use it!
You're wondering why Patricia Garcia was taking her time at the back of the ruck. That's what she does. That's her trademark. She takes her time. Del Pan just trying to dip and dive out of tackles, and we do have a Chinese player down at the moment. So having to defend just with 6 players. Out down the line. It's Pla again. She's already scored 1 try here. Is she going to fancy going again? Oh, big tackle coming from behind. Great tackling there by Yang Hong. Really nice. And then holding.
Yeah, great chase here. Just trying to take it quickly. That kept them in the game, no doubt about that one, Sarah. Here's the kick.
Big chase here for China. Li Xiaoxian. She's well wrapped up though by Spanish players. This is tense stuff.
I don't know about this one. I thought she was holding her body weight. I don't like this call whatsoever. You're not allowed to go down on the player, but she didn't leave her feet. She's quite low to the ground.
Yeah, she's coming
the one that chased her here.
Sarah Cox has made a decision.
Where has she lost her body weight? There, the knees gone down, but that's after she's blowing the whistle. I think that's harsh.
Ball goes back in the Spanish direction then. They're the ones who seem to have the momentum here, although we really cannot discount this Chinese side. Still only 1 try in this, and we said how important conversions could be. Out to the far side. Spain, their spacing is really quite impressive the whole time. They use it well, and they're really stretching and trying to tire this Chinese side. Look at that, a big handoff coming, not quite, but again, the Chinese somehow managed to backtrack and get their women down. Right, there's big space out here. The women's come off her wing. Right, there's 3 Spanish players out there. Running on at the moment is Casado. Does she need support? Still Casado going at the moment. Casado all the way. And she is going to touch down, trying to get as close to those posts as possible. Spain try number 2, Maria Casado.
Well, China out on their feet defensively, but good spacing by the Spanish team, good passing as well. Hit and spin, you know the hit's coming, but Maria Casado is ready to take her medicine. She didn't need to in the end, just with that little pirouette, the decoy on the inside.
Here we go with Patricia Garcia. This one a slightly more tricky position. She's got a great kicking style though, really good. And there you go, she slotted another 14-0. That boot could be worth its weight in gold. If they carry on progressing like this, if they do end up in the semi-final, that lady could be very important. Two and a half minutes for China, and believe me, in sevens, that's more than enough time for them to actually do something here. So don't think this match is anywhere near over yet. Big, absolute refusal there to be tackled there by Spain, but penalty goes to China. Liu Yan is going. Oh, big speed bump tackle going in there. Still the Chinese have possession. Far side of the field. Route 1 attempt there goes in Guan Shishi. Hack on, right, foot chase, head on, chasing it first. Liu Yan is there, but it's going to be Patricia Garcia who gets back there first. Spain really pinned back deep inside of their own half now. They won't have been in this kind of position for a long time in this match. Interesting to see if they actually deal with this pressure. Oh, I tell you what, they deal with it pretty well. So out on the far side, it's good tracking back though by Yang Mei Ling, and what an attempt there. Great stuff there by Casado. She's going to feed Garcia. This is good support stuff by Spain. China are exhausted on the field. They're out on their feet. They've got their hands on their hips. They're sucking in the air. And Patricia Garcia is going to stroll under for try number 3.
Well, you know what, Sarah, it comes down to heart, and in the end, the Spanish team weren't going to be broken. They've been tested, no doubt about that, but they've had the answers to the questions today in this quarter-final. Patricia Garcia has been at the forefront of a lot of those attacks and a lot of those tries, and finally she gets over and scores herself. But it come from this lady again, the try scorer, Clark, the one who found herself in space, a little inside Casado, I think it was in the end. And that's the icing in the one, the try that sends them and their fans into the semi-finals.
A little kiss of the ball there by Garcia. A little bit of love out there on the rugby field. And I tell you what, there'll be a lot of love for that lady, scoring tries and kicking conversions and taking her team to 21 now. Second now in most points scored this weekend, just behind Russia's Lashnina, and significantly both of them are the goal kickers. So Spain now, with the clock all over, will have to do the restart. China just haven't been able to find anything here, but can they manage to be the first team in the quarterfinals not to have a 0 next to their name, having not gone through? This is all about pride now for the next few moments. What have China got? Can they find a way down to the other end of the field? A point to prove, perhaps? Yang Mei Ling again. She had a great day yesterday, but look who's got the ball now. Oh, it's Spain. Oh, it's Garcia. She is such a tricky customer. Bit of squeeze ball coming in from her.
Advantage over.
Spain know that the clock is gone. Do they need to do this? There's a lot of energy being expended here. There you go. The ball, is it going to go out? Is it? Yes, it does eventually go out of play. Spain still have a shot at the Olympic Games, but we're just going to have a review from a near side touch judge.
You can't chuck the ball out, and that's what she's done, the Spanish player, the number 2, I think it was. If it bounced over is okay, but you can't hit it out intentionally mid-in.
You do have to be careful of that.
Hit the ball
and because it happened on the far side touch, Sarah Cox has quite rightly brought it in 15 metres.
Let's go.
So China still with another chance here. Yang Mei Ling manages to go out and find her captain, Kuri. 3 Chinese players trying to cover it there, and there we go, penalty straight away. And Spain will just be looking for a big boot out to the far side here.
That way or that way?
It's right in the middle of play. And Patricia Garcia is just explaining to Sarah Cox, I'm going to kick it out that way. If everyone would like to watch. And Menden is out there just in case. This time it's out. Big bounce off the hoardings as well. And Spain will be playing Kazakhstan in the semi-finals. They're still in with a shot of making it to the Olympic Games, but for China, their chance is over. So still coming up then, plenty of rugby to come today here at the Olympic Repechage. Dublin Sevens. Right then, these are the 4 countries still at a shot of the golden ticket. Russia against the host Ireland. That is going to be an absolute blinder, followed by Kazakhstan against Spain.
Oh, this kid is something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
Well, that's what everyone's playing for, isn't it? A shot at the Olympic Games, but there's still plenty of rugby going on here. We've had 16 teams in action at this weekend, and they've all got to get a final placing. So coming up, this will be the 13th place semi-finals. Madagascar against Mexico, the Serpientes. And then we'll have Zimbabwe against Trinidad and Tobago. So the trophy semi-finals, it's not just about the place in Rio and the cup trophy. There's also another little piece of silverware to win, and that'll be contested between the Cook Islands and Portugal. You have to say that Portugal have impressed so far today. And then it's Hong Kong against Venezuela. Well, these are the 4 sides that sadly have missed out now, having lost their quarterfinals to get a shot at Rio. So they'll play off for the 5th place semi-finals. So that's Argentina against Tunisia, and then Samoa against the match we've just seen where China have just lost in their quarter-final to Spain. And here we go. Look at this little lot. The 4 who will be trying to remain as calm as they can at the moment. Russia against Ireland, and then Kazakhstan against Spain, all looking to try and find a way to get to the Rio Olympic Games. We should also say that Russia and Spain have already qualified for next year's World Series. However, Ireland and Kazakhstan, whoever finishes higher between those 2, will get a place at next year's Women's Sevens World Series, and that is also something to play for. So there is plenty to play for. Right then, let's head down to pitch side and have a chat with Carlton Arno, who's got Sue Day with him.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Now, down here with former England captain Sue Day. The first semi-final, Ireland, Russia. Some might have thought that would have been the final. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, huge game, isn't it? Russia, of course, will be favourites. They have the best record on the World Series this season, but Ireland have put some really, really good rugby together this weekend, so it should be a great game.
Now, the Russian team been on the Women's World Series all the time. Do you think that will put them in good stead going forward?
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones with the most experience of playing big games on big occasions. They've played finals in the World Series. They've played finals in European Championships before. Ireland, really a young Sevens team, don't have all of that experience. So of course, that stands you in good stead. But we all know in a Sevens match, anything can happen.
So you've been the underdog before. If you're in the Irish changing sheds, what do you say to your team before you go out to that semi-final?
That you've got nothing to lose, that you, as an individual, you give it everything that you possibly can. If all of those 7 players on the pitch do that, you're putting yourselves in with a chance. No pressure whatsoever. All the pressure's on Russia, that team that's been there for years and years, and just go and give it everything you've got.
Yeah, it's a great point you make with that pressure from on the Russian team. Now the second semi-final, Kazakhstan and Spain. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, so Kazakhstan, the surprise package, aren't they, from this tournament? They had a really strong start to yesterday. What they really need to do now is keep it going through the second day. Yakovleva, their captain, has been crucial for them. They lost her in the last game, but then really stepped it up, actually. So, you know, anything can happen. Spain, of course, will be favourites, but Kazakhstan have impressed.
So for Kazakhstan to try and beat Spain, where do you think they've got to go to? How are they going to win that one?
Yeah, they've got to use their power and pace. They're a really strong, powerful side, Kazakhstan, so they need to get Spain on the back foot. Nobody has really challenged Spain yet this weekend and really taken the game to them. Kazakhstan have to throw everything they've got at them, throw their big, powerful runners at them, and then when they've sucked them in, move it wide.
Overall, though, have you seen the level over this weekend?
I've loved it. It's just fantastic to see all these teams that we never otherwise get to see. Madagascar, Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, all of those teams. Fantastic to see how wide the sevens net has been thrown. Brilliant just to see all of those women from across the world playing.
No, I don't care. I'm putting the pressure on you. Who do you think's going to the final?
I think the final will be Russia-Spain. I'm sorry to say that to my Irish friends in the commentary box, but Russia have to be favourites, so I've got to call it that way.
I'm just going to keep quiet on that one. It's been an outstanding weekend. We're looking forward to a lot more.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
And you're very welcome back. Okay, let's have a look at the top try scores of the weekend so far. And the top two, Irish, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe and Alison Miller. So maybe Sue Day doesn't actually know what she's talking about. Single-handedly doing more to damage Irish-English relations in one sentence than 100 years of political progression. But there you go. The Russians are obviously making their mark in this tournament. Look at Drakova there and Petrova, 6 tries and 5 apiece. And then you go down to Patricia Garcia of Spain, who has 4 along with the rest of the group. Good to see one of the Kazakhs as well, Terayeva, with 4 tries, representing the dominance of Kazakhstan thus far. Daria Lushina leads the way in terms of points scored. The pocket rocket from Spain, Patricia Garcia, closely behind her with 46. Then it's Miller and Murphy-Crowe from Ireland, along with Drakova, all on 30 points. Lucy Mulhall, she's been very accurate with conversions and chipping in with a couple of tries of her own, and Russia dominating the rest of the table.
Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017.
So the 13th place semi-finals then here at the UCD Bowl in Dublin. First up is Madagascar against Mexico. That is the game just around the corner, followed by Zimbabwe against Trinidad Tobago. Fair to say we want to see an improvement from all 4 teams on the standard that we've seen so far. So first up we have Madagascar and Mexico meeting in the 13th place playoff. Madagascar have played some decent rugby at times over the last couple of days, but they failed to score a single try against the Cook Islands, losing out 7-0 in the opening game in day 2. A game that, if we're being honest, was littered with mistakes from both teams. They are the starting 7s for both. The likes of Levi, Fernandez, Captain Rivera, ones to watch out for from Mexico. Obviously they're short in supply with subs off the bench. Only 3 substitutions, Santiago Rosales and Hernandez named by the coach Simon Pierre. Both teams almost set to go. The rain staying away as I speak, and the pitch has dried out over the last hour and a half or so. So Mexico and Madagascar can have no excuses This is it. If they want to progress through to a final of any description, they're going to have to win this match here this afternoon. Former Ireland international, Ireland captain indeed, Fiona Coughlin is beside me, and the handling the mistakes that we saw in the first outing from these two teams, we're hoping that they've improved from the break.
Yeah, hopefully that was just first game under the belt on day 2. They're getting used to that tiredness in their legs, and they've had time to refocus now going into this game. We did see glimpses of really good stuff from Madagascar yesterday. They like to move the ball, they scored a few tries. They lacked probably in the physicality of the games yesterday, and hopefully we'll see improvement that against Mexico.
Yeah, because the one thing that the Mexicans do have going for them is their physicality. They like to get stuck in. Referee is from Italy, Beatrice Benvenuti. And we are almost set to go. Madagascar playing from right to left in the white with red trim. Mexico in the colour of their flag, green, white and red.
Are you ready?
Neither side, I'm sure, used to these conditions, particularly in the middle of summer. An Irish summer, though, and you never know what you're going to get. Mexico get us underway. Perfectly timed kick, giving supporters every chance to get up, but it's picked off the ground there by Dina, who stretches the legs over the 10-metre. Nice step off the inside as well, and still going in face of a wall of Mexican defenders. Just couldn't hold on to it, but it went backwards, so play on. And Faniri picks it up off the deck. Counter up from the Mexicans. Bit messy, but what a break to start us off, Fiona.
Yeah, great take off the kick-off, and then really backing herself down that wing.
We have a scrum.
You see it here, great take, an offload. They can go down the wing.
Thank you.
You know, it's just looking for that support play there, looking for the offload that she didn't get. But she held on to the ball.
So a real attacking opportunity now for Madagascar off the deck from Lawrence. Looking for a couple of support runners. That pass not particularly good, but taken off the ground by Faniri. And she's trying to get through the cover tackle. Nice hands to keep it alive. That one went forward. And we'll have a scrum to Mexico. They've weathered the initial storm.
Go on the other side.
It's Tantelli, Razafimahea,
Stay 5, please.
captain of
Crouch.
Madagascar.
Bind. Set.
Clean feed from Mexico, trying to push this one to the left, and it'll switch up the middle. Rivera trying to hold on to that ball. Back from Dina. Madagascar look to secure possession, settle things down a little bit. It's gone loose a couple of times.
There's no advantage.
No advantage coming to Madagascar. They will get the put in.
Yeah, Mexico just trying to force it a little bit too much there, you know. They could have just set up the ruck and went again. I think it's kind of over anxious to get that ball on the outside for Mexico there.
I don't touch you, just put the ball in, okay? Crouch. Bind. Set.
So Lawrence with the feed. Options out wide. One of them is Tantelli. Pass to Faniri didn't go to plan, and it's mistake after mistake at the moment. After a brilliant opening start for Madagascar. Just too many knock-ons at the moment.
Stay on the line. Yeah, okay, thank you. Just keep your foot on the ground. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Zenteno with the feed. Oh, one against the head. Not bad work in the front row there. Madagascar trying to come away with this, and the original breaker, Dina, trying to get through. She's lost the ball, hands it straight to the Mexicans. Another knock on. And advantage being played to Madagascar. Advantage now over, says the referee. Tantelli. Ripped clear by Faniri. And Tantelli once more, trying to go on the outside. Now, good pace by Madagascar's number 10. One to beat on the outside, can't go through. Tackle goes in, keeps the ball alive, and a shot to nothing. Faniri is going to score in the corner, and Madagascar have the opening try of the game.
Absolutely super work by Tantelli, taking it hard on the outside. Look at this offload, a bit high, but well taken by Faniri, and a brilliant finish.
Yeah, right place at the right time there for Madagascar's number 11.
Please, Mexico.
Mexico being asked to clear the way for the conversion to take place.
All
the way from the corner.
Faniri
Well, conversion attempt is to the right and wide. So it stays at Madagascar 5, Mexico 0.
Please use it.
This conversion from Madagascar, number 10.
So restart. Mexico trying to get it back into this game. Only 5 points down now, plenty of time to go. And a nice run, and a strong run at that from Michelle Farah, one of the more physical players in this Mexican team. Trying to drink it out the back there. Carolina Sandoval. Quick tap and go by Farah. Well, she thought about it, but had to go from the correct mark. Sandoval, well, she was the intended target. Went backwards, says the referee. And Mexico try to burst their way up the middle. Taken this time by Leyva. Farah. Tackle goes in. Madagascar ripped the ball off, not releasing on the ground against Michelle Farah. And Madagascar now, quick tap and go from them. Lawrence, little chip and chase. Who's back there for Mexico? Should have enough cover. They do, in the form of Perla Leyva. Little switch of direction now. Two players outside her. I think she's going to fancy a go all on her own. Madagascar desperate defending. A lovely pass back inside. Over the shoulder, stretching the legs. And this surely will be a throw. A cover chase tackle. Really well done. Rendon didn't have the gas to get there, but the tackle comes in from Tantelli to save an otherwise certain try. Mexico want quick possession. Up to work the blind side. And this surely will be a try now. Fernandez, just held short. 5 meters short. Brilliant cover from Faneri.
You have to release.
Not releasing. Penalty against Madagascar, so Mexico get a chance to go again. Wonderful attack though. Farah thinks about going herself, using her size. She's been held short and can't move. She's been held in the tackle as well. And a scrap for possession there. Dina rips it clear. She's held up. Madagascar just punted clear. Anywhere will do. Looking to find touch, and that's not a bad kick.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of naivety there by Mexico. You know, you thought they were home and dry a few times. Great cover defence by Madagascar, though, has to be said. But Mexico really need to work on their strengths, which is their big ball carriers, but putting them into space.
So 20 seconds left to go. At the end of the first half here. Just the one try to show for both teams' effort so far. Madagascar leading by 5 points to 0. Last play of the half. Centeno to throw. Wasn't straight.
Line out was scrum.
Scrum called.
There's more. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Ball comes back out the Mexican side. Centeno try to pick it off the ground. In over the top of that was Lawrence. It's gone forward again. Half-time whistle. And that brings the first half to a close. So Madagascar with the try earlier on. And Mexico yet to strike a blow in reply. 5-0 at the half-time whistle.
Half-time is Madagascar 5, Mexico 0.
Ganar este partido. Sí, mueven al balón. ¿Okay? Tenemos que mover el balón. No hay otra opción. Mueven el balón. Cada vez que lo movimos, estamos avanzando. ¿Okay? Tenemos que decirlo. No vamos solos allá. Mueven el balón, vamos a ir por ahí debajo de los postes. No quiero pases en contacto. Vamos a contacto, guardamos el balón.
In the quarterfinals, we'll play Portugal, Hong Kong versus Venezuela, Argentina versus Tunisia, Samoa versus China, Russia versus Ireland, Kazakhstan versus Spain.
So the teams swap sides and second half about to get underway. 13th place semi-final here at the UCD Bowl in Dublin. Plenty more rugby to come, of course, including the semi-finals of the Cup itself, with Rio still very much in the thoughts of the 4 teams left. Madagascar here with a 5-point lead.
Wait my
Wait for
whistle,
the referee's
okay?
whistle. Good hands from Perla Leyva from Mexico just to take that one. But Fernandez keeps it alive. There, a bit of space on this left-hand side if they can move it. It's running across the pitch, a little dummy switch, sold up the river. Really nice hands. And a turn of gas from Carolina Sandoval. Eventually she's brought to a halt. Enough numbers there to secure possession. Michelle Farah out as far as Leyva. Oh, the switch was the intended target, but the pass nowhere near where it should have been. Madagascar dive on it, but they come off their feet. Quick tap and go. Leyva.
Go 10 meters, please.
Not back
go
10 meters. So Mexico get a chance to go again.
Here's marked.
Centeno to Farah. Little dummy by Farah now. She's not the quickest, but Madagascar struggling to get to her. Michelle Farah inside the 22, trying to use her strength to get through the tackle. Back on her feet. Let's go with the ball. You're allowed to play it again.
Okay, is that?
And eventually the ball goes into touch.
Leave it.
Yeah, good vision there by Farah.
Time
She
is
saw
off.
the dog leg
We
in
have a
the
substitution.
in the Madagascar defence, and she went through it. Unfortunately, she didn't have the pace or the support alongside her, and
Number 3.
good scramble defence there by Madagascar to push her into touch.
Substitution.
So substitution
Bob.
got to be made.
Wait. Wait.
Inside, just waiting for all players to come off. Madagascar as well.
Open.
Going to bring in
Turn back on.
Maddie into the back line. Lina goes off the top, taken by Patricia. Still going outside the 22. Just a nice break. Oh, interception though at a crucial stage by Leyva. And a pass on the outside. Farah has 2 outside her. Top ball here. Chance for the corner. Almost there. Centeno couldn't quite get it down.
She's in touch and go.
Okay.
It's a 22.
22.
Yeah.
Okay.
22-metre drop
We
out.
go for 22. Touch and
Great,
go.
good scramble defence by Madagascar, putting Mexico under huge pressure. One would have thought it would have been a simple drawn pass, but the scramble defence came across.
1.
Yeah, that was a chance, wasn't it? For Mexico to score. On comes Marie. Let's see again, just couldn't get it down. 22-metre drop
Thank you,
out.
Bob. Time back on. Stay back. Stay in the back.
There's a restart. Towards the halfway line, watched every step of the way by Hernandez, taken nearly on the throat there by the Mexican number 10, shipped on by Centeno. Better play. Little offload in the tackle from Sandoval to keep the ball alive for Mexico. Farah now
Stay.
brings it
It's
towards
a
the
rock.
22, and they want to recycle here. Plenty of numbers out wide, Mexico. They want a pass, goes to hand here. Again, just between 2 stools almost. And the tackle from Madagascar has to be spot on here now. It's 1-on-1 on the outside. Taken up this time by Rivera. No scrum
There's
cap
no
on for her
advantage.
today.
This is Crum White.
But she's lost it, and
Knock
it's
on.
another knock on.
Yeah, it's clear to see what Mexico are trying to do. They're
Time's
trying to
off.
use Farah. They're trying to get in on that ruck, but it's just not
7.
quick enough to create the space out wide because
We
they don't
have a
have
look
the
and the
speed out wide,
players
so they
on the
need to create
ground.
that space.
Good? Okay. This is fine. Time back on. Here's the mark. Oh, she's coming. Okay. Come on. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Ball comes loose, and Madagascar inside their own 22 trying to launch a bit of an attack here. Taken up by Dina, decides to give the pass. Not a bad one as far as Tantelli. And Mexico have managed to steal possession again.
Stay.
So we're not out of this game by any stretch. Farah trying to go through the tackle. Held at the ankles almost, but eventually brought to ground. Tantelli made the hit.
Back.
And backwards, says the referee. So play on. And this is Rosales, number 9 for Mexico.
You have to release.
Penalty against Madagascar.
Release her.
Rosales needs a bit of help. Oh, a little show and go from Hernandez, but she's chopped down inside the 22. Madagascar defence holding firm so far. Mexico desperately trying to breach that last cover tackle. Nice hands, Rosales leaves that one go, comes off Sandoval.
Okay.
Looks like a knock on from here.
We have a knock on before, so we have option. You want to scrum or you will line out?
Yeah, Mexico's still in this game, but they really have to work to those strengths. They need to punch it up through the middle, get the quick ruck ball, and then move it. It's all just a bit too slow at the moment.
He's Mark.
2 minutes left to play. Converted try would pinch it for Mexico
Crouch.
as things stand, but Madagascar
Bind.
with possession.
Set.
See what they decide to do here, whether they decide to kick it out of their own 22 and hand the ball back to Mexico. Almost a knock on there, but just held onto it by the fingertips. Back Mexico's Leyva. Good support run from Hernandez to give her a bit of help. On the outside goes Rivera, the captain. Keeps the ball alive. That did definitely go forward. It's looking hard for Mexico now to try and get back into this.
Yeah, that was good by Madagascar. They saw the space in behind, no sweeper there. They kicked it, but what was good about it was good kick chase as well, that they got up and put pressure on. That didn't give Mexico time to run back at them.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Kick over the top.
Stay.
This one's going to bounce into touch, so it might give Mexico another opportunity to score or try. If they are to do so, they're going to have to run the length of the pitch, though, from 22 to try line, because they're running out of time here.
This is a huge learning curve for these teams, you know, to be here at this competition, play World Series teams yesterday, and now kind of see where they're at ranking in the world. So it's really important for them, for the team as their development, but also the country and rugby in the country, their development.
Try and bridge that gap. That's a nice training ground move. Farah over the halfway line. Michelle Farah tackled into touch. Really good cover tackle it was too by Dina. And they waste no time. Madagascar now. Could this be the try that seals it? Trying to back her pace on the outside. Tantelli. Oh, she's almost through. She is through. Tantelli with the last play of the game. Touches down for Madagascar. And that will be the victory that they deserve. One try in the first half, another in the second, and Tantelli gives Madagascar a 10-0 win with the conversion to come.
Quick, clever thinking by Lawrence there with a quick line out, and then Tantelli. That's why she's their captain, that's why she's their star player. Finishes all the way through, what a try.
Tantelli Raza Fima Hefa touches down on the right-hand side of the post. The conversion to come is going to squirt left and right, but there is the full-time whistle, and Madagascar do just enough. 13th place final. They progress. Mexico go into the last place playoff.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
Yep, that World Cup next year, the 6th to the 27th of August, dates for your diary. But here we go. We know one of the semi-finalists already for this 13th place playoff. Now, Zimbabwe up against Trinidad and Tobago. Zimbabwe have run in just 4 tries in their 4 outings. Trinidad and Tobago have run in just the solitary score. So the odds for a try-fest for this one, I think about the same as the UK voting to leave the EU. We shall wait and see, who knows. Certainly, it's going to be 2 teams that have the opportunity to release the shackles against teams of similar standard, and therefore they may be able to show, really for the first time this weekend, what they're about, what they've got in the locker. Fiona Coughlin alongside me. We talk a lot about the seeded teams, about going for Rio, rightly so, but for these 2 lineups now, this is an opportunity to show perhaps the bigger world what they can do when they're up against teams of similar standard.
Yeah, it's like in the previous game, I said it's very important for their development as teams and development in rugby in their country, and you know, the perfect showcase here to see what they can do, probably under a little less pressure than they have been in the other games, and so to really go for it, and it's there for the taking for whichever team really fronts up. And you know, at this stage it's as much about heart as it is about skills.
So one of these teams will be waving goodbye after the next quarter of an hour. But on offer for the other one is a final of sorts for them to finish this weekend's outing to Dublin. University College Dublin here, giving a warm welcome to some of the underdogs that we've seen throughout the course of this weekend in this World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens. 2 of the more exotic flavours perhaps in this weekend's tournament. Zimbabwe, as you can see, struggled, almost pushed Madagascar to the line. And of course, it's going to be Madagascar that are waiting for the winners. Trinidad and Tobago, just that 1 try, as I mentioned, against China. So, plenty to prove to this Irish public, plenty to prove to themselves as well. There's the lady on the whistle for this one, Rose Lebreche, the Canadian referee. Just checking her numbers.
Should we kick? Or?
Just going to check her radio. Maybe her iPod's not set properly for this one. Calming music, perhaps? Or is she going for hits? And plenty of Spanish fans enjoying this, waiting of course for the semi-final.
Yeah, you see Marjorie Mayans there in the crowd from France supporting Spain here.
Close to the border, no doubt.
Black captain.
Okay, referee, okay, team's okay. Let's see what you've got. Zimbabwe looking to just keep possession, try and get their attack into some sort of momentum without throwing the ball away. Don't achieve that and get stuck inside their own 22. They will get the put in though.
Scrum.
Yeah, it's like these teams at this level, it's just that 50-50 pass that, you know, it doesn't come off most of the time, so don't try it. Just set up those rucks and then look to go again.
And it is step by step, isn't it? Not trying to run before you can walk, just trying to get the machine into an almost idling motion and then go through the gears.
Exactly, and it's learning about the players around you as much as anything else, and this is the learning curve. And you know, I just think they're over anxious probably to get the ball away and think it's sevens and move the ball, but sometimes it is good just to set it up.
Tackle going very high from Nicolette Panto. You see she looked to come across to close the door a little bit too brusquely for the referee. It's going to allow Zimbabwe to try and work their way away from the 22. Sitole. Making sure the ball is available. Now it's moved out to Kaje. Simbisa Kaje almost getting some headway down that left flank. The left-handed passing has been a bit of an issue for Zimbabwe, but they work it out to the wing this time. One-on-one, Nicolette Panther trying to stand firm in the way of Ravimbo Mazere, and the turnover is there. The captain, Ayana Skeet, sets the ball back, peeled back to the short side. They've got numbers available. They've just got to get the ball out there quickly enough. Kanisha Vincent wasn't looking to go wide at all. Now they put it into the hands of Victoria Kalista. We've seen her with some pace before. We haven't seen her with much space before, and that's what her teammates need to manipulate. Viola Jack, 15 years old, would you believe? The Trinidad and Tobago number 8. What an opportunity for her. Ball in the hands of Zimbabwe, and they streak away. Margaret Maguado has plenty of gas in the tank, and listen to the rejoicing going on now as Zimbabwe get their 5th try of the tournament, the first try of this 13th place semi-final.
Just when you think Trinidad and Tobago are getting a bit of momentum, a bit of go forward ball, a knock on, Aguero, away she goes, stretching the legs. No one's going to put a hand on her. Look at that finish.
Yes, shown given the opportunity, she has plenty of pace. Yeah, the dancing's going on, the party's already started. Such wonderfully exotic ingredients, of course, coming from the likes of Zimbabwe. That's what makes these tournaments so special. Yes, they may not be threatening the superpowers of rugby, but they are such a welcome addition. A little bit of moisture in the air once again. As Kanisha Vincent sets it back. Jack moving the ball on again, the left-handed passing not helping the momentum of the move. Ball hacked through, bodies falling all over the place, but suddenly it's there for Zimbabwe, and it's 2 tries in pretty much 2 minutes. This time it's Caroline Malenga.
Yeah, a little bit of soccer skills there along the ground. You know, it was just a 50-50 ball then, but a good pick up here by Malenga, and then powers through.
Malenga, who did get over the line in that match against Madagascar that Zimbabwe lost just by 2 points, 19-17.
You need to have the kick, please.
A little bit fortuitous, but you make your own luck in those scenarios, and really the determination to get the ball allowed the try to be scored. Conversion doesn't happen, but a few smiles on Zimbabwean faces right now. We see it. Bit of dribbling skills going down the left wing. The ball there, and Malenga able to pick and score.
Yeah, thank you.
Kanisha Vincent unable to pull that one back in without just edging it forward. As I mentioned, Trinidad and Tobago have been in the country for a while now, playing some local sevens, so they got used to the local weather and the local hostelry, no doubt.
It has
a warm welcome.
It has been sunny for the last couple of weeks, so it's just rain today.
I have to say, I came in on Wednesday, and yeah, the sunscreen was out, the blocker was on, and so were the shorts. There's a try scorer. Sorry, Simbisa Kaje Trying to look for somebody to cut back off her shoulder. Down the outside goes Maguado. Gets the offload in. Sitole. Peace Sitole. Pulled down just short. Good defensive work and good reactions from Viola. Jack comes from a real rugby family. Her dad plays, at least, I think 3 of her brothers have played for Trinidad. A couple still do. And good awareness and reaction from her that saved her team there.
Yeah, definitely. You see it here was good play by Zimbabwe. Great tackle there went in by Pantor, but straight in over the ball for Jack.
I still find it hard to believe she's just 15 years of age.
She's very physically imposing for a 15-year-old.
Crouch.
It's the type of young talent, the young blood that these teams need to bring through now to look, of course, beyond Rio, beyond this next year.
Forward.
Well, there's half-time, and it's a happy half-time score for Zimbabwe. Really showed, given the opportunity, they can make the tries, and there's 2 in the basket already. 12-0, they lead at the break.
Let's go. Manhaskan.
In the case of a draw match, there will be a 2-minute break where the referee will toss the ball in the side direction of play and kick-off. Game will resume for a period of 5 minutes.
Wait till you get space, They're making so many mistakes when you put pressure. Let's do that. But when we've got the ball, can we convert, please? No knock-ons. Poor powder, no knock-ons. When we've got the ball, let's convert. We need that into points. Nice decisions, but support, please. Don't go down until they support. And you're strong enough. Stay up there until somebody has come, because we're losing the ball. But great fighting in the rucks, guys. Let's just make sure we convert all that energy into points. Great in defense, but pressure. Just that pressure. Pressure. Give us 1 more minute, 1 more run. Everybody else can come out. Zim on 3. 2-3! Zim!
More information to register your team, go to www.hirefutag.ie. Already leagues are filling up, so don't leave it too late. Get in touch with Cavalry's Boost Punch Rugby. Go to www.hirfu.com/punch.ie to register your team and play this exciting game.
So Abigail Gaveri, the Zimbabwean coach, one of the most relaxed halftime team talks I think I've ever seen. She was just passing around the Haribos, checking on who wanted coffee afterwards. Very happy, obviously, with her lot and the 2 tries that her team have managed in that first half.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the different coaching styles and tactics that coaches take at half-time. But it was a very simple message. It's convert our possession into points, and that's what they had to do. They had a lot of possession there in the first half, so if there's much in the second half, it's to convert it.
So all to do for Trinidad and Tobago if they're going to get another match out of this World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens. Kickoff that works really well for Zimbabwe to give them early position, if not possession. There's a scrum cap of a different colour.
Red, keep the gap, please. Number 10,
Great to see
Red,
so many people enjoying this. And you can see the impact that it's already having on a smaller rugby nation like Zimbabwe.
Back.
Ball's gone backwards, says the referee.
Must release the ball.
Nicolette Panto wanting to get things moving, get away from the danger area. There's the totemic number 10, Ornella George, the former basketball star, trying to bundle her way forward. The only Trinidad and Tobago player that's got over the whitewash this weekend. Is there going to be another one? Not on this move, there isn't.
Black line.
So Zimbabwe looking to reorganise themselves. Difficult for this line-out when you've got a 6-foot opposition standing at the front. There's the reason why. Jack out to Afia Glasgow. Now Glasgow, almost looked like she doubted herself in the last few strides there. She seemed to have so much pace, so much momentum to get on the outside.
Brilliant arcing run on the outside there. She probably just saw the touchline getting that bit closer and second-guessed herself and was going to step back inside. But unfortunately was pushed into touch.
Yeah, good work from Caroline Malenga. Just aware of the danger and almost shepherding her towards that touchline.
Thanks. Time in. Number 10. Yeah, thank you.
Again, a line out that doesn't provide possession and offers the chance for Trinidad and Tobago. Jack feeds it back to Panther. Testing, checking. They've got to keep their composure now. Just got to look to see where opportunities lie. It's all right, just deflecting things, but still, TNT come again. This time, it's Glasgow looking at this right flank. No way through there.
Time off.
Much better patience there by Trinidad and Tobago, trying to get that ball into a bit of space for Glasgow because they know she has the pace on the outside. Unfortunately, she was just pushed into touch again.
Time in.
So, Gertrude Mazora, an amazing Technicolor haircut with this line out. Works better this time for her team, but that's painful. Ravimbo Mazzeri. Immediately she took the ball, there was an accidental collision there. And she's going to try and run it off. Bravery from the Zimbabwe number 6. Just take a look at this. Dropping off and getting, I think, a knee in the groin, he says politically. Difficult. At least she concentrated on making sure the ball was still in her possession, but in a lot of pain there.
Yeah, I think the importance of set piece sometimes not given enough attention in sevens. You know, you have to win your line-up ball, you've got to win your scrum. They're great launching pads going forward.
Scrum here.
So, put in
Crouch.
for Zimbabwe.
Bind.
Shavika.
Set. Okay. Reset. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Good shove from TNT. Now, Trinidad and Tobago have the opportunity. Panther lobs it forward. It's a run chase to the ball. But well covered by Caroline Malenga.
Nope, 22.
22 restart for Zimbabwe. Well, Nicolette Panther has been one of the few very bright sparks for Trinidad and Tobago in their outings. Certainly seems to have a good awareness of what's on. Repechage.
Zimbabwe putting themselves under a little bit too much pressure. You know, it's just like they're going to kick it out. It's just maybe taking a step back, just that they have that space and time.
Step in, Black.
Well, just being aware of where the opposition is standing might help, just to clear the path.
Bind.
Which meant that they're still under the cosh. 2.5 minutes left. Panther gets the call from Kathleen Stephen. Into the park now, haven't seen much of her this weekend. Oh, huge numbers, but dropping the ball is not going to help Stephen. Just onto the park and just taking her eye off the ball.
That's it, she was thinking about the next move, what was going to happen next before the ball was even in her hand.
Step in, please. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Again, a big shove from the Trinidad and Tobago forwards, forcing Zimbabwe back, but this time trying to find their way out with Margaret Maguado. Good cover tackling from Panta. One of the Zimbabwe players down inside our own 22. Well, Madagascar, the team that are already awaiting the victors in this game, in the 13th place semi-final.
Great.
Panta really is involved in everything good going on with Trinidad and Tobago, whether it's in attack or defence. She has the vision in attack, looking for that space. It's just other players need to run off her, and then defence just working all of the time so hard.
Okay, we just have an injured player. I think they're going to make a sub here.
Kathleen Stephen being given a responsibility for line-out. She's just going to have to wait here.
Okay.
As,
Okay, number 4 is being
looks
substituted.
like Ravimba Mazere is going to come back on the park.
Okay. Maybe.
Definitely imploring the Zimbabwe team to get their stricken player off so that we can continue.
Thanks, Bob.
So into the
Time
final
in.
90 seconds of this 13th place semi-final. Stephen finds her target, and the ball is out into that back line. Now, what can they work here? Got to get something on the board. Only one try so far. Are they going to get a second? Glasgow goes for gold, but it's not going to be there. Door shut in her face. Good cover across again. But once again, you just think Fair Glasgow has that speed. She just has to back it and not take her foot off the accelerator.
That's it. You can see it here. The space is there. She goes on that arch and run again. She has the ball in the right arm. A little handoff even, but even just back yourself, or even the step back inside, but she just stops.
Yes, the side step would allow that change of direction that could be absolutely crucial now. They've got an opportunity. They've got to go in now. They've got to score. Go on, girls. You've done it. Akila Lohman, take a bow.
In fairness, a well-deserved try by Trinidad and Tobago. It's been all of them in the second half. You know, they've been on the attack now. And for Lohman to come in off and score her first try.
Well, a phrase that hasn't been used enough this weekend. Try time, Trinidad and Tobago.
And it was Panther there at the heart of it again, keeping that defence drawn in and giving it out to Lohman.
Well, a nice way to finish for Trinidad and Tobago. They're not going to progress any further. A certain sense of feel-good for them to take back home. Last play of this match. And Zimbabwe naturally happy to take the win. Well, they have another game to play. They're going to be up against Madagascar, but we bid adieu for the weekend to Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you for your involvement, and we look forward to seeing you again some other point in Europe. Final score: Zimbabwe 12, Trinidad and Tobago 5.
Welcome to the team to the Crown Trophy semi-final, the first of them between Cook Islands and Portugal.
So here we go, Cook Islands against Portugal. Semi-final time for this lot in the Challenge Trophy. Silverware to play for. Look at those faces. Desperate to get on with business here. Now, Portugal really impressed earlier today. They had a really good earlier performance. We saw them thump Mexico 29 points to 0, whilst the Cook Islands, they had a tight one. It was only 7-0 against Madagascar. And we've seen some pretty smart play from the Cook Islands, but they never quite seem to be able to finish off their opportunities, and it'll be nice to see how this matchup goes. As Joy Neville just waits for a few things to settle. We're just waiting for a player who's injured on the far side of the field just to be taken off. Alongside me, Kyle Tanana. Who's your favourite for this one?
On the evidence of both of these finals, the first up games, is Sarah. I mean, Portugal were very impressive, weren't they, on all sides of the ball. Cook Islands, as you said, very creative, just had to find a way to finish off their breaks.
So Portugal get us underway in the red shirts, and it's gathered in the end by the Cook Islands, and this is a lovely start, early days here, as Vani Grieg takes it on. Ball comes back in the end. Nice feeding there by Nichols. This looks smart stuff from the Cook Islands, and still going. That's wonderful work there. Larissa Marino Anderson absolutely putting the foot down on the gas to fly underneath the posts. She managed to shrug off one of the tackles, and there you go. Try number 1, Marino Anderson.
Well, this is what they've missed on the outside, as a threat who really backs himself. They move the ball quickly. You can see here the nice setup, nice shape, passes all in front. They've been very good between Nati and Stevens, but you get on the end of the line, you need someone who can really threaten him well. Larissa Marino Anderson, only small, but she just powers through the defence of Portugal.
Great stuff from the Cook Islands. They have struggled to score, and that will set them up very nicely in this trophy semi-final.
To be fair for them, their first game on today, it was pretty tough conditions. Probably the worst we've had all day.
Restart then comes in by Nati.
Back.
Portugal, they didn't face this kind of pressure in their first match today, that was for sure, and they'll be feeling it now after that early score from the Cook Islands. Oh, it was almost an intercept that came in there. Wasn't quite looking around there for it, Portugal. Good numbers here. Coming down this near side is Tapuna.
Roll, red!
A lot of players on the floor there, and yes, there is a Portuguese player well on the wrong side.
Thank you.
Yeah, Antunes was the one that made the initial tackle one-on-one, but she tried to roll on her side, competing for the ball. Once hit the deck, the attacker has all rights, so you have to release.
I think we have been quite lucky with the weather conditions here today. It was meant to rain for most of the day. We did have quite a downpour this morning, but it's actually turned out quite nice in the end, just overcast. It will be damp underfoot though for the players as Stevens takes it through the middle. Nichols feeds out towards this near side. Nice little pop-off ball and good decision by Tapuna to take it back. She knew she'd be on her own otherwise, and now the space has been created. Grieg is off and flying. Oh, that was almost a tackle that she just managed to evade, and Cook Island's still going. That was a real smash in the face there for Nichols. She dealt with it well though, she's fine. A little bit of a grimace on her face there.
Oh, she's tough for a small lady, but one of the Portuguese players down here, you can see. This is their 5th game in 2 days, so fatigue will be setting in for everyone involved.
Happy she found it.
This was the big clash as they came down this near side winning. I think they might have just hit the heads ever so slightly. It was actually the tackle before that where we got the injury, and it's Sarah Jessica Silva who's just received a little bit of treatment. But she's down on the ground at the moment.
Your wide archer Greg's the one she tackled. She just felt awkwardly, didn't she, on her shoulder. Sometimes that can win you something chronic, but she's up nice and tough.
To, in a terrible way, get used to being winded in rugby. It's not nice. It's one of the worst feelings you can get. It takes so long to get that oxygen back into your lungs. After it's happened a few times, you know not to worry. Oh, it's a loose ball there. Portugal had to go back, and oh, it's gone over the line. They couldn't touch it down. But the referee is happy that it was definitely taken into the area by Portugal, so she will give the scrum to the Cook Islands.
It's come down to some ruthless defence just before this from the Cook Islands team. Someone just got absolutely cut in half.
Vicious little game we've got going on here. And we're just waiting for a ball to appear.
Hands up. On the line, please.
All the ball boys and
Crouch.
ball girls here, volunteers, enjoying their weekend at the Dublin Sevens. Really scrappy at the back, and a big blow the whistle straight away there by Joy Neville as the Cook Islands have their opportunity once again. Can they get it out quickly? Oh, sloppy, having to be tidied up now.
Tack and roll 2.
The vacuum cleaner did a pretty decent job there, and the Cook Islands do have it again. A little bit of a kick on. Oh, round the back door comes Vane Grieg. She's still going. Wonderful work there by Grieg. She backed herself, and so she should. Try number 2.
Yeah, having a bit of fun with it, the captain for the Cook Islands, Vane Grieg. This is this touch football background that a lot of these Cook Island players have. You can see here she gets on the edge and she's isolated. There's actually 2 defenders by Portugal. They go way too high, and then twice she gets palmed off. Does Goncalves. I just like the way she bought time, backed herself, and then decided when she went.
Big smiles as well there from the captain. Good afternoon's work for her there, as they just missed the conversion on that one. Grieg's an interesting one, playing for the Cook Islands now, but she's previously played for New Zealand and back at the Moscow Cup a few years ago. And a lot of these players for the Cook Islands, they come from New Zealand clubs. Interesting decision there at the restart, designed to put off Portugal. But Portugal just about managed to keep that ball in, but it has ended up in Cook Island hands. Nichols determined not to be tackled, but in the end she ends up running around in a circle straight into contact, but she's won the penalty.
Yeah, inventive from the kickoff, I like it. Keeping Portugal on their heels and keeping them guessing. If they have a lot of space too, and they got the turnover, Cook Islands. Great spot to attack from.
This is certainly the most confident Cook Islands performance that we've seen so far this weekend. They really do have skills. They just haven't really been able to finish stuff off. And here we go again. Oh, I thought it was going to be a big handoff, but great tackle in the end by Tunes of Portugal. There's another Grieg out there. It's the sister, and they can't quite top off there. And we've got a Cook Islands player down at the moment. They're still on the attack with 6 players. Going to come out towards this direction, and they know to suck it back in a little bit. Nati there goes down to the ground, but outside of the 22. And they're going to run out of space. Out on the far side, little kick on. It's Grieg again. She fancies it one more time, and they can't pull her back from the shirt. It's a brace for the captain. She's going to dot it down, and they did that with just 6 players. Oh, a little bit of a late tackle there, and Joy Neville is not happy about that.
Well, this is ridiculous. She doesn't need to do this, does Amaral. She's probably pretty lucky to still be on the field. There's very low tolerance on the series, but a nice try by Grieg, the captain. Again, she takes on the number 8. Goncalves does her on the inside, powers through the tackle to get her double. The Cook Island player down to Stevens. They can ill afford to lose her because she has set the tempo both on attack and defence.
Yes, we're keeping a close eye on the Cook Islands player that's down on the ground at the moment. She took a big hit to the head, and I think she is going to make her way off the field now. So an early change here for the Cook Islands. She's all right. She's walking off. She's going to be okay.
Substitution complete, Bob, yes?
There's going to be time for perhaps Irima to come on a little bit earlier than perhaps she thought she was going to.
I think it's just a bloodbath here for Anika Stevens as a captain who's led by example all weekend long. She's been strong. Vane Grieg.
Well, the Cook Islands had a little bit of fun and games at the last restart, but they're going to keep it straight and simple for this one. Portugal yet to really exercise anything that special so far in this first half, and they'll be absolutely gutted about that. Good performances in their last couple of matches, but they've met their match here in the Cook Islands. And nothing going to hand here for Portugal. A little knock on as well. The referee's confident though. No, not a knock on. It's all gone backwards. Play on, she says.
Tackle release!
Clear directions coming in there by Neville. Portugal desperate to try and find something before the referee blows that whistle for half-time. Oh, that was nearly a big hit going in. Dancing feet there. Ball comes back once again. This time Tunes manages to get it out to the far side. Good running down that far side wing. This is better from Portugal. Good cover tackles come in. This time it's still Tunes. She's been involved throughout this whole move. She's still going. She's got fresh legs chasing her though. It's still Tunes, and in the end the Cook Islands just don't have enough. Tunes goes over, and Portugal have something to say in this match.
Well, they needed something to get back into this game, and they keep their composure. Do Portugal. It was a long run by Katarina Tunes, and the line couldn't come quick enough for her. She's hurting, as all players are at the stage, but it's mental. Get up, you'll be right.
She is absolutely fine. It's exactly what Carlton Arna says. You'll be all right, buddy. Just run a long way. I think that's a bad stitch.
Yes, it does. Exactly. Sorry.
Really bad stitch. She's going to be supported over. She's got half time to get her through. Oh, that was a great conversion. Nice stuff there. So we've still got a match on here. It's still a lead for the Cook Islands, but it's been closed down to just 10 points by Portugal, as both sides come out onto the park and just have a bit of a break. And I think both sides could do with a breather after that. It really was physical out there.
Portugal conversion. For 6 is now Osorio.
Agora tem que comunicar, o que está a faltar é a comunicação quando estou a defender uma linha.
Vamos, temos ar agora não temos ar. Como é que vamos resolver isto? Fácil. As placagens fazem-se com os ombros, não se fazem com as mãos. Uma equipa solidária não vai para fora para deixar a jogadora dentro. Comunicação. Tivemos 4 ou 5 fases. Está uma jogadora contra 3. Nós não matamos. Quando há números, o que é que fazemos? Vamos para cima e vamos pôr a mão para deixar o segundo apoio vir. Chão, bola. Têm que ser agressivas. Agora, agressivas com cabeça. Não vai tudo ao rec. Mas as que estão lá, quando temos a superioridade, têm que meter o ombro. Elas não caem sozinhas. Vocês viram o outro jogo e achavam que elas iam cair sozinhas. Não. Metam intensidade. Comunicação que fizemos bem ontem no último jogo. Entra, pop, vai ao chão, recicla a bola com intensidade. Tem que pôr intensidade, sem largar a cabeça. Ok? Meter placagens, bora pá!
Malta, não fiquem só no lado, sistema, vamos sair dos canais. 1, 2, 3, bora lá! Bora receber bem,
Speak Portuguese. But Yao Mira was very forceful in whatever he was saying and is a big fan of the hand actions.
Yeah, we're actually walking around Dublin earlier on in this week, and we caught up with the Portuguese girls. They're really loving their time. Yeah, they've spent, and good engaging lessons as well.
And they are one of those teams that does just look to have that incredible potential. I mean, they've got that youngster in there, 18-year-old Sarah Jessica Silva. She's had a pretty good tournament this weekend, and it's that youth coming through. Right then, second half back underway. Lovely take by the Cook Islands. Again, it's the captain. She's having an absolute blinder out here against Portugal. Vani Garrig involved in almost everything, and now she's distributing the ball out down the line. Good stuff here from the Cook Islands. They managed to feed it out to the far side. Portugal desperately bringing that one down onto the turf, and it's a slow ball though. Oh, cheeky little try coming in here. Sneak round the blind by Annika Stevens. That was super cute.
Well, as you said, it was slow ball from the ruck, wasn't it? It's a good clean out. It come from the kickoff, nice and high, contestable from Kimiora Nati. Good take by Vane Gregg, had her back turned. She passed it off to her sister, and they went it to the left-hand side. Dummy to go to the open. She goes to the left. She's all patched up. She's tough. Annika Stevens.
I love it when people get patched up like that. This is not a glamour contest. This is about going out there and playing.
She can back it up, this girl too. She can hit with both shoulders. She can step. She's got good distribution at centre.
Another restart from the Cook Islands, and to be fair, they've had so much luck with their restarts and they've been pretty confident with them. One had to go wrong eventually.
What's the point? 5 minutes and 20 seconds, still age to go in this game.
Strong contest going on for the ball. Eventually, Portugal do prevail. Oh, that was a big hit, straight round the head there. Arm goes in the air. Joy Neville saw it. And is she going to have a word, or is she going to go to her pocket? She is going to go to her pocket. And that is a warning. So Cook Islands have to play out the next 2 minutes with just 6 women on the field. And this could be a massive moment in the match.
Yeah, Wairako Gregg was the one. She used her shoulder, but unfortunately wrapped her head around, her arm around the head.
And unfortunately for Portugal, they've got a player on the field receiving treatment as well, so it's essentially 6 against 6 at the moment. It's Cristina Ramos who's taken a blow to the head, so they need to get Ramos off, but they need play to stop for them to be able to do it. Out on the far side, it is Portugal that had the ball through Guerreiro. That Simbin won't last forever as a Túnez goes down to the ground. Right, there's numbers out for Portugal, and they need to get this quickly. Taken on now by Amaral. She always had Silva outside her, but can Silva not quite give them the ball quick enough? Once again, Amaral just trying to get the ball back quickly, and this is good scrambling by the Cook Islands. And almost, Amaral is just almost second-guessing herself there as she looks up and everyone's pointing in different directions. She didn't know what to do. It's now taken on by Osorio. She's being well marshalled out on the far side, and oh, the pass just didn't come quick enough from Osorio, but Portugal somehow still have this. Atuna is now going forward, and can she go over? This is game on here in this semi-final as Atuna goes over. This match has got minutes to play.
Oh, exactly what Portugal needed. You see, she's trying to sub out. I'm done, she says. And she's done her job, no doubt about that. Her second try for the match. She picks it up. Pretty average defence coming back from the Cook Islands. See, they just turned their back. Kimiora Ngati running the marking no one. That's just lazy. Especially after these girls such as Stevens has got back. And Marino Anderson.
It's also really important as well there that Portugal have got the conversion here. Look at this nice smooth kick. Not on too tight an angle. Taken nicely. And it was Osorio, the captain there. She got 6 kicks at goal yesterday, also 2 tries.
Right, 2.
And there will be another few changes here. So Portugal do now have 7 players
15
on the
green,
pitch.
15 green. Time on.
Cook Islands still had time to go on that bin though. Lowest in our commentary position, we can see why Uraka Grieg is desperate to get back on. Cook Islands need to hold on to this ball because I tell you what, Portugal still fancy this. They somehow found their rhythm here in the second half that they just couldn't find in the first.
Stay up, please wait.
Upset come up from the crowd. As finally the Cook Islands go back up to 7.
Easy. Time on.
Yeah, they're going to have a go here. Now the Cook Islands, they're going to go left with Nichols and Stevens.
So the Simbin is over. You might be curious to know that the 2 Griegs are sisters, and here comes the captain Grieg. She's looking for support. Does she need it? She'll hand off anyone in her path. Still going forward though. Support comes in by Nichols. Massive ruck out there that came in. And it's Grieg again on this near side. She tries to get the ball away, forces it too quickly though, and it ends up coming out on this near side.
Well, it's the 2 sisters getting it done. You can see Wairako coming in and picking up her other sisters. Look at this clean out. Nothing wrong with this 2. This is nice and hard. Good technique. Get out of there.
Green 2.
That is good, solid rucking. It looks harsh, but that is great technique. Nice and low, nice and safe, wrapping the arms.
Oh, I like these collisions when they're like that.
Time on.
Yeah. 2 minutes on the clock. It only takes seconds and 7s to score. 2 tries for Portugal, and they're in this. And they've got the ball. And we've got another Portuguese player down on the ground at the moment. The referee's actually going to stop play, and as I say that, Silva actually gets up. It's a penalty for Portugal. You can hear the cheers on the far side of the field of Portugal, but it's a penalty to Cook Islands.
They don't need a rush here, they just slow it down. There's still a lot of time. Eke off the clock and set up move. Yeah, it's good.
Well, this would be a real nail in the coffin here. Nichols given the responsibility. Manages to find Nina.
Rock. Rock.
It's really slow. Portugal plenty of time to look up and see what the Cook Islands are going to try and do. Grieg is loving that contact. Someone's lost a boot there as well. It's penalty to Portugal.
You're not retaining your body weight there, Nichols it was.
Time off, substitution. Red
Seem to be leaning on the captain, Vane Greg,
Red
there.
forward.
There we go. Boot has been collected. Maria Vasquez gets things back with 30 seconds on the clock. It's almost certainly too late for Portugal now. There's a loose pass and good pressure here by the Cook Islands, who have managed to, although they've been put under pressure here by Portugal, they've held on to this lead and dominated.
Well, this is how you read a late cut in defence. Again, Anika Stevens goes in across, had the inside covered, and it just drops off when the cutter does. On attack and just smokes a Portuguese defender.
Ball comes in from Cook Islands, kicked out straight away. Nice, calm stuff coming in there by AP Nichols. And look at the smiles on the faces of the Cook Islands. Well, they are into the trophy final. Who will they meet, though, is the question. That's a 24-14 win for them. Will it be Hong Kong or will it be Venezuela?
Back-to-back trophy semi-finals then. Already on to the pitch come Hong Kong and Venezuela. Hong Kong showing fine form in that quarter-final against Zimbabwe, and you would think Sue Day sat alongside me, Simon Ward, that they would have the favourites tag, but maybe only just.
Yeah, you'd make them favourites for this game after their form so far. They seem a little bit more organised, able to move the ball from side to side across the pitch, get the ball into the open spaces. But when Venezuela get it right, when their captain Ferreira is making things tick, they've shown us what they can do too.
Certainly can. Daniela Diaz, another one of those Venezuelan players that has really showed well through the course of this tournament. Watch out for her, she'll have number 3 on her back. Carling de Freitas, another one. Number 6, Jessica Beard, we will know because she's in the white shirt, she's the referee.
Got you, Bob.
So the plans are afoot for Hong Kong and Venezuela. Now we have to see whether they can put them into operation. Maggie Poon, such a prominent member of this Hong Kong side all the way through this tournament so far, with the first boot of the ball to get things underway. Mariana Izaza with a good carry out of the 22. Venezuela going strong, straight and direct to start with.
Did it go?
Yeah, route one from Venezuela, but didn't get enough support there, so referee and judges should have let go. Didn't. Penalty.
Hong Kong with their first attack. There's Poon waiting for the cut. It comes from the captain, Christy Cheng. Leads Zing, actually.
Side entry.
Well, it wasn't her. I think it was the support play from Cindy Yun. Just not coming from the back foot. This Venezuela side on such a trip. First time they've played outside of their continent.
This is a really good hit, wasn't it? A really good hit. It made it very hard for her to place the ball, and then in came Sue from an offside position.
Wait.
Salami provides the possession for her team to run out. Manzarotti looking for the support, doesn't find it cleanly, but Salami able to pick up the pieces.
Wait.
The boot to get Venezuela away from their own 22. They need to run up as a line though. That's good work from Izaza in the end. But there are holes there for Hong Kong to utilise now if they can find them. Good, sensible, pragmatic work from Hong Kong. Olsen Thorne tries to get past her opposite number, but De Freitas does her job partially.
It's not a maul.
Yeah, that was a tackle, and they weren't releasing the player on the floor.
Emily Sue, who scored a hat-trick in that game, the quarter-final game over Zimbabwe. No way through. She's going to have another go. Here she goes, pumps the arms, pumps the legs. Doesn't quite have enough room to find the try, though.
Yeah, just allows herself to get bundled into touch. What you've got to do in that position is step into the tackle that's coming towards you, at least to keep momentum. See, she's so close to the touchline, allows herself to get pushed into touch, hands the ball back to Venezuela. That said, a tricky old defensive position for Venezuela, this.
Got to make sure that this set piece is secure. Slapped back by Lanzarote. But the try's given. Well, we're going to need to see that one again, but that was a veritable own goal from Venezuela. Damage also to Daniela Diaz again. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, tapping the ball back there is always dangerous. Hong Kong then, it's certainly, definitely Emily Sue who gets her hand to that first. There's no way, however much you want to believe it, Venezuela, it's definitely Hong Kong who get their hands on that one first.
Ladies,
and she hurts herself on the way down, doesn't she, there?
Bit of a car crash of a finish, but
Daniela
Hong Kong, I should say, have got the try on the board. Fortuitous as it was. Maggie Poon with the chance for the extras, but doesn't hit the target.
And it's Daniela Diaz that's struggling for Venezuela, which would be a real loss for them, wouldn't it?
A real blow, because she has been a dynamo for this side. You can see there's still one player down, no substitution as yet. So the 6 girls of Venezuela just going to have to hold the fort for a bit. Salami gets the offload, which Izazo manages to keep their side. Diaz back in the fray now, but the offload looked potential from De Freitas there to let Diaz down that left flank, but just couldn't find the target.
The offload was definitely on, but she lost control of it at the last minute, and she allowed the ball to spill forward. You've got to keep control of that ball, keep it in tight until the last second when you've got to pass it.
Time's off. Hong Kong 6. No, sorry. No, this goes.
It's just beginning to bank around this bowl here at UCD. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you are in the world. Make sure you keep those tweets coming. Hashtag Dublin 7 seems to get through to us most of the time. At worldrugby.org, of course, is the place to find all the information about what's going on. Poon puts her foot to the floor, says, remember my number, because you ain't going to remember my face. Bye-bye.
Aggie Poon, again, she has been a crucial player for this Hong Kong team. She's the one that scores the try. She's the one that's going to have a pop at the conversion. We've seen her playmaking skills. We've seen her kicking skills. Now we're seeing her finishing skills. Lovely running down the outside, outpacing Daniela Diaz.
No, just get it checked.
A little dummy, not sure what that was for.
Well, we've seen some emerging talent through this weekend, none more so, I would suggest, than the Hong Kong number 12. Not only with her ability with the boot, but her awareness and her athleticism that we've just seen there. She really is an all-court player.
Yeah, one of the players that's really stood out, that's for sure. And as you say, it's that all-round range of skill she has. Makes her pivotal to everything that Hong Kong does.
On the line, okay?
Final minute of this first half. And Hong Kong with those 2 scores to put them in charge of the game. But Venezuela, we know, have got the ability to be able to fight back. And here they go with Salami.
Out 4.
Spreading out to the left. Secure passing needed right now. Couldn't find Diaz, so she has to come back and pick up. Spots a big gap there. But the coverage is good from the captain. In fact, Cindy Yun, I beg her pardon, who's working those sweeper duties. Opportunity here perhaps for Venezuela to get on the board before the break, to give them a fillip before that half-time team talk. Not going to happen. In fact, it could get worse. Carrying de Freitas works her way up to halfway, finds Poon. Finds she has a human backpack in the form of Lee Ting. But here we go, here's de Freitas, the handoff, get out of my way. There's only one place I'm heading, downtown Dublin it is, for carrying de Freitas, and the third try for Hong Kong.
Downtown Dublin, Natasha Olsen-Thorne.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it is Natasha Olsen-Thorne. She's the one who started it. She's the one who then finished it at the end after Aggie Poon got held up in the middle. So she's run pretty much the full length of the pitch, Olsen-Thorne.
Well, a very satisfactory half-time scoreboard for all the followers of Hong Kong. Can't see Anna Richards' face, but I'm sure there must be a smile somewhere near it as she heads for the huddle. Let's have a listen.
Awesome, Tash. Good play, mate.
Really good work. Okay, we keep calm, nice, simple. We've got to keep taking backs on D. Okay, we're getting that third man a little bit too far away.
Okay.
Right, keep going into their faces. Okay, really important because it puts pressure on them. On attack, we need more depth. Okay, because when we get it with space, we look really good. When we're standing still, it's hard. You're going to kick, somebody's got to get back earlier to help somebody out or whoever is weak.
我先幫咗你嘅先年仔嘅，我喺嗰度㗎。
Yes. You get focused. We're going to receive the kick. Okay, then let's spread it wide. Let's fish back into that blind, okay? From there, we're going to go wide. Okay, so look at our depth. Right, we know what we're doing.
Yes.
Tashi, you're coming off. Okay? You're right? Yep, Tashi coming off. Go in, go on. Alright? Give each other some space. We need our support there a little bit earlier. Alright, we know what we're doing?
Yes.
Focus, simple. Simple, simple, simple. Let's go.
我哨佢啦，間。加油啊 ！Ready。
頭先嗰個窿諗住你跑短，我見到個窿佢好大。
So Anna Richards imploring her team to keep it simple, keep the focus, and pretty much keep doing what they've been doing.
Very, very chilled, calm chat from her at half-time, wasn't it? Let's get our depth, let's spin it wide. We've seen them do that so effectively, Hong Kong, and it stretches the defences.
I tell you what, it's great to see one of the most prominent women's rugby players become one of the most prominent rugby coaches now. It's an important transition for the game.
Really important. There still are not enough female coaches in the women's game. We did the game as a whole, so great to see people like Anna Richards doing that job for Hong Kong.
Her team in charge of this game. Venezuela with it all to do. They had scant few opportunities really in that first 7 minutes. But they know the value of any opportunity that comes now has to be taken. Cindy Yearn, little chip through there, trying to get the kick away as the tackle was wrapping round her. Diaz, there we see, oh, head-on collision, still there for Venezuela. Playing with a bit more abandon now, Venezuela. Lanzarote.
Hands out, Levin.
Getting it out onto the wing for Izaza to have a run. Izaza with one to beat. Good tackling from Cindy Ewan. My goodness me, she had to make that one count.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? Venezuela almost around the outside.
Do you want it?
Here she goes, the Venezuelan number 5, Izaza. Not easy to bring down. She has a lot of strength, a lot of height, but Cindy Yun
9.
Equal to him.
5.
Yep, very important tackle from the 21-year-old. Because still with just under 6 minutes left, you get the feeling if Venezuela could get confidence from scoring a try right now, they could still burst through this game and change the match dynamic that we've got at the moment.
Wait.
Clune trying to straighten things up. It is a skill when you see the left-hand passing able to hit the targets, and sometimes there's a limitation for the way that they can attack when they're trying to pass out of those left-hand situations. For the majority, Diaz spots opportunity because of that breakdown inside their 22. Again, left-hand passing not allowing the strength of attack to the right, so they shuttle back to the left. Lanzarote brought down.
Over. Back.
Coming round the corner is that's Christia Hido onto the park now. De Freitas weighing up the options, resets her sat-nav and gets to the target. An important score for Venezuela, an important score for this match.
Yeah, they're in Venezuela. This time it is De Freitas who scores. Venezuela going down the brown side, and it's all De Freitas. She goes wide, then sees that the defence has drifted, steps inside, over the line, and Venezuela back on the board, or on the board at a critical moment.
There she is. Done so much hard work in defence. Just 17 years of age, but really maturing very quickly on this weekend in front of our very eyes here in the Dublin Sevens. And it certainly bodes well for the future of Venezuelan rugby when they've got talent like that coming through.
Chun Kai-Yan has crept onto the pitch for Hong Kong. We saw her yesterday, often used as an impact substitute, but with real pace. So Hong Kong need to listen to their coach, Anna Richards, keep depth and be able to move it into the open spaces where she's waiting.
The ricochet works for Hong Kong as Amélie Sur make sure they have possession and indeed get the penalty. Hong Kong looking to respond now to that Venezuelan try. Two quick penalties. Second one not from the correct position.
Not 10.
Two scores the difference. But as we know, in the sevens format, it is a very fragile lead.
And no surprise, couple of scores up, 3 minutes to play. No surprise to see Hong Kong kicking for line, taking a bit more time out of the game.
Hong Kong, who finished 4th at their last home sevens event. Now looking to make sure they're in the running to take some trophy back, some silverware from this event. The chip and charge from Diaz. There is Kai-Yan under pressure. The ricochet works for Venezuela, and Romero goes over for the try. And this match is back in the mix. 2.5 minutes left, and my goodness me, it has a very different feeling to it now.
Yeah, the referee has not yet awarded the try. I think there might be, is this tackle off the ball? Was she touching the ball? Did she have the ball there when she was hit, is the question, I think.
No try.
No try. Try has been disallowed. Big call from Jessica Beard. The tackle alleged to have happened before she took possession of the ball. Just take a look at this. That is a split-second call.
Very, very tight, isn't it? She certainly didn't have the ball under any kind of control. She was in contact with it. It's a tight one. Very, very tight call.
And it could decide the outcome of this game. Big calls from the officials. There's the disallowed try scorer. There's an energy to Venezuela now. Fired up by the indignity of not getting that score allowed. Can they respond now in the last 2 minutes? Penalty given away though. They've got to keep their discipline.
Yeah, it's hard for teams when if you feel a slight sense of injustice, you can lose control a little bit. They need to keep their emotions under control. Play to the game plan, don't give anything away.
.90 seconds left on the clock, and Hong Kong now quite happy to slow things down. Measured work. If they can make this set piece secure, and surely they can keep the possession to make sure they keep this winning position. Poon gets the call from Kayan.
Play.
Lost forward, but Venezuela taking the advantage.
Hold.
Out they go, right now, rev the engines, select the quickest gear for Christia Higo. Good turnover though for Hong Kong. They'll be quite happy to just stick in the middle of the park right now. Poon thinks about it, thinks again, and goes again. And this is the match. Aggie Poon stretching out for victory. And there is the score that decides it.
Couldn't be more fitting. It's Aggie Poon who scores the final points for Hong Kong. She thought about a little switch inside then, realised that she had the beating of the defender, runs the ball in. Aggie Poon, who has been so outstanding for Hong Kong all weekend so far, makes sure of it for her team.
Second of the match, fourth of the weekend for Hong Kong's number 12. And she has the honour of finishing this trophy semi-final off with the last kick of the game. It doesn't matter that it doesn't hit the target. Hong Kong have hit their target. They are going to be in the trophy final up against the Cook Islanders later on this afternoon. We say goodbye to Venezuela. What a fine performance we've seen from those girls. Some real talent in their ranks, and it certainly bodes well for the future.
So Argentina and Tunisia facing off after losing their respective cup quarter-finals. Argentina undone by the pace, power and precision of the Russians, failing to register a single point in response to the Russians' 34. Tunisia, like the Pumas, were simply outclassed in their last 8 encounter against Ireland. And so we have two wounded animals preparing to lock horns here. Sun doing its best to come through the clouds here in UCD at the Belfield Bowl in Dublin. And conditions actually pretty good now for Sevens rugby. Pitch has even dried out considerably from this morning when it was non-stop rain for the guts of 6 or 7 hours. But Argentina, through their captain Bilderbeck, wearing the number 3 jersey, and Tunisia with Osmani looking to keep their hopes of progressing alive with victory. Well, this is Tunisia's form so far. They started off with that crushing victory against the Spanish, made amends against Mexico, and been up and down since then. The match against Ireland wouldn't have gone as expected as far as they were concerned. And the referee is from Italy, Beatrice Benvenuti. Carl Tanana is beside me, and Argentina might be just the favourites to edge this one.
I think going into this one, you would have to give them the edge.
Argentina.
Both teams run in at 500, 1-2, lost 2, but the Argentinians, well, they played a pretty rampant Russian team first up, but they actually played some good football sevens in that game, so come to this one and their kickoffs will be integral.
Kick it, please.
Sofia Gonzalez to get us underway, and it's the first mistake of the game from the first kick of the game. Doesn't bode well, but we'll forgive her that one, as long as, well, it doesn't happen again, KD.
Well, that's right. She's been pretty good, though, from the kickoffs.
Yeah.
To be fair, Sofia Gonzalez, but what she's done is given Tunisia a great opportunity to kick off this game. They're very deep. That's the thing with this Tunisian side. They're probably 10 metres too deep for Mike.
Desiri switching the play to the left-hand side. Ball in to the arms of Dardouri, their main ball carrier in terms of physical power. You can see just getting her body position low, driving the legs forward. And again, Desiri calling for it on this left-hand side. Othmani, the captain, trying to break the tackle, brought down by Billerbeck. So captain on captain. Tunisia come off slightly the better. Just as I say, they knock it on the ground, and Argentina will get a scrum.
It's unfortunate because they got over the advantage line, did Tunisia, with a nice run from Othmani. It needed to be two because they had a lot of players in front of the ball, Tunisia. There she is there, sitting up nice and long plays, good bridger, and just taps the leg of Suisi as the ball came out.
So crouch, bind, set.
First chance to have a look at the set piece scrum. Feed from Aguilar.
Free kick.
Quick tap and a free kick off of Argentina go. Hands as far as Padillero. This is Kengi. That's gone forward.
High tackle.
High tackle though, the first defence penalty for the Pumas.
Okay.
Defensive duties for Tunisia now, as the big number 9, Sofia Gonzalez, takes it into contact. Again, gets the offload away just in time as far as Montero. Montero at the 10-metre line, dragged to the ground, and again, it's slow to get the ball back out. Pumas committing too many numbers, and then the knock on as well.
Both teams just a little bit inaccurate at the breakdown at the moment. A couple of knock-ons. See here, the Tunisian captain does very well initially to take Montero down. There's a little knock-on that just need to leave it. So they're trying to handle it again. That's what's causing these little indiscretions at the moment.
Crouch, bind.
So chance for Tunisia here now to have a go at the Argentina back line. It's first two defenders for the Pumas are as big as you're going to see in this Dublin tournament. Gonzalez and Genghini.
First knock on red, second knock on blue.
It's another knock on, and this time Argentina get possession.
I thought Aguilar was a mile offside at halfback for Argentina. Quite the pressure on Desiri.
Please don't
See
put the
Desiri with the
feet
hands at hips, the
inside
halfback
before the ball.
opposite for Tunisia, pretty frustrated.
Crouch, bind.
And it will be Aguilar to feed the scrum. Ball at the back, and again, look at the pressure on the fringes. It's a penalty, and it's all very scrappy at the moment. We want this game to settle down now and to see the best of running rugby that we know these teams are capable of. An example there as Padillero tries to go through the gap, closed down pretty quickly. Argentina, oh, beautiful run on the outside, super skirting away by Mayra Genghini, and she is going to touchdown for the game's opening score. Defence, well, non-existent, but she doesn't mind.
Yeah, the D has to be connected for Tunisia, and unfortunately the winger comes up, doesn't mark anyone. That's what leaves the hole. You can see when she receives the ball, Genghini, it's a one-on-one with her opposite Gabi, but the outside defence of Del Lagi, she has to hold first and then wait for inside defence to make a decision.
So Mayra Genghini takes full advantage of some slack Tunisian defence. Conversion attempts from Gonzalez is going left and wide. So 5 points in the bank for the Pumas, and they lead Tunisia in this 5th place semi-final by 5 points to 0.
You can see what she did there though. She had the ball in 2 hands. That's probably what faked then Del Lagi, to come up. And as soon as she did and turned her back, well, she tucked it under one arm and backed herself.
Kick now, please.
So restart. Gonzalez looking to make amends for that first kick off. That's a much better kick from the Argentina number 9. Suisi went up to take it, did well to get it on the second attempt, makes a few meters into contact as well, just gets a bit of pressure off the back line, gives them that bit more space when you're going forward across the gain line. Taken up by Garbi, still there for Tunisia, and Desiri trying to break through. Oh, thought the scissor pass was on, and it wasn't, because there were too many Argentina players chasing. That was high, and in fairness to Beatrice Benvenuti, she was right on the spot there. Tunisia get to go again. Nice fend. Suisi on the outside. Oh, little check back inside. Tackle attempt from Padillero. Ball goes loose. It does go forward. And it's all a bit frantic from Tunisia.
Unfortunate though, they had the opportunity on the outside. Suisi was the one, I think, they got the space to, but a couple of players in this Tunisian side, Suisi, Dardouri in 3, and
Thank you.
Desiree and 4. Very, very handy players.
Come here.
90 seconds to go at the end of the first half. 1 try
Crouch.
to nil, Argentina leading it.
Bind.
5 points to nil.
Set.
And Aguilar defeat the scrum on that far side. Squirts out the back. This is Gonzalez. Switches the play. Again, Tunisia cutting off the pass to the outside, but Pumas do well to recycle here and ball off the deck now. Massive overlap here, 3-on-2. If they can straighten the line and give the pass, but a little bit slow with the hands there from Billerbeck, the captain. Looping pass from Gonzalez, dangerous one though with Susan Delaghi breathing down her neck. Now Argentina come away with it. Nice run over the halfway line, lovely footwork from Patallero. Pick off the ground, pop pass. Montero did well, and off Gonzalez goes. Gonzalez against the 5. Othmani, it's going to be Gonzalez who gets there first. And Argentina have their second. Sofia Gonzalez touches down.
Some nice work though.
Speedy Gonzalez, KT. I can't take credit for that. Striv's line. Look at that though.
Yeah, some great work by Valeria Montero. Initially, she picks the ball up, plays it, the nice offload to the support player, and then Sofia Gonzalez, you see the back's arch. The lungs are burning, technique's gone, but she gets it.
Kick now.
Gonzalez to try and convert her own try. There is the half-time whistle, so Gonzalez with the final say at the end of the first half, in which Argentina have 2 tries and 10 points, none in reply for Tunisia.
Conversion for Argentina, number 9, Sofia Gonzalez.
Vení acá. Hunter, la tiene que comer una corrita. Vamos. Bien para adelante. Vení acá. Ven, Sofi. Escuche una cosa. Hay que sacar la pelota de la zona de congestión. Son muy pesadas. Entonces hay que sacar la pelota para afuera e ir, pero no quedarse inmóvil, pasar y quedarse. Pasar e ir. Si la pelota de última no pasa, volvemos con sistema y vamos para el otro lado y hacemos lo mismo. Nos multiplicamos y venimos. Son muy pesadas. Hay que moverse, hay que meter un cruce, hay que evadir, hay que ir para adelante y no soltar la pelota al pedo. No soltemos la pelota al pedo, guardémosla. Estamos bien, ¿no? La pelota. Démosle ritmo.
Vamos, Kim. Dale.
Pásense mucho la pelota. Haga el último esfuerzo. Haga el último piso.
So both teams switch sides for the second half. Argentina 10 points to the good. Tunisia have had a couple of opportunities, a couple of nice breaks. So we see involved Desiree and Othmani, but so far unable to breach the Pumas' defence. First couple of minutes important, you feel, for Tunisia here to try and get back into this game.
As you said, they're making a couple of nice breaks for the ball, but all a bit individual. If they connect those together as a team in their structure, then they will threaten this Argentinian line, no doubt.
High hanging restart, and Gonzalez, who scored that try at the end of the first half, take her eye off it, sets up ball, and it'll work that blind side. It'll show and go. Aguilar hits the deck. Pass was from Gengini. And Gonzalez again has been everywhere. Player of the match so far for me, anyway. Scrappy at the breakdown. Penalty to the Pumas.
Stay on your feet.
No waste no time, Gengini getting on with it. This is Montero. Nice hands, Biarek. With a show on the outside. This is Padiaro. Nice hands again, back to her captain, and Biarek hits the ground. Struggle to get it back though. Tunisia managed to steal possession. They've got numbers left here. Argentina having to fan across the middle of the pitch. This is Najet. Hands from Ziziri. She's knocked it on.
Bounce
and that's a pity, because it was a good chance.
Oh, yes, finally they get some rhythm about them.
Yep.
Tunisia was a nice turnover by Suisi
Cinco.
at the breakdown just before this, and then the replacement Najet goes through the hole. Just a little knock on. Oh, geez, right in front of the referee. I thought it was okay.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
I feel a little bit hard done by.
Okay.
Tunisia prepared to
6.
make
Yeah, she's
another
coming up.
substitution.
Thank
In
you.
comes Amira Latiev.
Thank you.
And she's going to take her place in the
Time
back
back
line.
on.
We've got
Crouch.
good 5.5 minutes left to go in this one.
Bind. Set.
So time for the Africans to get back into it. Aguilar can't hold that ball. It's gone loose, a little bit sloppy. Down on it goes Othmani, the captain. Quick ball
Vantage
required,
over.
substitute Latiev with her first touch of the game. Argentina now having to defend. No gap so far. Desiri. Big figure of Suisi. Tough to put down. Naget. Nice hands, but no room, and it's all very flat at the moment. Easy for Argentina to just pick them off
Go away,
in the
go
tackle
away.
and concentrate their efforts at the breakdown, which is exactly what they've
Play
done,
from ground.
and they get the penalty.
Yeah, it was way too long. The ruck had been set, so you can't throw it out like that. But great suffocating defence by the Argentinians.
Aguilar looking for a switch, trying to break the tackle. Lovely little pop on the outside. Kengini already has one try, looking for a second. Can't keep the ball in. And we'll have a line out on the far side.
Oh, great defence from Amal Dodori as they go quickly at Tunisia. Options.
No time to catch your breath. Well, referees called them back, so they'll have plenty of time.
Oh, I think they're
Okay,
throwing it
so
with
we'll repeat
when
it.
they
Yeah.
were in
We
field.
play the line out.
That's why they've come
You
back.
have to use outside.
You have to be on the outside of the pitch to throw the ball
Time
in.
off. Okay.
Eugenia Botelli preparing to come in, and Magali Fatsi as well.
Also now, yeah, and one is gone. She's there. Thank you. Time back on. Wait. Girls, open it up. No, no, no. Time's off. You have the on.
Pumas get up well, contest that ball. Look like they've managed to come back with possession as well. Trying to dig it out through Botelli. Substitute just on the pitch. This is Gonzalez, one try to her name. Strips on the pass, nice work. Ngini, oh look at that line through the middle. Look at that line through the middle from Valeria Montero.
Yeah.
That was beautifully judged. She gets the try, and Argentina 15 clear.
Yes, the outside in line from Montero. The secret is the timing. You see she takes it up, hits the hole in between, and she hits it at speed. That's the secret. There's no way that the Tunisian defence can recover in the fancy finish. Look to the sky.
Conversion attempt shouldn't be a problem underneath the post. And Argentina 17 points to 0. Looking good for victory, bar a miraculous comeback now for Tunisia.
She's looked dangerous every time she's touched the ball. Valeria Montero for Argentina. She's done her job, and she'll have a rest and get ready for the final.
Chance now for Tunisia to just get possession from this restart. If Gonzalez puts too much on it, she's gone for a bit of depth. That was deliberate. Nothing accidental about it. But Tunisia just allowed that ball to drift over their head, and Kemili tries the little dummy. Argentina saying, we weren't born yesterday, pal. We're not falling for that one. Still going though. Good strength by the Tunisian number 2. Fairness to her.
High tackle. Go lower, please.
And they get the penalty. Now, chance to attack this near side. Najah waiting on the outside, and here she is. Tries the handoff, not bad. It's and the offload, slippery little pass on the inside. Desiri keeps it alive, and so too does Latiev. Quick try here, you never know for Tunisia, because Argentina only converted one of theirs. They need one soon though, you feel. Good strong running by Dekra Kemeli.
Advantage, knock on.
An advantage been played for the knock-on. Space around the outside. Desiri stretches the legs. Over the 22, towards the try line. Needs the conversion, so every inch under that post is going to be welcome for the goal kicker. And that is a really good Tunisian try.
Yes, a well-taken try, wasn't it? Some continuity, some nice offload, some good passing, some good setup, good counter-rucking as well. It took out the defenders because they'd committed so many to that breakdown at Argentina. And this girl looked up, Desiri, couldn't believe her luck, went to the left-hand side and gets Tunisia's first score in this game.
Is there time to get another couple though? Well, she's landed the conversion, that will certainly help. 10 points to gap, convert a try, and any kind of a drop goal or a second would do it, but they're running out of time quickly here, and you just feel it might be too little too late.
Stay back, stay back.
Name of the game for Argentina, slow the ball down now, yeah? Is that going to hang on the 10-metre line? Well, it's advantage going to be played to the Pumas, and Gengini did well to keep that alive. Here's Gonzalez, pass on the outside, looks good for Padiero, tackled by Naget, and still there for Argentina to use. Shove the ball and into contact. Tunisia desperate to get their hands on inside a minute now. You feel the ghost is up, and they concede a penalty as well. Offside.
Offside number
says
2.
Beatrice Benvenuti, right on the spot. And Gonzalez says, let's go, let's waste no time. Fontanarasa, back inside, lovely hands to Botelli. Hits the deck just outside of 22. 30 seconds to play, and now Argentina give away the penalty. And Tunisia want to get on with it.
Yeah, she was isolated, wasn't she?
Here. Yeah, no in front.
The Argentinian number 11.
Thank you.
Quick tap from Kamili. Chips it on to Latiev. Whistle goes.
She's in front of you.
Pass.
Yeah, it's just these little things, unfortunately, for Tunisia making all the difference in this game. They've had opportunities, haven't been able to take every one, and in these big games, that's what the difference is. Well, they've grown into this tournament. They've had some good showings over the weekend, some good wins, but unfortunately not going to be in this semi-final.
Crouch.
Argentina, well, first half showing did the damage as far as they were concerned. 10 points to 0, they went into the break. Another one just after the restart.
Crouch.
And Tunisia left it all
Bind.
too late
Set.
to come back into the game. Now the gap slightly with that late try, an awkward one. Might have one last roll of the dice here for Tunisia. Latiev.
Oh no.
Tackled hard.
We don't have
Well,
advantage
maybe that is
over.
the end of that. Knock on. It's gone full time, and there is the full time whistle. So it's Argentina who progressed. Tunisia, disappointment for them. And it's the Pumas who will advance in the 5th place playoff. They won out here by 17 points to 7.
Final score, Argentina 17, Tunisia 7.
Oh, this kid is something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
Watching that, Carlton, Arna, do you think you could have just kept playing for a few more years? You could have gone to the Olympics.
Oh, I'll take my Commonwealth Games gold medal, Sarah. I'm happy with that. They don't need some old man trying to rekindle his youth. It's a young person's game, Sevens.
It really is, and by the end of the day we'll know who else is going, but we're going to focus our attention here on Samoa against China. They're playing for the right to take on Argentina in the playoff, and both Samoa and China, well, they'll be a little bit shell-shocked after the morning they've had. They were still in with a chance of going to Rio this morning. They were in the quarterfinals, but Samoa, well, they got thumped 26-0 by Kazakhstan this morning. Meanwhile, China, well, they were beaten 21-0 by Spain. And they both had pretty convincing days yesterday. Brenda Collins there, the captain for Samoa, she scored 2 tries. Whilst Bella Mio there for Samoa, she managed to rack up 24 points on day 1. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong for China, she also managed to cross the whitewash 3 times yesterday. But remember, of course, China, they're having to play out this fixture now here in Dublin with one less player. They lost Yang Min yesterday after she's now been suspended for 14 weeks for biting in their last fixture yesterday. Who's impressed you between these two sides so far, Carl?
mean, both teams have had their moments, haven't they, to be fair? And this Chinese team, they really did empty the tank in their quarter-final, as you'd expect. They want to go back to that semi and play a football, anything can happen. And Samoa, well, they'll be disappointed. They didn't really fire a shot in their quarter-final. And for me, this game is so tough mentally because you've got to get over that disappointment of losing the quarter-final. Your Olympic dreams are gone. But now you've still got to reset. There's an opportunity to come to the 5th place and take away that. And you've got to remember, both of these sides playing in their home colours, in their country's jersey. So there's a lot of pride still there.
I mentioned Zhao Rong there for China. She's actually on the bench for this one. Instead, they've got Yang Hong, who's going to be starting this one. So we don't know if that's tactical. And what's most interesting about this fixture is this is a real clash of styles between these two sides. You'll find the Chinese, they're very technical. They're scanning the whole time. They're looking to make sure they make all the correct decisions, while the Samoans, they're just a little bit more bruising.
They love the physical nature, don't they? The Samoans started off day one with 2 very good wins, and they've lost their last pool game and their quarter-final today. But I'm looking for them to bounce back, really express themselves.
So physically, look out onto the team, you can see a different size differential between the two sides. The Chinese do look a lot smaller than the Samoans. And it does look like it will be the Chinese who'll be starting this one off.
One thing that really stood out for me in attack for the Chinese is that when they come under pressure, they tend to go right down the middle of the park and use the contact, and I think against Samoa, that's what you don't want to do.
Alhambra Nieves of Spain. Going to be getting this one underway for us. Well into the second half of the day here in Dublin. The Olympic repechage, Dublin Sevens. Samoa against China. Nicely taken by China from their own restart. But already quick defence flying across here the line by Samoa. Alternative, different tactic there from Samoa, just swinging the player around down to ground.
Kayla Marita, Pody Lane just bossed the opposite in defence here and got the turnover. Well done.
Big run coming in here by Helen Collins. She's absolutely bulldozing her way down the centre of the park. Bellamia now can't quite connect with that ball. She just takes her time to try and make it short, but then she rushes that pass outside.
Captain Red is forward.
Well, a nice run initially from Helen Collins. She had to look to her left-hand side where Maitua Federica was hanging around. She looked to the right, went that way, then lost her support players.
It's only Ling Chen to make her way across the pitch with the ball. She was very diligent there. She only collected it herself. Didn't want the ball boys and ball girls to do all the work for her. Big shove there by Samoa. Well done, China, for keeping hold of that ball as it goes out to the far side. Look at this pressure coming in from Samoa. Loose out on the far side. This is good stuff from China from what they're up against at the moment. It's the captain Kakuri who's going forward. 2 Samoan players dragging down to the turf. Awkward body position there for Samoa. Good refereeing. Quick penalty taken straight away. Oh, good afternoon. Welcome to Dublin, says Helen Collins.
That's how you say Malo. Maloso. Good Samoan welcome. Helen Collins just gets under the ribs. It's legal. Unfortunately, she was offside. Sevens is a tough sport.
It is, and the Chinese player that's down at the moment, she is okay. I think I could be wrong. She's been winded.
Oh yeah, totally. That's all it is, and it's never nice, but...
Please go back 10
I can remember the first time I was winded playing rugby. It really is a horrible feeling. You're not used to it. Sadly, you do have to get used to it.
Yeah, it's just part of the game. I mean, it feels like the lungs are in the back of your throat. Well, I think she might have hurt her head, actually. I think that's the complaint there, so that's why we're taking a little bit more time. But
very sensible as well. We're quite happy for the medics to take as long as they want in these situations. There's no point in rushing this whatsoever, as they just bring on. I think they might try and help the Chinese player and give just her a little bit more time. So here we go. This is the situation we've had here in Dublin. Look at that for Ireland, the hosts, and Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe and Alison Miller, alongside Elena Zrokova of Russia, all at the top of the try-scoring stats there. And that's what is coming up very soon. Russia against Ireland. You've got a big smile on your face, Carlton, Arnie. You can't wait.
Oh, I can't wait, yeah. I mean, look at those. Ireland, Russia, the home team against the top side coming into this one. The #1 seed. It's going to be a semi-final for the ages. And, oh, I love attacking football.
It's nice to see also a bit further down that list, Aki Poon is there as well. So there are the semi-final lineups we have coming your way. The crowd, they've been out this morning in the rain waiting for this. We've got better conditions now. It's warmed up slightly. We're approaching 16 degrees Celsius here in Dublin now. So first it'll be Russia against Ireland. Russia the favourites here against Ireland the hosts. Then Kazakhstan against Spain. And remember, it's not just the Olympic place that is on offer today, because Russia and Spain have already qualified for the World 7 Series next season, but Kazakhstan and Ireland haven't. So whoever finishes higher of those two, they get that last spot in the World Series. So much to play for. Right, we're back and underway. The Chinese player has been taken off, and she's being well looked after by the medical staff. So we're still 0-0 here. No score between Samoa and China, and still early days in this first half as the ball comes back to Lai Lai. Very long pass from her, solid, and these big hits from the Samoans are just going to keep coming all day long. Eventually China reorganise themselves, and the kick on comes now down this near side wing. Luan Shou-Qian is still flying away. Great support coming in there by Lai Lai. She couldn't quite get that last pass away to Shang Wang Ting. And Samoa, they're grappling all over the ball, but the referee not happy at all. Once again, Lai Lai, who's been really busy so far in this first half. She's taking a lot of ball. Nearly got in a bit of a tangle there with her own player. Interesting rucking technique, but it worked. As China try and spread it out to the far side. They do have another player out there. Kuri is there at the moment. Oh, look at that kick on. That is a try to be proud of. Gu Yao Yao. That was pretty.
Well, they kept their width, didn't they, the Chinese team? And just this nice late cut there on the angle. Gu Yao Yao goes through a staggered defence of Samoa. They couldn't stop her in the end, but well constructed by this Chinese team.
You need powerful legs to be able to do that. And China are ahead here. 7 points their lead.
It's so tough to defend when you're giving away pick-about penalties, and that's what Samoa did, and you're always retreating as a defence, and well, you're able to keep your width as the Chinese did. Well, holes are going to appear.
The Chinese team, they are professionals now. They've really come in and smartened up their setup since they've taken Ben Gollings on, as that one just bounces out of play on the far side, but it bounced well in over 10 before it went out, so it's gone for the line. So thought they'd take a little cheeky one there. Referee Alhambra Niev says, you do not think so? Come back, please. Another smart little move there by Samoa as they send Petarika right through. She's got good support in there by Collins as well. This time a penalty for Samoa. And a loose ball there means Samoa can't take it quickly.
Yeah, the try scorer Yao Yao unfortunately got caught on the wrong side of the ruck, impeding that ball being cleared. Now just slow it down here, Samoa. They won't want to play it at pace. I think the Chinese will.
As we say, can't stress enough in this one. Really contrasting styles of rugby coming up against each other here. It's the Chinese who have the lead for now. Corey Lane, they're getting herself wrapped up by the Chinese. Coming towards this near side, big handoffs coming in here, but the Chinese, they are determined, and eventually, I tell you what, that is great stuff by Liu Shou-Qian. She was determined to bring down her women, and she did. Numbers on the far side for Samoa. Oh, just one loose pass, couldn't get to Brenda Collins, and the Chinese desperate to get there, and they get the ball as well. Great stuff from China. They weren't held. They need to place that back. Can it come quickly? Because Samoa already looked like they might be tiring. Shang Wang Ting, far side. Zhao Rong, who is now on. Penalty to China.
And you're right, Sarah, this Samoan team are definitely starting to fatigue, and this Chinese side can just feel it, can't they? They're spreading them, they're moving the bigger Samoans around, and at the moment, Samoans just can't get their hands on the ball at the breakdown, can't slow them down, they can't buy a trick.
Play on. There's a bit of a sing-song going on in the crowd on the far side. Still the Chinese, loose ball there on the side. He's going to cough up on the Samoan side. They get a little bit of a gimme there. Samoa with 30 seconds on the clock until the half-time. What would they give just to get a little something here? But that's gone forward. It's not going the way of Samoa. They started so strongly. But it does seem to be the fitness of the Chinese at the moment that is proving the difference.
Well, the thing is, when you play a physical game, such as the Samoans are doing, it takes it out of your lungs. You're having to take it to deck, you're trying to fight in contact, you're having to get your bridger there, you have to get more players to that breakdown to secure it. It takes out your lungs.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
I love watching the two scrum halves. Absolutely having a real ding-dong, just the two of them out there. Samoa managed to try and jump and scramble over the ball, but it's been knocked on. And that will be the half. I bet you've had a few ding-dongs in your time, haven't you, Carl?
Yeah, I've been smoked like that on the field, don't worry about that. But it's good to see these girls just leaving it all out on the field. Love it.
Well, we are loving the Sevens here in Dublin. Of course, remember, this is also the venue where you'll see the Women's World Cup next year in August, but let's head into that Samoan huddle.
You're 7 more minutes in. 7 more minutes, so it's either over or you give us another run. Okay? So work really hard. There's the Epps and Sui coming on fresh legs. Okay, work real hard on those forwards.
You just got to go forward, eh? Because we're going backwards. Someone just put the foot down, go forward, work in that 3 straight away. Get that bridge off, and then we've got numbers out wide. Yeah, they're too scared to come into contact. Let's try and make a tackle and then get that arm free. Okay, try and pop that Fossiera. Yeah?
Yeah, stick to the system. Okay, stick to playing the stuff, just go forward. Okay, you're right. So, like these
Cool. I'm bad. You want a lady? Bite on 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, fight!
Get physical.
Try and get the arm free and get their offloads going. She's the critical part of this Manusina team. And behind the ball player, sets everything up. Ramsey Tomakino, Manusina coach, ultra experience, delivering his message.
The voice of Carl Tanana, who's here with us, former New Zealand Sevens captain. The prize waiting for the winner of this match is to play off for 5th place. And it'll be Samoa gets this back underway. And as Carl says, strong team talk coming in there from Samoa. Big chat, can they back it up? And that's a mistake from China, but they mopped that up quickly by taking the line out as quickly as they can. And can they capitalize from it? Mistake, what mistake? Look at this, flying down this near side. Oh, and a cut back inside. That was a sneaky little move. Oh my goodness. Liao Xiaoqian, that was class. One of the best tries we have seen so far in Dublin. And China, they're just starting to streak ahead.
Yeah, pressure at the throw in there, but it's the right move, wasn't it? Get it across. Keeping their width, that's the secret. It was a 1-on-3 in the end. Moise was isolated on the outside. They didn't come up the staggered defence, missed one tracking back. There was another sweeper. She beat all 3 of them and didn't slow down. That was the secret. Said Tara, well taken try.
This Chinese side, it is all about gas and fitness and backing themselves. And when they do it, they are dangerous.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Time back on.
Restart for China. They've got that conversion as well, so they've got a 14-point lead here now. Yeah, nice little step here from Samoa. Oh, this is good stuff. Anything you can do, I can do better. I am a little bit tired though, so come on, buddy, come and help me out here, Mose. Snap back inside to Malia Fraser.
Back, play on.
Nice stuff, still going forward. Peters has it down on the ground.
Advantage.
Milo manages to feed out to the far side. Rasmussen is there, wearing the scrum cap. She's managed to feed out to the far side. Samoa still have something to say here. Keresano Anisi, and she is jogging that one as close to the post as she can get. Oh, we got game on.
Yeah, they made a couple of changes and
Please.
made an immediate impact, haven't they? Anisi on their far side to shift the ball quickly. Good right to left pass from Milo out to the number 10, Rasmussen. He took out 2 defenders with that last pass to Anisi, exactly what Samoa needed for their own confidence.
Well, no conversion there for Samoa, so it remains Samoa 5, China 14.
Started from a nice run though from Pody Lane, the number 7, deep within her own half. The first side, she's really played well on day 2 especially.
This conversion for Samoa, number 9, Lela Milo.
4 minutes, and both of these teams have a shot here. Oh, it's another breakaway straight away. Great stuff here from the Chinese captain, Chen Kunkuri. She's being chased down, but it's all in vain. Chen Kunkuri, as soon as Samoa think they're going to get back into it, well, they just get the edge back. Well done, China.
You're pretty lazy defence, you'd have to say. They just drift off. Anisi turns her back, and Peters, I think it was, unfortunately just couldn't make up when this lady went through the hole. And that's the thing for me, over 10 metres, they are very, very quick, aren't they, the Chinese, and that's all you need. Just get into those half breaks or make half breaks full ones.
There we go, China up to 21 points now, just as Samoa thought they could find a pathway back into this. China just go and slam that door shut again. Chance, remember, a place in the 5th place final up for grabs. Is a little bit of a mistake there from the restart. Ben Gollings, the Chinese coach, looks on. Looks reasonably calm at the moment, although he has changed his outfit from earlier. He was wearing a pink t-shirt earlier.
Now he's got a bright orange. What's doing, Benny?
Yeah. Outfit change for the coach. Who knew? Far side. Samoan ball. Big tackles going in here by the Chinese. Back down the line. Mose now has it. Support on the outside. This is good. The try scorer, Kerenaso Anisi, she sets it up nicely. Good distribution comes in from Mose. Back down the Samoan line. Peters, she goes straight forwards. Yeah, that was not good working by China. Normally they're quite disciplined.
Not gone.
Referee's whistle goes again after that little advantage there from Samoa. Eventually it was lost, then China grabbed it, knocked it on.
She did well, doesn't she? Bella Milo exploits the defence and has died off her feet for mine, but unfortunately deemed as a knock-on instead. What it does slow the play down, take seconds off the clock, precious seconds.
A couple of mistakes also there from China. We've seen them do such good wrecking throughout this tournament, and they seem to be a bit sloppy here in the second half.
Expect 5th game in 2 days for them, so their last quarter-final was a bruiser as well, so fatigue definitely setting in.
Well, Samoa do get that ball, and they do run with it, still pumping the legs, still working forwards into the 22, almost through there by Malia Fraser. They switch it back in direction now. Bellamio looking up for her options. Intense pressure from the Chinese at every occasion. Milo again. Far side, there are Samoan players there. Pori Lane already picked out by Carlton Anna is having a strong match here. Samoa desperate to try and pound away on that far side wing. Not interested in using the rest of the pitch, but it's gone forwards. and China will get the ball.
Well, the fitness really has been a feature of this Chinese effort in this semi-final. So hard to defend, phase after phase after phase, but they've done it well. You can see they're going low every time, putting the Samoan attackers on the ground, and it just takes the fitness out of them. And in the end, there's the result, a knock-on.
Whoever is the tackling coach for China should be thrilled.
I know who it isn't. Ben Gollings. Never made a tackle in his whole career. Well, he scored 10 million points.
He did all right, though. He did all right.
Oh, did he what?
Oh, China hacking on here. Now here's a little foot chase. China almost held back there. We need to let the player up. She does get up.
Release now, Red.
And it's that rucking from China, and they steal the ball again. When they do it well, they do it so well. And it's Gu Yao Yao who's now looking for a brace. She's going to go over, and she has had a strong, strong game.
Yeah, she really has led from the front, hasn't she? Gu Yao Yao. Been very explosive, and that's where they've really dominated, especially in the second 7 minutes. This Chinese team had to break down. Their technique's been good. They've been lower than the Samoans, and it's given opportunities at the base. And this is good reward for some great defense from China.
He's very tall as well, Gu Yao Yao. We wait for this conversion then for China. This will be an icing on a cake. It's a good kick, and it is through. So China have prevailed here, and that means that they will be taking on Argentina in that 5th place final. But what a treat there is on its way for you now. Time to put your seatbelts in place and watch the crowd on the far side, because next up it's our semi-final, Ireland against Russia.
Final score, China 28-05.
Well, our first semi-final, and it's Ireland against Russia for a place in the final of this Dublin Repechage in UCD's Belfield Bowl. Well, both teams undefeated on their path to this stage, and Russia, perhaps ominously, have yet to concede a single try in this tournament. The calm before the storm. Well, both teams undefeated, as I mentioned, but Ireland taking care of business in equally impressive fashion. Some brilliant rugby at times, and despite their poor record against Russia, they will be quietly confident of upsetting the odds in front of their home crowd. The home support today we can hear is in full voice, and that might just be a factor here.
The home support is phenomenal. What an atmosphere, what an occasion, what an opportunity for these Irish players. There is nothing quite like an occasion like this.
A chance to make history for this Irish team. No women's field side has ever competed at the Olympic Games. Can they take a massive step and book their place in the final?
Ready?
A massive step towards achieving that goal. The captain, Lucy Mulhall, to get us underway. Russia with their captain, Marina Petrova, on the bench. Surprisingly, Pavel Baranovsky perhaps opting to change things up on the basis of what he has seen over the last day and a half. And the first chance for Mulhall to lead an attack inside the Russian half. Tackled well, though, and shoved back with some vigour and force. Russians not giving an inch in defence. Dragged to the ground. Perestiak making her presence felt. Russia get the penalty. Ireland going off their feet.
Yeah, you have to compete at the breakdown. You need to get that ball out of the breakdown quickly against Russia. Ireland took too long there, which enabled Russia to get up in their faces, move that ball away from the breakdown area, Ireland.
Lushina, top point scorer in the tournament so far. The Russian, as they have dominated the stats, and this is where they're dangerous. Line to get ball on the outside. Perestiak kept it alive. Back to Lushina, and they're lining up on that right-hand side. This is Kutseva, floating past to Hamidova. And we know what she's capable of if she stretches those long legs. But I tell you what, that is a statement of intent from Megan Williams. She says, "You're not getting past me today, pal." And Ireland get the scrum.
And the crowd goes wild. Megan Williams, a couple of brilliant interventions from her already. Second of all, a tackle against the dangerous Hamidova. First of all, the claim off the kickoff is what gave Ireland possession early on.
Well, you want to know why the expectation has been building. That graphic there tells its own story. 5 players, Ireland and Russia, all in the top try scoring list this weekend. Clinical from both teams for the last day and a half. Doyle with a lovely run. only gets as far as the 10-metre line, and we have to countenance the crowd on that far side, because every time Ireland make 2 metres,
It's released.
the crowd's almost expecting them to score a try. Doyle, who started that break, drives the legs in contact. She's got 2 Russian defenders in her way, and Baxter to act as scrum half. Flood with the line as far as Mulhall. Again, Russia competing on the deck, their upper body strength and their conditioning second to none as far as this tournament is concerned. That one look forward from here, and the referee well placed, Sarah Cox, to spot it.
Ireland using their home advantage brilliantly. All of the pressure here is on Russia. When you start to hear the crowd getting loud, giving momentum to the home team, you can imagine slight doubts just creeping into the heads of the Russian team. Ireland to have a chance in this game, need to keep possession, keep that momentum going, and keep those doubts.
Plus, you have to factor in the strength of both benches as well. You look at the likes of Petrova, the captain, Shemshub, Drakova as well for Russia. Ireland have Miller as they're under pressure here with Russian blitz defence to make life difficult for Mulhall. Prestiak, no way through, fires the pass more in hope than expectation, and Russia somehow come away with the ball. Little step on the inside from Bodkova. Another big tackle goes in, this time from Stacey Flood. Hamidova has 2 players outside her. She runs straight into Ashley Baxter, and there's no way through the Irish number 6. Mulhall, like a Jack Russell, sniping the Russian attack. Down at the ankles. Hamidova with a handover, has to be made that tackle, and Doyle does. The pop pass, only as far as Kazakova. Kazakova to Lushina. It's frantic stuff by both teams. Mile a minute rugby, as you would expect. Bobakova trying to go through the Irish defence. Tackles have to be made inside the 22 as we approach just over 3 minutes. Russian penalty. Ireland going off their feet at the breakdown. Audrey O'Flynn appeals to the referee. Quick tap from Kazakova. Got one outsider. Kazakova slips through, and the first try is for Russia. Audrey O'Flynn falls off the tackle. You cannot afford to do that. And first blood to the Russians.
Yeah, Audrey O'Flynn was worried about the player outside of Gutseva. Gutseva took the gap. Here it is. I thought Russia had gone the wrong way. There were more numbers the other way, but she taps herself. And Audrey O'Flynn's just a little bit worried about the player on the outside. Seredina holds off the tackle and Gutseva's through.
5 points to 0. Russia lead. Conversion to come. Lushina, well, she's so experienced with the right foot of hers. Here's the strike. Well, she didn't get a connection on that one at all, so it's been a frantic first half so far.
It really has, and I was just thinking, as we watch the replay of this try again, about poor old Kudinova, usually captain of Russia, sat at home, presumably watching this, streaming through.
She will be fit if they do make the Olympic Games, because she hasn't been around for the last couple of tournaments. So there's a gift on a plate for Ireland. Both sides breathing hard already, Sue.
Indeed. One Russian captain watching at home, another one watching from the bench here. Great attacking opportunity for Ireland.
Come on.
Just less than 2 minutes to go here at the end of the first half, and Ireland splitting their attack left and right. Dummy switch with Williams. Here's Baxter trying to go through. Williams to try and just secure possession. Mulhall, 2 outsider, nice hands. Doyle on the outside. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe turns on the gas, but equally Seredina met her head on in that tackle.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe versus Kazakova. They've had it all their own way so far in this tournament, but they haven't come up against each other. There's pace against pace here. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, we've become so used to seeing her streaking away, but Kazakova, she knows how to bundle the opposition winger into touch.
On the line where the
line out to Ireland on that far side. Megan Williams is the normal target in this set piece, and she manages to spoil a few opposition throws as well. That's another decent set piece play from Ireland. Mulhall to Doyle, has Murphy-Crowe outside, and the pass has to go, surely. No, she doesn't need her! She does not need her, and Aoife Doyle emphatically fires back for Ireland.
The atmosphere cue here is phenomenal. The Irish crowd going wild. Aoife Doyle, first try this weekend. What a time to choose to score it. The Russian defence knew that Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe was there on the outside. They're a little bit worried about her. It's Gutseva who scored the try for Russia, who's dropped off the tackle here. Aoife Doyle, hats off to you. Brilliant, brilliant play.
Who needs a winger when you got a centre that can go all the way? And Aoife Doyle, conversion to come from Mulhall. She's pushed it right across the face of the goal, so we stay locked on 5 points apiece. Nothing to separate the teams, and what a try for Aoife Doyle.
Game on. This is without doubt the best that we've seen Ireland play against Russia all season.
There's something, I think, the fear factor seems to be gone from this Ireland team. They're not giving Russia any respect here, and they're tearing into the tackles. Williams goes up. Did she touch that one? Hamidova in the right place at the right time, and they've got an overlap here now unless Ireland can get numbers across. Mulhall chases like a jackal. That's a brilliant tackle by the Irish captain.
Leave it.
And ball for Russia on the deck. We've gone to 7 minutes in the first half. Little show from Bobakova. Switches to the outside. Hamidova calling for it, but she's not going to get it at the first attempt. Could save it. Now with a switch to Hamidova, and she tries to bounce off the first Irish defender. Williams in to try and rob possession. Still there for Russia. It's been an energy-sapping first half. Both teams giving their all. And we might see substitutions at the bench, but carving them through is Kazakova. Ekaterina Kazakova has the last say of the first half, and Russia silenced the Irish crowd, and a brilliant, brilliant try by the Russian number 10.
That looked ominous for Ireland the second the ball left the hands of Daria Lushina. Katerina Kazakova in a bit of space is always dangerous, and there the Irish defence just couldn't reach her. There was a far too big a gap between Irish defender 1 and 2 on the outside. Stacey Flood too far away from Lucy Mulhall. That left Katerina Kazakova a huge gap to run through, and she is an extraordinarily good finisher, world class.
World class finish from the Russians, and Ireland, after striking back, go into the half-time break. 7 points down. This game's still anyone's, though. Don't go away.
So defensively we're doing fine. We can't over-track into those wide channels. We're getting caught too short over here, okay? So if they come into the wide channels, you either got to have a shot at that ball to slow it down and try and win it, all right? Or we just readjust the upper far side so we don't end up with 3 or 4 people in the ruck area, okay?
Вы посмотрите, если у вас есть лишность, играйте. Да пусть лучше вы просрете, но играйте в регби 7, а не просто в стену бейте. Давай, давай! 3-4! Россия! Отдайте, Бугай! Акола отдыхает, и Кузьма отдыхает.
So Pavel Baranovsky, the pressure on Russia, just if you need reminding, there have been rumours and reports around the Russian media that if they don't qualify the Olympic Games, the future funding will be under threat. But Ireland, look at that, youngest supporter in the house, probably the most vocal as well. Family beside him, and well, I think he's hoping for an Irish victory. They've got 7 points to make up, though. Still too close to call, but you feel today the first score of the second half absolutely crucial.
Absolutely crucial. Ireland desperately want to get back into this game with the first score.
Audrey O'Flynn. Louise Galvin substitute in for Ireland into the centre, so let's see what she can manage here as Mulhall in 2 minds about where to go, opting to carry it into the tackle. Important to protect possession. Galvin. Look at that counter ruck from Russia, though. Did that go forward? Referee says no, play on. Sarah Cox right on the spot, and Russia with numbers wide here. Ireland still defending. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe in there. Podestiak. Galvin in to try and rip the ball free. Has to let go on the ground. And Russia recycle with possession. Shipped on from Darkova. Another substitute in for Russia. Taken up by Seradina. Ireland get the penalty.
Brilliant defence, both teams. The defence really suffocating, getting up in the faces And if the pass is an inch wrong and the receiver of the pass has to readjust, they just have no time.
You know where I'm stood? Right,
Well,
wait there.
What does Lucy Mulhill do? That's what I thought she might do. Got no distance on it whatsoever, but finds a touch on the halfway line.
Unusual decision, you have to say, to kick it straight out, to give yourself a lottery in the line out for possession when you could just be tapping and running. And of course, the ball will go back to fly half, 10 metres further back
You need to get that sorted.
from where they've just kicked it
She
out.
needs to get that sorted.
Well, they do have options on the bench. Ireland, Louise Galvin is in.
Yeah.
We don't know
it's okay.
the full extent of the injury to Niamh Briggs from the last game, but Alison Miller is a try scorer in form, and I just wonder if Ireland don't score in the next minute or so, might they look at change? Williams, was she tackled in the air? Referee says no, she's lost her footing. Stacey Flood, awkward one for her to deal with, and under pressure from the Russians, did well to pick it up off the ground. Needs help now though. Russia have turned over ball on a couple of occasions already against Ireland. Audrey O'Flynn cannot afford to lose this in the contact, needs help, hangs on for dear life. There for Williams. Now Ireland trying to release the speedster out wide, but Hull under a bit of pressure. Galvin in to help her, and then Williams on the outside. Little kick and chase here now. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe has got to back herself. Two Russian defenders going back. One of them is Drakova, and she has all the time to take the bounce of the ball and launch a counter-attack. Galvin puts her down, and puts her down well. Massive overlap on the left-hand side. Ireland might be caught here. Dangerous one. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe bakes the hit, and what a hit that was. Russia still inside their own 22. Ireland having to defend. Hamidova trying to go on the outside. Those long arms cannot shake off the attention of Murphy-Crowe. The pass though goes to hand, and Russia spreading Ireland left and right. Audrey O'Flynn's going to be caught here. She doesn't have the pace to keep up, I can tell you that. Russia going to score again over the halfway line. Easy as you like for Drakova, and the Russian number 9 has that sealed victory and a place in the final.
Yeah, you can't blame Audrey O'Flynn for that. There were 3 attackers against 1 defender there. Ireland just far too short out wide. Once they'd managed to recycle this ball back that way, then there was only ever going to be one result. Audrey O'Flynn couldn't cover all of those players, and Drakova has a lot of pace. Well worked from Russia, but just have to say a word for Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. The tackles that she put in prior to that try getting scored, she plays with some heart.
Well, conversion from Lushina, straight between the posts. It's more damage on the board for Russia. 19 points to 5, and now the leading try scorer in Dublin, Drakova, for Russia. She has been a machine. Alison Miller's come on for Ireland, so is it the last chance, maybe last roll of the dice for Anthony Eddy to get something back here? Ireland need to try as quickly as possible, you feel, with 3 minutes left on the clock. Don't forget, Olympic qualification, the #1 priority, but equally Ireland looking to get back on the HSBC 7 series for next season. If they finish in 3rd place, which means even if they lose this match, winning their next game will be enough to do just that.
Crouch, mind, set.
Ireland with possession. Galvin with the pass. Nicely done. Little step off the outside. Oh, what a hit on Ashley. What a hit that was. Wasn't expecting it.
She looks hurt, and it possibly might be high. Let's wait and see what the referee says. The crowd certainly don't like it.
Well, it's Cronin who took a thumping tackle.
Time is off.
She's a tough little warrior, but that one was from the blind side. She wasn't expecting it, and that's why she wasn't able to tense her body in time for the hit.
No, whilst there is a huge height differential between Hamidova and Cronin, it did seem like a high tackle. Certainly the crowd think it was a high tackle.
7 green high. For me, I'm having that as a yellow card, and a penalty to Ireland just where she is there. Happy? Captain, please.
Let's have another look at it.
Okay, it's gone high. Okay, off we go.
Hamidova gets 2 minutes in the bin. Is this a lifeline for Ireland? If it is a lifeline, they need to grab it with both hands, and they need to do it now.
They certainly do. And there certainly was no intention from Hamidova. It's just a huge height differential, but it's the right call. It was high. She has to go off. Here it comes. She's just coming across to make the tackle. That's a high tackle. That's her head. You've got to go off for that, and it does give Ireland an opportunity. 7 on 6, 2 minutes left.
David and Goliath has gone to the bench for 2 minutes. Ireland with ball off the top to use. If they're going to win this game, they've got to score. You feel from this move. Galvin couldn't get the ball outside to Ali Miller. Mulhall overlap on the right. They've got to go. Cronin. Mulhall queuing up on the right hand side. Flood. Baxter. Flynn is outside. Audrey O'Flynn trying to use her power. She's dragged down 5 metres short. Ireland still with possession. Dramatic finish here. 2 tries in the making. Cronin swings one. Galvin. Hands should do it. Alison Miller. Try for Ireland. The Portlaoise flyer goes in the corner. And we need another one just to level things up.
It is all happening here. Who should it fall to but Alison Miller in huge amounts of space. She's not going to make any mistake from there. A little handoff, a little flourish, a little dive. Another 5 points for Ireland.
Crucial conversion has to go over. It hasn't, which means that Russia have a 9-point lead. You feel it's too much with the time left on the clock.
Have heart, Hugh. There's still time for 2 scores here for the Irish fans.
Well, they need to get their hands on this ball now. Don't forget Russia still down to 6 players. Hamidova in the bin. Ireland have made it pay so far with a try. Need possession here. Galvin's after. It's gone too far. Lushina comfortable underneath that. Takes the pass. And Russia through Prestiak worked that left-hand side. Was that forward? It was. Lifeline. They've got to go now. Russia I suppose in no hurry to set this scrum.
No, Russia certainly will be in no hurry for the scrum. Oh, it's marginal, isn't it? But it is forward. And Russia, we've said it over the course of the season, tend to get really flat. The support players always creep up. And that really puts the pass under pressure.
Ireland need to score in the next 5 seconds or it's game over. Hail Mary, if you've got one, they've lost it. That's it. That's it. It will be Russia through to the final. Can they finish with a flourish? Miller misses off the tackle and off she goes. Drakova. Oh, what a reach from Mulhall. Brilliant stuff.
Privacy advantage.
Lushina, we've gone full time. Any next
advantage
time that the ball goes out, play will be over. But Russia, they already know, I think, that they are through to the final. Saradina keeps it alive. Lushina. Prestiak is going to boot this one into the stands. And Russia are through to the Olympic qualifier final. Ireland gave it everything, but it wasn't enough in the end, CJ.
It wasn't enough in the end. The Irish are on the floor, heads in their hands, so disappointed, but they gave it everything. That is the best performance we have seen from them this season, epitomised by Lucy Mulhall's chase back tackle right at the end there, but hats off to Russia. They're a very, very good team.
Russia advanced to the final. They will play the winners of Spain and Kazakhstan. But Ireland, a crucial third-place playoff coming up. Look what it means to the Russians. The pressure that we've been talking about on the coach and on the players. A rare show of emotion from the ice-cold Russians. Final score, Russia 19, Ireland 10. It's Russia who advanced to the final in Dublin.
So all the excitement really ramping things up in this tournament. Kazakhstan and Spain waiting to come on for the biggest minutes, not only of this tournament, but of their season. The big news that Anna Yakovleva on the left there is fit enough to return. Had a big knock to her mouth in that quarterfinal, but they've stitched her up, they're putting it back on the paddock because she is so important for the way that Kazakhstan work. Let's just have a look at the way that Spain have got through with 4 from 4, and look at that, not conceded a point in 4 matches, and that tells you something, Cartanana, about their defence and about their resilience.
Well, defence wins your tournaments, no doubt about that. Kazakhstan, they've been very business-like going about their work as well, and they'll test that stoic defence that Spain have shown, but they're going to need every ounce. This one, I reckon, they play similar type of rugby, that combative, physical nature.
Yeah, got you, sucker.
Should be a good one.
Amy Perrett, given the responsibility of this championship semi-final.
Thank you. Thank you.
Patricia Garcia, the playmaker of this Spanish team,
Captain.
the key cog that makes this Spanish machine work. Always seems to have plenty of time to make the right calls and to settle her team down. There's Yakovleva ready for the start. Well, it's not a start that Kazakhstan were hoping for, as Kushibayeva unable to take the ball cleanly and giving the penalty away to compound it.
Yeah, no clear tackle release from Nurmatova, but pressure straight from the kickoff.
Garcia out to Barbara Platt. Berta Garcia takes them up to the 22. Barbara Platt, such a vibrant player. There's Patricia Garcia, straightens things up, gives it back. The old 1-2 doesn't work though, as she loses the ball in the contact, and it's hacked away by Bachibayeva. Good follow-up from Stepanuga, but Spain have possession back, which they immediately cede to their opposition with indiscipline at the breakdown.
Yeah, Berta Garcia there coming across from the open side for Spain, covering up that kick that went down from Kazakhstan. Messi at the breakdown. I thought Garcia or Pla before that should have went wide. They had numbers to the right-hand side. They took it into contact. The end result was Kazakhstan were able to clear.
Well, this is an early change from Kazakhstan.
Okay.
Bayeva is going to replace number 1, Stepanuga. Of course, we know from previous matches how dangerous Stepanuga has been. Hat-trick on her first outing against Argentina and just limping off in front of us.
Red.
So not the start that Kazakhstan were hoping for, but they'll settle themselves back. They had to make do without their captain Yakovleva in that quarter-final, and did so sufficiently to make sure they're here in the semi. Again, the cut back from Klishnikova, always looking at that short side, trying to catch the opposition defence drifting. A drive through with Kushibayeva, the lady who Coach John Phelan implored to step up and take the place of Yakovleva in that match against Samoa. Spain getting their tackles in. Yakovleva holding onto the ball, not throwing it away. Yakovleva showing good strength on the ball, but terrier-like qualities from Paula Medin. Here's the support runners, looking back inside to Nurmatova, trying to straighten things up. And they're spinning it out to the flank. Here's the first real opportunity. Kushibayeva, double gang there to force the resistance and giving the penalty away.
Oh, that staunch Spanish defence on their own line, Simon, and here they go, Garcia.
You can see why they've not conceded a point yet. The way that they work in tandem, really, around the strong ball carriers.
Offside. Rock phone.
Is not going to help the Kazakhstan cause. Down by Ava, having to trot back now into her own defensive line as Spain try and rev their attacking engine from inside their own 22. Barbara Platt. Oh, she knows the way to mark it. Just spinning in the tackle, being forced back before halfway.
No!
Martinez. Oh, that pass has drifted forward from Vanessa Real.
That was great defence equally though from Kazakhstan, the number 7 I think it was. Batabayeva She bananaed in and forced that skip pass, got in between the two supporting players and went a mile forward. There she is there. It was a beautiful read, but it needed to be because of the 3-on-1 situation. If the pass goes to hand, Spain were in the corner, but it didn't. It was the right one in the end.
We're in match number 40. Very aware that these two matches have ramped things up. It has a whole different feel now, doesn't it? Dreams are on the line.
That's what it's all about, getting an opportunity to go to the Summer Olympiad in Rio de Janeiro. You don't want to come all this way and fall this short, this close.
Working it wide to back to Bayeva. Again, Spain ravenous around that breakdown and getting the call. Garcia invites that backline to try and move things out further wide. Platt making it wider now. Real comes back in. Oh, that little lob pass almost proving suicidal. But there's the straightening from Echeverria. And here is the first try. Has she got enough gas? Has to change direction, but gets her way over. And the first try is on the board. And it's gone to Spain.
Oh, and it's a goodie as well, Simon. Echeverria using some individual brilliance. She had to work hard for that. She passed, she supported, stops on a dime, and then backs her pace. The head goes down like a sprinter. There's only one way she was going. That was north to south. She nearly got caught, changes her angle, carrying the ball like a loaf of bread. She puts it down. What a start, Spain.
Nurmatova showing up big and large in a rear-view mirror. But luckily for Spain, Echeverria with enough acceleration and speed to get the glory.
Captain.
And they get the conversion as well. Now, conversions up to this match haven't been absolutely critical. But Patricia Garcia knocked over all 3 conversions in that Samoa quarter-final, and any points we know in a semi-final are going to be absolutely massive.
It's going to make the difference, no doubt about that, because it is going to be so close, these playoff games.
Kazakhstan have to try and get some sort of response, some retort before the half-time whistle.
Back.
We always knew this was going to be a real tough one to call, as indeed, of course, was the Russia-Ireland semi-final before it. Aiming for us in the commentary box, but falling just short, but still time to play.
Kazakhstan have to find their captain, Yakovleva. She has to impose herself. She's so integral, such an inspiration for the Kazakhstan team. You've got to get the ball in your playmakers' hands.
You can see it hanging in midfield in the centres. Here it comes, but look, Barbara Platt up so quickly to put pressure on the ball carrier, forcing the mistake and forcing Kazakhstan to go again, but go again they do, thanks to Nurmatova. Penalty away though.
You're held. You must let it go.
Yeah, she hit the deck, didn't release the ball, and therefore Amy Perrick giving the penalty to Spain. Platt. Out to Real. Just looking for the offload. Any score now from Spain would be absolutely immense. Patricia Garcia out to Martinez. Martinez straightens things up, resets the sat-nav and goes home. What a big score that is for Spain before the break.
Oh, what a beautiful line and what a great play by Spain after the whistle. There it is, sees herself on the big screen to deserve it. It's the little players for Spain getting the job done. Garcia takes a late hit, but what the defender does is leaves a huge hole, a nice change of direction, a nice change up in speed, and Elizabeth Martinez gasses the defence to get Spain second.
That is a big psychological score for the Spanish now as they head towards those half-time huddles. Patricia Garcia with one of her more simpler kicks, and it really has put the Spanish into a position of some force now with that 2-score on board, a 14-0 half-time lead. Let's have a listen to how the coaches are going to react to that scoreline.
a jugar y en donde están ellos. Hay que sacar el balón rápido, hay que bajarles en el ritmo. No podemos estar 2 horas en el punto de juego, si están fuertes y lo que quieren es que el pasar el partido lento y que estemos ahí alrededor de sus espacios. Sacamos el balón y jugamos en los espacios. Y no creáis que a la mínima, a la primera nos vamos a ir. Es un trabajo de varias fases, ¿de acuerdo? De varias fases que estamos intentando resolver a la primera. Tranquilidad. Trabajando sobre eso, vamos a llegar a la victoria seguro. Vale, en la defensa mirar lo que tienen, es entrar en el 22 y empezar ahí. No solo trabajéis sobre el placaje, sino sobre sus trabajos en el mismo sentido, ¿eh? No es placar y ya me quedo sobre el interior, acordaos del partido de Japón. Placaje y busco el mismo sentido, placaje y busco el mismo sentido. ¿De acuerdo? Vale, tías, vamos a por ello. 2 cambios. Sale Nelly y sale Vanessa, ¿de acuerdo? Venga, va.
Vale. ¿Quién sale? ¿Salgo yo?
So here we go for a huge 7 minutes, both in terms of the outcome of this tournament, but in particular for these two teams, Spain and Kazakhstan. Spain in control on the scoreboard, but as ever, first score in the second half can change things dramatically. There's the linchpin, Klishnikova again, the cross kick from Baktabayeva. How's the bounce going to work? Oh, good responsibility from Barbara Plath. She thought she was taken out in the air.
In the air.
And the call is there from the referee. She's going to have to take the restart from the right place. A bouncing ball, always such a difficult thing to control in the game of rugby union.
And to expose yourself, such as Barbara Plath did, her ribs are out, open, her hands are up, and she took a shot. That's what you do at this stage of the tournament. You lay it on the line.
But Garcia working up behind. There's going to be a yellow card here. Problems for Kazakhstan as their captain is going to take yellow and sit out the next 2 minutes. Yakovleva with a right grin on her face, but it's not happy times for a team right now.
We just felt it was coming. They were starting to get frustrated and they're trying to intimidate the Spanish team on defence. Well, a core team, that ain't going to happen.
Well, Spain are going to look to capitalise on this opportunity. Moving it left to Echeverria. We've already seen what pace she's got. Good balance as well, good awareness as she feeds Patricia Garcia. And here goes the third try, and that could be the critical score for Spain. It is from the engine driver, Patricia Garcia, and what an important score that is.
Well, just working so well in tandem, Barbara Plath and Patricia Garcia. You watch, they go to the left-hand side. Echeverria also doing some great work. It's the little woman for the Spanish team getting it done in the semi-final format. They're backing each other up. They're causing confusion with their footwork in the defence of Kazakhstan. And, well, she really has stepped it up, hasn't she, Patricia Garcia?
Yes, the body language of Kazakhstan now looking a little bedraggled. The Spanish fans elated, of course. They're still dreaming of Rio, and it looks like they're going to have the final pop at that golden ticket. There's the importance of Spain's number 4, Patricia Garcia, scoring tries, scoring points off the tee, and really steering this Spanish machine in great style through the course of this tournament.
Carnage. Pass forward.
Kazakhstan have just got to try and hold their composure. Play her down, of course, for the next minute or so. Got to try and work their way back into this game. 3 scores down, but 4 minutes on the clock. nothing's impossible.
Oh, that's an age in the game of sevens. This is a smart move. Take it to the set piece, eke out the time on the clock as the captain comes on now. So they're back up to their full complement. Kazakhstan.
Both coaches making adjustments from the bench.
Subs. 6.
We had a couple of weeks in Spanish rugby,
one.
Simon. We had the Spanish men's qualified for the Olympics. The Spanish women look like they may have an opportunity. You went to a game in Barcelona. They had 100,000 people there watching.
Yeah, all things are good in Spain right now. Of course, the men setting the bar, setting the stall out for the Spanish women to copy. With the Spanish men succeeding in Monaco almost against the odds against Samoa in that final game. Well, Spain going to take their place in the final of this tournament against Russia. Kazakhstan desperately trying to have more of a say in this match. Working so hard in the breakdown now. But still, this Spanish defence have yet to breach a point in all their games this weekend.
Because of that great defence, Spain do employ, it's just forcing Kazakhstan into short areas. It's making it easy. Look at that. Win, 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 win. 0, 0, 0, and a big fat donut.
Yeah, 5 bagels so far. I've got 2.5 minutes to make sure that this is the 5th of them.
Crouch.
No rush, and this is what Patricia Garcia does so well. Game management is just seems to be at the right tempo, at the right level for the benefit of her team. There we go again. She knows how Kazakhstan want to get on with the game. Just waits for that over-enthusiasm to surface. Spain work their way up into the Kazakhstan half. Paula Medin gets the release. They've got numbers out to the right. There's no defenders in front of them. And Maria Casado sorts the game for Spain. That's it, done and dusted. Spain are going to be in the final.
And you can't deny them on such a clinical performance such as this. They tested Kazakhstan defence, they Konstantin in, and then they shifted wide early. They had numbers to burn on the outside. She doesn't need Ichabara. This Casado, she gets the try and puts Spain in the final, no doubt.
She does it again just to enforce the point. Patricia Garcia making sure that her team have the perfect return from their scores. And now they are going to be setting up for what we expected to be the final, in all truth, at the beginning of the weekend, certainly on seeding.
Oh, 100% back in that, and they've lived up to it, haven't they? The hype, Russia and Spain. Ireland were valiant, unable to get there, but the Spanish team, well, proving they will be a threat in that final.
Well, much as the Kazakhstan Olympic dreams may be in tatters, they are going to have to reset themselves, because the subplot to this weekend's tournament is that there is a place in the HSBC Sevens World Series next year, or next season I should say, for a core team. And the winners of the Ireland-Kazakhstan bronze medal match will take that place. So much as they are hugely disappointed and will be, they're going to have to resurrect themselves for that final game. As this semi-final winds to a closure, there is going to be so much opportunity still for Kazakhstan and indeed Ireland in another game of sevens. Still the Spanish tackles come in, still they hold firm. Communication good, concentration excellent, physicality there, and there's Patricia Garcia. Come at me if you want, you're going down.
Oh, isn't it fitting that she has the final say in the semi-final? Says we'll slow it down, we'll take the win. The little shoulders of Patricia Garcia gets it done for Spain. Congratulations, into the final.
There it is, the final whistle that confirms Spain have taken their place in the final. Their dreams of Rio are still alive. They've just got a matter of Russia to get past to make sure that their golden ticket is stamped. Easier said than done. That is going to be a huge matchup for Kazakhstan. Well, the bronze medal match has its own value, as I mentioned. They have to sort themselves now, try and clear their heads and refocus themselves, reboot themselves for that bronze medal match.
On September 12th, 13th last year.
Well, you can see the Spanish following, absolutely delirious in the stands, adding great colour and great voice to the occasion.
Well, they've been brilliant over the last couple of days, been here in force, and why not? Their team has been on fire.
Well, loving the weekend here at the UCD. It has been a fantastic occasion, well supported by supporters of all creeds and cultures. Some fantastic singing, some fantastic support. Let's have a listen and the reaction from the points machine, the playmaker from Spain. Patricia Garcia is talking to Sarah Orchard.
Patricia Garcia, thank you so much for joining us and congratulations. You are into the final. How does it feel?
We are very happy and proud of the team. We are working good. We had 6 finals to win this tournament and it's still just one more game.
How tough was that against Kazakhstan?
It was tough. We are really focused to make our plans, our systems and our teamwork. So that's where we are going to achieve.
Now you've got a bit of a break now. What will you be discussing as a team ahead of facing Russia?
Well, we have to play really good as we had like in the moment, but we have some small details to hang out and to improve. And then Russia is a very, very good team. It's going to be a really, really tough final.
They've played so well so far throughout this tournament. Have you spotted any weakness from them?
Well, they have some, but I will try to let you know playing the final, not here.
You yourself, you were the second highest scorer yesterday. Have you been pleased with your performance today? You have a very good kicking boot.
Well, that signifies that we have a really good teamwork. So then the people can score a lot of tries, but without the team, we can score any. And yeah, for my kicking, this is my function, this is my role for the team. So I will try to be the best I can be for them.
Of course, last week the men, they got to Rio. Can the Spanish women do the same?
That's the objectives. They are our inspiration and our example. So we are trying to make the same way that them.
Good luck. We wish you all the best. Thank you so much, Patricia Garcia.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Gracias.
Well, the Spanish playmaker keeping her cards close to her chest. We've had 40 games. We have 5 more left for you. First up, it's the match for 13th place with Madagascar, one of the favourite other teams this weekend. They're up against Zimbabwe. Then we move to the Challenge Trophy final with the Cook Islands against Anna Richards' Hong Kong team. Then we go into the 5th place final. That's Argentina against China. The bronze medal match with all that has added value to it. Ireland up against Kazakhstan. That is going to be one to watch. And then the big one. The dreams for Rio will be sorted when we find out who is going to win the Championship Cup final. That's Russia against Spain. The finals will get underway. Join us back here in 14 minutes' time as we find out whose dream to Rio is going to live into reality.
but Steve C, they will happen. Consistently there. Consistently
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Olympic Repechage, Dublin Sevens, and we are beginning to get closer to the big moment. We've got 5 finals coming your way. First up, it will be Madagascar against Zimbabwe, playing off for the 13th place, a tight little contest between those two. Your next serving will be the Challenge Trophy final between the Cook Islands and Hong Kong. Playing off for 5th place, perhaps they will think what could have been when they woke up this morning in the quarterfinals, but that one being played between Argentina and China. Well, they might not be heading to Rio, but Ireland and Kazakhstan are not just playing for a bronze medal, they are playing for a place at next season's Women's Sevens World Series. Plenty for them still to get serious about. But these two, well, they could be on their way to the Olympic Games. But who's it going to be? The Championship Cup final, Russia or Spain? Ooh, look at the Macarena. Everyone is enjoying themselves. You can even see themselves on the screen as well. Oh, we almost got a little bit more than we bargained for there. Someone out there was enjoying that. Thank you to Venezuela for entertaining us. So there you go, that's who is already on their way to Rio. Of course, Brazil, the host nation. At the moment, still Australia and New Zealand will be the favourites when they get out to South America. Look at that, right at the bottom, Dublin Sevens winner. So here we go. This group of ladies, well, they've already won all their spots in Rio because they're on their way to the Olympic Games already. Down that list, the likes of Jessica Beard of New Zealand, also Gabrielle Lee there of Hong Kong. Also Beatrice Benvenuti of Italy. Look at that. I think we could just see our next referee. Gabrielle Lee has just been caught out there doing the Macarena, joining in. Alongside me for this one coming up is former England captain Sue Day. Do you see the referees dancing that much?
It's just a standard warm-up, I think, isn't it, that one?
Very nice, very nice. Well, we like to see everyone enjoying themselves, and let's hope Madagascar and Zimbabwe enjoy this one. The captain of Madagascar there, Razafima Hefer, she really has galvanised her team for this trip. This is their first tournament outside of Africa. And although it's been a tough one for them, they have played admirably. Also, Zimbabwe looking there. Peace Sithole, 20 years old, had a solid tournament so far. Held on to that starting berth. So here they come. Zimbabwe and Madagascar. Zimbabwe there in the black and white shirts with Madagascar in the white and red. So there you go. Madagascar there with wins over Zimbabwe earlier in the tournament. So these two have already played. It was just a 2-point game though, so there's everything to play for.
It was a really tight one between these two teams, just the 2 points in it, the conversion in it, so we can expect another tight one now.
There we go, she's not doing the Macarena now, Gabrielle Lee. She is ready to take charge of this 13th place final. It will be Zimbabwe who will be kicking us off.
White's ready? Thank you.
And the crowd just filtering back in on the far side as well. They've been out having a little break. But we've got some rugby to play here. And Zimbabwe get us underway. And eventually it does go into the hands of Madagascar and they decided to play it. The Mackies is the name on the back of their shirts. They're known as the Lemurs. And they've got 1 W against Zimbabwe. Can they make it 2? Out to the far side of the field, Rosa Amira Alala has it. We'll notice that the Madagascans, they do avoid contact at every opportunity. They don't like taking it in. They don't want to expend their energy in that fashion. Referee is happy that the ball has gone backwards there. And they're keeping it alive here, Madagascar. As we said, they don't like the contact and they're keeping it going. Sandrina Sahondra-Malala. And the ball goes out to this near side. A little foot chase goes on. As Bonda Nadrina Nina goes down to ground.
Too high? Back 10.
Too high there, says the referee. Straight away off then for Madagascar. Just meters away from the line, looking for options on either side. Oh, there's a big gaping hole there. Can they close it down quick enough? Out to the far side and into the corner. Claudia Raso Mia Lalala. She opens the Madagascar account.
Brilliant continuity from Madagascar. Zimbabwe really haven't managed to get their hands on the ball at all. There was a lot of drifting here, but there was so much space on the outside that even with the drifting across the pitch, Rasuari Malala had enough space to finish off the try. Great start from them. They've played some good rugby, haven't they, in this tournament? Results just haven't quite gone their way.
No conversion there then for Madagascar, but as we said, we have been impressed by what the rugby has been on the pitch produced from them, and they came 5th when they played in the Africa Cup last year, and they've got this space, of course, here because South Africa have decided they won't be sending to the games. So it's dropped down to Madagascar, and I tell you what, they have been admirable and worthy opponents here, as Zimbabwe just make the mistake there from the restart. They've forced themselves all the way back into their own 22, and they'll just be dragged just outside of it for a scrum.
Yeah, Zimbabwe just struggling with the errors at the moment, the high tackles, the knock-ons, handing the ball to Madagascar.
Do those jerseys make you go a bit cross-eyed too, or is it just me?
Both sets of jerseys, especially the Zimbabwe ones. Pretty hard to read the numbers on the back.
They're making us work for our money, Zimbabwe, as it's kicked through. And I tell you what, Madagascar, they fancy this. They're still going. Can they finish this one off? That was a nice move from the scrum, landed down by Dina Ravello Arenora, and that's 2 tries for Madagascar in the space of 2 minutes.
Making it look very, very easy at the moment, aren't they, Madagascar? The ball pretty much quickly in and out of that scrum, and that's the way they want to play it, because it's a big, strong Zimbabwe front row, but great strength from Ravello Arenoro.
Well, that's no conversion, and it's interesting actually from Zimbabwe, Sue, because they're still an emerging African nation, but they have finished higher before than Madagascar in the African Sevens, but at the moment they seem a little at sea.
They do. They just can't get their hands on the ball at the moment, can they? Madagascar playing with a lot of pace and much more control than Zimbabwe. They seem much more organised. Zimbabwe struggling a little.
Ball goes to Malenga. She looks up to find support in from Missouri. Running straight into the contact here. Far happier in the contact than Madagascar are. And they've won the penalty straight again. Once again, going forward is Malenga. Support does arrive, but it's slow ball here for Zimbabwe. They're going to struggle to find space unless they play a slightly quicker game, as Madagascar do find it easier to close them down. But is there space out on that far side? Kadai is going forward. Oh, she's absolutely skinned round the Madagascans. Space, what space does she need? Absolutely none. And Zimbabwe get the try.
Hands on the hips at the end of that. Simbasai Kadai. Brilliant finish, the strength, struggling off about 3 tacklers, 4 tacklers trying to get to her. They tripped each other up in the end, the 2 Madagascan tacklers, but she does not look amused, does she, when she touches this try down, as if to say, come on you lot, where's the rest of you?
Oh, and she's walking back there, serious face. She wants this. She knows that this is important. I think she's also trying to conserve a little bit of energy as well as the conversion kick goes over. Kadai, just 31 years old now. One of the more senior players in the squad, but they've got an average age of 25, the Zimbabweans. A little bit more experience than the Madagascar team. Their average, nearly 27 years old. And the Marquis then back with the ball in hand. Just calm head there comes in from Sahondra-Malala, because she just controls it with her feet. She doesn't mind it's a messy ball. She's happy to deal with it as best she can. And that's a slight mistake there. Perhaps that one should have been dealt with the feet, but it's been hacked on here by Zimbabwe. Someone has to put their body onto it and try and control this. It's scrappy here from both sides. And, that was a very short advantage played by the referee, but it's been kicked back by Madagascar, and Zimbabwe have to go all the way back into their own half. Interesting crossfield kick decision there by Zimbabwe. And it's Madagascar who end up with it as they go forward. Rasana Anadrasana, she has the ball, manages to get away to Ravello Arenoro, who's the try scorer.
Play on, first man.
It was interesting, Madagascar, when they have the ball, that's the best turnover we've seen, and Zimbabwe frustrated.
Yeah, no surprise to see Zimbabwe getting the better of the breakdown, but they've gone quickly, Madagascar. Want to get this game moving.
Do, and it's going back in the straight direction. That's a good decision. It was straightened up. Oh, she took two women with her. Fantastic play, and now we are watching a flying Bunda Narina Nanina going forward. Support does arrive, and Rocco Tor icing. She got the strength. No, she's lost the ball forward. Wonderful tracking back by Margaret Maguaro to absolutely, completely disrupt that Madagascar attack.
Yeah, brilliant defence from Maguaro. You thought for all money Madagascar were going to be in here.
Scrum. Scrum.
Just there, that tackle, brilliant work, because she could easily have given up the ghost, Maguaro. Kept on working hard. Big defensive scrummage now, though.
Margaret Maguaro plays for Old Herarians when she's back in Zimbabwe.
Crouch. Bind.
Right then, so the clock has gone for the first half, but still time to play this scrum. And Zimbabwe here, happy to have a little trundle. Only trailing by 5 points here at the moment. And they could level this if they can get down the other end of the park before they go for the break. They're just teasing Madagascar there, a little bit forwards, a little bit back. In and out, it's almost like the hokey cokey as Madagascar then steal the ball, and they're in a position they don't want to play any more rugby in this half. They kick it out, and that is the half.
High tackle, ladies.
Sue, your thoughts on that? It's tight between these two. Zimbabwe have come back into this.
It is. The referee has called a high tackle, though. It's a penalty. I was surprised when Madagascar kicked that ball away, having turned it over 10 metres from the try line. Surely it's a moment to run it, and surely now they've got the penalty opportunity, they will run it.
Well, I think they were a bit tired, and that's why they kicked it out the first time. But no, you must play on, says the referee. And can they skin them round the outside? Raso Amira Alala looks up, tries to find some support with her. All kinds of tangles going on. Look how many Zimbabwe players are there in that tackle. There's about 4 of them at one point, committing so many, and in the end, Madagascar, they're not interested in playing. Such an advantageous position, kicked out again.
There was such a big overlap of 4 on 1. The furthest wide Zimbabwean defender was on the 15-metre line. Hey.
There you go, that is the half, and the score remains Madagascar 10, Zimbabwe 5 as we head into the huddles.
Guys, was fine. You're making good decisions on offense. Defense, let's move. Let's move in defense. We can't have them scoring like that. High tackle. How many are we going for? Imagine red zone. They would have given us no high tackle. Let's keep tackling. Defense, let's move up. I know we're tired. Let's move up. Let's press. Nice run, Simbi. Let's keep going, guys. We can do this. It is a way in there, heads up and make good decisions. I know it's under pressure, but make good decisions. Borangari farm. It is a Borangari farm. Make decisions. Line out. Let's go for the line out. Let's do positive things. We know we can do it. But defense, let's keep pushing so that they make mistakes and we take the ball. Because their handling is exactly the same as ours. And the system we get pressure, we know what we do. So let's keep pushing.
Hands in there, and the rain has come down.
Ladies, too many high tackles
It is the
over
rain
there.
that is
Keep
going
it
to
down,
play its
okay?
part here.
Keep the tackle lower. Thank you.
Might just be a passing shower though, but we were expecting more rain today.
Ready?
It has been a very warm day as well here in Dublin. It does make a difference if you're going to have a bit of rain and a bit of drizzle, if you can keep a little bit of heat, as opposed to having those cold hands catching onto a wet ball. Zimbabwe then, still in with a definite shot here in this 13th place final, and boy, have we got a lot of finals coming your way in the next few hours.
Put it down, please.
Penalty straight away there for Madagascar.
Yeah, probably the first time they've got the better Zimbabwe in the breakdown.
Ball comes back down the line here for Madagascar. And it is Raso Aramira Alala who runs out of room and gets bundled into touch for her efforts.
Really symptomatic of the way that Madagascar are playing. In fact, both teams playing, they're really drifting. They're not aligning quickly, and so they're all running sideways to get into place. They get the ball running sideways, and as it is, they've taken the ball running sideways from one side of the pitch to the other and been bundled into touch. They've got to work harder off the ball to get into position to then run onto it much straighter. And
oh, nice little move there from the line out, running through Rasana Adwana Asana.
Thank you.
Good work from her. But unfortunately, that was very good Zimbabwean defending there. Madagascans get it back moving. Is there space out on the far side? Flying through for the Mackies. Claudia Rasara Arimalala. She manages to get it down, and that's try number 3.
Okay, I get her.
Back and forth across the pitch they go, Madagascar, but this time Raso Arimalala had the space. They moved the ball into the wide open spaces. She's taking the wide arc around Chigumbu, but she made it this time. Madagascar, it's the possession that's killing Zimbabwe. They can't really get their hands on the ball. But Madagascar move it wide often enough. Sometimes they're going to find that space.
Sude, who's here with us here in the World Rugby commentary box, former England captain. Of course, Sue, coming up, we've got this battle on, of course, to get to Rio. We've got a battle on to get into the World 7 Series next season. This is the time to be involved in women's rugby.
Oh, there's so much to play for. It's such exciting times. The thought of playing at an Olympics, these players get the chance to shoot for an Olympics later on today.
Not 10?
Oh, not 10 there. That was just inches in that from Madagascar. But Precious Morange makes her way back onto the halfway and takes the free kick. Direct route being taken there by the Zimbabweans. That's a great little run there. In the end, it's about 2 or 3 Madagascans who have to get involved to take down Precious Morange. And there's space out there, but Zimbabwe just lacking enough quick ball there. They've got too many players sucked in as well, so there's so much time for Madagascar to rearrange themselves and get a solid defensive line. I do feel that Zimbabwe do have another try in them, and Madagascar, they're not committing to these rucks at all. Little dip there by Chigumba. Kadai now, she fancies it. And the stolen ball there, but referee says no.
Yeah, played on the floor undoubtedly. Zimbabwe, though, they're playing so tight, one-out rugby. They've got big ball carriers, but they need to move the ball to challenge the Madagascar defence.
Ball going forward then. Peace Sithole has it in her hands. Just been nudged there ever so slightly, and it's come back now in the way of Madagascar. They're going to hack that one on. The foot chase is alive and ready. The ball, is it going to stay in the field of play? Yes, it's Madagascar who managed to keep it in, but it is Zimbabwe who manages to hold on to it. And it is Madagascar who come back. They managed to feed off the scraps quite happily. And here we go, another try. Claudio Raso Arimalala.
Yeah, Zimbabwe struggling. If you cough the ball up and you've only got 6 on the pitch, which they have, could have been anybody's there, couldn't it? The ball ricocheting all over the place, but in the end, In the end, Rasso Aramilala just has a simple run in, nobody anywhere near her. Zimbabwe, it's a long way back for them now, isn't it?
It really is. And it's a good conversion there as well there for Madagascar. I think that's their first conversion of this whole tournament as well. So
Number
that
10.
will give them a bit of confidence. We can see the bright coloured hair of Gertrude Masora, who's now onto the field for Zimbabwe. And it is quite an impressive hairstyle. I heard my fellow commentator earlier today call it an amazing Technicolor haircut. You'll spot it as soon as it appears on the screen, I promise you. Madagascar 22, Zimbabwe 5. Hack on by Madagascar, but no, says the referee.
Playing the ball on the floor, hands it back to Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, will they have something here? Flying out to the far side, big handoff there, that was impressive. What kind of strength is that? 2 handoffs. Oh, this is great stuff. She's now running along, players hanging off her. This is a great try from Zimbabwe. That is something to be proud of. And I tell you what, that was a good team effort as Magwaro touches down.
Brilliant try, brilliant. This work here from Musere, the pushing down the wing, the handoff, boom, 1 handoff, boom, 2 hands off, shrugs off the tackle, offloads out. That offload is a brilliant offload out of the tackle, sees exactly where Magwaro is, gets the ball into her hands. Brilliant team try for Zimbabwe, just what they wanted.
And they've got the conversion as well. Zimbabwe here to play a bit of rugby sevens, 22-12. Now, only 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. It's tight, but in sevens that is possible.
Get another one on the board quickly, Zimbabwe, and you're in with a chance. You've shown what you can do now. If you move the ball into the wide open spaces, try that again.
Now this is a final, so if there was a draw, it would mean that we would go to extra time and a golden point. The ball is flung out to the far side, still going forward through the hands. Madagascar trying to make this match safe, trying to make sure they can win this 13th place final. And they left Madagascar. They had a reception with the Madagascan sports minister, who presented them with special tracksuits and money for the trip. Such was the pride that they were coming here as they fly out to this near side. A bit of a tumble taken there by Serena Sahondrama Lalala. The ball is going to come back though into Madagascan hands. Have Zimbabwe got something else to say? It's too late for them really now to try and play into this. They needed the ball about a minute ago and they just haven't got hold of it. Madagascar's just so good at evading too much contact, means they just hold on for it as long as possible. Tussling their way down the far side, loose on the ground. In the end, Razara Fire Asoa takes it on. 2 of the Zimbabweans have to take them down. And is the ball going to go out of play? Yes, it does. The referee blows her whistle. Madagascar have won the 13th place final. The Makis, the Lemurs, are victorious. And they will take the spoils. And these two, you can tell, they will have an ongoing tussle between the two of them for many years to come.
That's right. Madagascar have got the result twice in this tournament, but they don't have the history. Zimbabwe have the history of victories in this fixture, so great to see the rivalry developing between the two teams.
Still plenty to play for here then in Dublin. Coming up next, it will be the Cook Islands against Hong Kong.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to that one, but we are set for our first final of the Dublin Repechage here in UCD's Belfield Bowl in Dublin. The Cook Islands and Hong Kong facing off for the Challenge Trophy. Well, we've had almost 2 days of rugby, and these sides are back where they started off. A rematch of their opening pool game, which ended in a 12-all draw. And as you can see, the lineups for both teams, the Greig sisters, Captain Vane and Sister Wayaku. Hong Kong captained by their number 4, Christy Cheng. And the likes of Aggie Poon scored a couple of tries yesterday on day one of their more dangerous strike runners. But I have to say, Carlton Anna, for me, the Cook Islands are favourites to win this one. They have progressed from that opening game. They've played some really good rugby, and I think they will start as favourites here.
Yeah, their first game yesterday on day one, both teams really finding their way into the tournament. They're a bit apprehensive, you'd have to say. Now they've had 5 games under their belts, and the Cook Islands running from left to right to this game. They've actually played some very, very good rugby sevens on day 2. Hong Kong, they've had to scrap and fight for everything, so they won't go away easy, as you see there. Good win against Venezuela. I was very impressed with that.
Yeah, they've back-to-back victories. Hong Kong coming into this game, while the Cook Islands disposed of Madagascar and Portugal. They got the tougher side of the draw, arguably, and they handled that pretty convincingly. Hong Kong, though, they are nippy customers, plenty of pace out on the wings, the likes of Chong Kai-yan is on the bench, but I mentioned Aggie Poon, a Candy Cheng as well, the captain, Christy Cheng. They won't go down without a fight. First piece of silverware on offer here, and a chance to leave Dublin with something for your efforts.
That will be exactly what these two teams are thinking about. Was Kawasaki will be refereeing this one. You don't want to come all this way to Dublin and not go away with some silverware. It'll make the trip all that more worthwhile.
The crowd have stayed on, pleased to say. I think a lot of the Irish fans appreciate the significance of the 3rd, 4th place playoff and qualification for the HSBC series. That's coming up, of course, but this is all about the Challenge Trophy and the Cook Islands, who started, well, took a while to hit their straps, you have to say, but they're here and they mean business. Tackle, the first one of the day from Olsen Thorne on that far side for Hong Kong. Annika Stevens in to protect possession. Nice pass from Pera, and a bit of space on this outside here. Cross comes Siore, who scored a hat-trick in her last game. Lovely offload underneath the hands there from Vane Greig, the captain. They keep that ball alive, and off they go over the halfway line. Appy Nichols, foot race over the 22. Siore gives chase, but it's Nichols who's going to jot down, and that is as good a team try as you will see today.
Yeah, she really has grown into her role on day 2. Appy Nichols, somewhat of a shock for her yesterday, but it come from the captain. Initially, Vane Greig, look at it, go through the hole. This is after she passed to Annika Stevens, released Appy Nichols. I was very impressed with. She challenged the line in their semi-final, caused a lot of havoc, the young lady.
Yeah, it was a lovely run to the line there. She had pressure on, but conversion attempt from the corner is going to drop short, and Cook Islands storm into that 5-point lead. And it's Appy Nichols who takes the credit for that first one. Now, Hong Kong, what have they got in response? This one's going to drop just over the 10-metre line, gave the supporting runners a chance to get a hand on it, but Christy Cheng, the captain, did well, gets the penalty as well. Lee Tse Ting with a quick tap and go to Candy Cheng, and there's the pass to Siore, but it went backwards according to Kawasaki, the Japanese referee, and now Hong Kong get the penalty for the tackler not releasing. Wasting no time, Olsen Thorne, quick tap and go, nice pass to Siore, one runner outside, but a lot of work to do for Christy Cheng, so she comes back to look support for her teammates, and there's a gap, oh, lovely chop tackle, right down below the knees. And that one has hurt Christy Cheng, the captain. She's back on her feet slowly. Oh, what a tackle.
Yeah, Wairako Greig is one of the best defenders here on show this weekend. Look at it. Using great technique, using the power of her legs to take out the opposition's feet. And, well, you can't run without your legs, age-old adage.
They've got a flag out here.
I think this is Annika Stevens gesturing to the piece where there was a tip tackle. I saw a hard one. I thought it was okay. She didn't lift it past the 360, 180.
The penalty was back there, which is played.
Thank you.
Well, assistant referee spotted
It is quite bad, yes.
an offence by Annika Stevens. Yep.
Dangerous tackle. Dangerous tackle. Okay.
And it's a yellow card for Stevens. Well, what the assistant referee said was that she picked up her opponent and dropped her on the ground, which you cannot do. You must help them to the ground, and that's the 2 minutes in the bin.
And if you do put the player in a compromising position, it is, as you say, your responsibility to get their player down safely. Doesn't mean you can't drive them into the ground, you just can't drop them like a sack of spuds.
Plenty of sacks of spuds rounds. These here parts, KT, I must send you home with a few to New Zealand before we leave today. Hong Kong looking to get on with it. And Lee Si Ting with a nice little loft on Aggie Poon, as she's the speedster, and Aggie Poon stretches the legs. They are quick ones, and they will not catch her from there. Aggie Poon, we mentioned she was one of the more dangerous of the Hong Kong Flyers, and it's a try underneath the post.
She's played the majority of the minutes too for Hong Kong in all their 6 games so far. Aggie Poon, you can see there, Waidako Greg coming up, but unfortunately they didn't read properly, and then the space was opened by Aggie Poon. What a reply by Hong Kong.
Well, she doesn't need a second invitation, does she, Aggie Poon? Conversion underneath the posts, and you'd imagine the extra 2 will be tacked on here to nudge Hong Kong in front. Come as you like, over it goes, and they edge themselves in front. 7 points to 5, the perfect response.
We have to take full advantage of the numerical advantage, and this is Annika Stevens. We'll see here the yellow card. She takes the hit, nothing wrong with that. You just can't drop them.
Well, 50-50, I've seen them given, I've seen them ignored, but you've got to help the opponent to the ground. That's the rule. If the referees deem that you were dropped in any way or even driven to the ground, as KT said, then you're in trouble. And Cook Islands looking to undo some of the damage from that try. Nice pass on the outside, and off they go. Greg, beautiful stretch of the legs. Oh, trying to get through the last tackle, hanging on for dear life there. Happy Nichols couldn't hold it, and the break from Marino Anderson almost paid off.
And what about the chase from Olsen Thorne from Hong Kong? Look at the determination all over her face. By the fingertips she gets her. That is a great chase. De-ropes her.
Shorts and all, huh?
Sorry. Lift the ball.
Goodness for Lycra.
Crowds.
Nice break though.
Bind. Set.
There's a scrum. Nichols' feet off the back. Natty throws the pass. There's a chance for her to go again, Marino Anderson, but pass back inside to Stevens, who's back on the pitch, so the full complement of 7 for the Cook Islands. Now, what can they do to move this one on? Nichols with the pass as far as Pera, and on the outside, Greg, the captain, she's going to score. Vane Greg touches down for the Cook Islands. It's been a brilliant game so far. You can tell that there is a trophy on the line here, and the captain hits back for the Cook Islands.
Look at this last distribution from White Arco out to assist her. The nice in and away, she's done that a couple of occasions today. Here's Vane Greg. Just cops the knee to her face. So she's got a bit of blood as she scores, unintentional. She's a tough girl, she'll be up, I'm sure. The captain, no way she's coming off.
Well, the conversion attempt is going to be taken by Kimiora Nati, and it's not an easy one. Seemed to strike it pretty cleanly, but it's gone across the face and wide. Bit of attention still to the Cook Islands captain, Vane Gregg. Sister also in the team, of course, and here was the try again.
It's like the way they shifted the ball quickly from side to side. Opportunity, here it was. Oh yeah, knee right to the nose. Gonna make your eyes water.
Absolutely. Still getting a bit of attention. Might have to make a substitution here. And Benyamina Koyatu gets on as the Cook Islands fans over here supporting their team. Good to see that.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. The Cook Islands, Rarotonga.
Decent hands underneath the ball is a bit Pera. Ball at the back, oh, a little dink through. Good pressure from Amelie Siora for Hong Kong. But Kimiora Nati to rescue things up now. This is Wairaku Greg, sister of Vane, who's still getting a bit of attention. Trying to go through the middle there is Nati. Keeps that ball alive. Stevens, options both sides now as Marino Anderson tries to twist out of the tackle. And it's gone forward.
Cook Islands look handy when they give it to Mare and get it to the edges, especially to the likes of Marino Anderson and also Annika Stevens, who are threatening in the backs.
So scrum for the Cook Islands, and they might be happy just to see the halftime whistle here. But they do have an opportunity to attack. And Hong Kong make life difficult. Got to support the body weight at the breakdown. And well, you could see Kawasaki there just in two minds about where the penalty was going, but it's gone to the Cook Islands. And there is the last action of the first half. Well, it's been very entertaining. We've had 3 tries to show for the first 7 minutes, 2 of them for the Cook Islands with no conversions, and 1 from Hong Kong, which was converted, means the halftime score, Cook Islands 10, Hong Kong 7, second half coming up.
Half-time, Cook Islands 10, Hong Kong 7.
Back and holding off. If they go wide, let's not make a ruck, so then the people out of it can be in their back line. At the moment, let them go wide, and they're getting amongst it. You give them room to move, they will move in their faces, and they're going to drop the ball like they've just been doing. All right? Pick our moments to attack that ruck, and then when we do, and it's on, drive in there. All right? Otherwise, on our feet, go forwards. Every time. Remember, call it if it's not a ruck, call no ruck. Defend around the ruck, but get outside. Right?
Watch how the defenders around the ruck have to be careful.
And just regardless of where the ball goes when we're on D, let's keep pushing up on both sides and cut off that push pass.
Let's get our hands on the ball, girls. Go, girls!
Last 7 minutes, ladies. Last 7 minutes.
Go, girls!
Switch on.
Ready? Yeah!
So that's the halftime team talks done, and the Cook Islands back early and ready to go. Hong Kong just receiving a last-minute instruction. You won't be able to tell me what that one means. It means left leg, does it? Just in case they forget.
I actually think that there is a significance with the turtle in the islands. What it is, I'm not going to embarrass myself because I don't know, but I'm sure there will be some cultural.
Absolutely. So Kimiora Nati for the Cook Islands to get us underway. And it's a deep kick inside the 22. That came off a Hong Kong hand, so they make sure they dealt with that one, didn't let it go into touch, as Amelie Siori does a reasonable job of cleaning things up now. Trying to duck under the tackle is Lee Si Ting. There for Hong Kong again. Little show. Good hit there by Kimiora Nati for the Cook Islands. Options really all on the left-hand side now for Hong Kong. Pass from Christy Cheng, the captain. Trying to burst through Siori. Nice little offload and space on the outside now. Hong Kong attacking from deep. Oh, Cheng. Beautiful skip out of the tackle and still going. Needs help. Gets the offload away. Runners on the outside, and here's the speedster, Aggie Poon, stretching the legs. They won't catch her, and she's in again. Aggie Poon, not once, but twice for Hong Kong.
Well, I tell you, in the build-up to this try, Suri was outstanding, number 1 for Hong Kong. This is a nice run also, but this is the pop-up that was so tough to stop. Candy Chang it was on that occasion. Suri was the link for about the 3rd time in that one movement. There's no way that this lady was going to be stopped. No one in front of her. Aggie Poon scores another one for Hong Kong.
Poon time. Conversion attempt from the right. And just pulled it across the face of goal. So 12 points to 10. The gap just 2. Cook Island still very much in this one. But how do you stop Aggie Poon? That's the question they've got to come up with. The answer they need to find even. And 5 minutes left to play. Trophy on the line.
Hong Kong 12, Dublin 10.
During the restart, you can see Chong Kai-yan warming up for Hong Kong again, so she's plenty more pace to bring into this as Nati tries to spark something. Annika Stevens, so we know what she can do. Defence has to be good here. Ducking under the tackle there was Bediamina Koyatu. Still on the pitch, she came on for the captain, Vane Gregg, whose last act was to score that try. Takes it out of the sky, and what about that from Elizabeth Pera? Off she goes, and the pass is good. Stretching the legs, Marina Anderson. Oh, that is absolutely brilliant from the Cook Islands. Marina Anderson touches down, but what about that for a take from Elizabeth Pera and the pass to the speedster in the 2 jersey?
Well, I'll tell you, that takes a lot of guts to expose your ribs at that speed. Look at her here. It was a pretty average pass from Nichols. It's up in the air. You think she should be in hospital with it if it's taken, but in the end, she does well to keep her composure. Does Elizabeth Pera. Gives a nice distribution to this girl who shows a clean pair of heels on this occasion. Marissa Marino Anderson.
Lovely try by the Cook Islands, and that's the way you respond, and the crowd on the far side appreciate that one. Could have gone horribly wrong. The conversion good, 17 points to 12. 5 points the gap, and what a game we have here.
There's a nice pattern, as we call it, back in New Zealand. We just go to the edge, give it to when you let them set up a ruck, and then you attack on the second phase on the far side of the field. They did it brilliantly.
Nati with the restart. Hong Kong looking to strike straight back here. Next score, if it goes to the Cook Islands, you feel, might be the nail in the coffin. Lovely hands. Annika Stevens. Did that go forward? No, says the referee. Well, it did at the second attempt by Beniamina Koyatu. So we'll come back for the scrum. You feel that was a moment that the Cook Islands should have taken advantage of.
Oh, it's probably the worst pass all day long. Annika Stevens is so good with defence. She gets on the outside of her defender. She's got one of the best fends in the business. Get out here, Aggie. Creates the space. And unfortunately, just the distribution not good enough to Koyatu.
Hong Kong with the scrum. Kai-yan onto the wing. Maggie Poon moves into the centre. So they've got plenty of pace here. Hong Kong, if they get any space to use it. Chang. Candy Chang, that is. And she's swallowed up. Cook Islands competing when they're on their feet, but referee says penalty against.
Hong Kong have to find Aggie Poon. She's the secret. She's going to go on the ball, but she's the one with all the gas. Going to kick it to the line here, reset and go to their set piece. Still a long time in this game here, Hugh.
Yeah, well, and equally, KT, you know, Hong Kong are not the biggest by any means. You look at the Cook Islands in terms of height, they have an advantage in this lineup, you feel. I wonder, was that the best strategy? Well, it is if it works out, and it has done. And Cindy Ewan gets ball back for Hong Kong. Nice hands there from Si Ting. Keeps it alive. And the substitute, Melody Lee. Now here's the speedster, Kai-yan. Swallowed up. What a hit that was by Stevens. And he gets the penalty.
You're not releasing the ball, and Stevens, again with her defense, just monsters. This Hong Kong attack shuts it down straight away. Chong Ka-yang, the physical mismatch. Look at that, Stevens just envelops her, throws it dead to the ground, physically dominating that contact area.
Just over a minute to go then, and the trophy still in the mix here as the Cook Islands. Nati, they go to the outside, but just couldn't hold on to it, and it's Marino Anderson who scored the last try for Cook Islands, but it's all a little bit forced now at the moment.
We'll just keep giving Hong Kong opportunities, but are Hong Kong good enough? They just have to set up their play. It's going to be a scrum. Aggie Poon will go into the centre, so they have to find some way to just give her some clean ball. Try and get a one-on-one. I like that matchup, though. Aggie Poon v. Annika Stevens, attack versus defense.
Ball squirts out the side. Now, chance to counter-attack here. Cheng down this near side. Defence has to be good. Natty with the tackle. Ups to it to hang on to it now. That one bundled into touch. Was that a penalty? It was thrown out of play. And they got to get on with this one now. 20 seconds to go. Melody Lee. Any room on that right-hand side. Cheng, the captain, takes 2 to bring her down. Has Aggie Poon outside her, but she's got to go in and secure possession. Just give it to the speedsters, surely. Poon passes it on the outside to Cavelier. And here is Kayan. Any room for her to go on the outside? Got to stay in play, need support. Kayan's not the biggest, but I tell you what, that's a strong carry. And Cook Islands give away another penalty. Aggie Poon with ball in hand. Poon opted to go. Aggie Poon just short. A pop pass. Kayan runs into a green wall. Tackler's told to release and does not. We could have a last-minute match winner. Not taken from the right mark.
Oh, we couldn't separate them in game 1 yesterday, who, as you said before kickoff, 12 all. They have one opportunity, Hong Kong. Are they good enough? This is a smart move. No need to rush. Just set up your play.
There's the tap. Poon. Well, she's in 2 minds here. Crossfield kick. Is there anyone at home? Not so. Oh, that's just gonna. Where's it gonna bounce? Cook Islands get there, and it's shoveled into touch by Marino Anderson. And there is the final whistle. Well, it was a shot to nothing. You can see Emily Siori disgusted. They felt that they had that game right at the death. Aggie Poon, you wouldn't be too harsh on her given the game she's had, but there was the kick. You could see the idea was good. Execution, though, a little bit to be desired. And there's the disappointment. Cook Islands Challenge Trophy final winners here, and they've done it by 5 points. 17-12 winners against Hong Kong.
What a final in the end, wasn't it? Huge. Cook Islands hanging on for dear life at the end. Hong Kong throwing everything at them. Poor old Aggie Poon. You can see her just at the bottom of the screen will be broken. She scored 2 tries in this final. Not her best hour. But it's all about decision makings in these big games. That was a wrong one for Hong Kong, but great defence gets it done for Cook Islands.
Yeah, what a game we had. Our first final of the Dublin Repechage here. You can see that Vane Gregg, who had to come off after scoring that try, is still holding something up to her nose. I wonder if she's going to be able to go up and accept this trophy. I have a feeling she might be all right for it. So the Cook Islands, well, it's been a good weekend's work for them, and you feel with this team that they're only going to get better. Hopefully they will get some competition to develop themselves and their play, but they certainly have the raw ingredients to pose quite a challenge. Supporters on the far side happy they've made the journey and turned out. That's Claire Richardson, New Zealand 15s international, obviously with the Cook Islands jersey on at the moment. And a few of her fellow countrywomen representing the Cook Islands. So a decent round of applause on the far side from the crowd that have stayed on here. And they will be presented with the Challenge Trophy. We've got Mark Egan, World Rugby Head of Communications, to make the presentation. And I have to say I'm pretty happy for this team because they played the game in the right spirit. The captain, okay to take the trophy with blood still coming down her nose. Not one for the cameras, but your Challenge Trophy winners for Dublin, the Cook Islands.
wear as well. Someone was busy doing them this morning. And they're lapping up the applause from the crowd. Sue, is there a better feeling than after you won game to see your fans?
You've got to enjoy those moments. You work so hard as a rugby player, all those dark hours in the gym and running, doing all the running, all of that work. When you've got a moment like this, you have to milk every last bit of it. Really enjoy it.
Wonderful win then for the Cook Islands, who've won the Challenge Trophy.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
Women's Rugby World Cup, August next year, starting on August the 9th. I'll be here. Sue Day, will you be here?
I will definitely be here, yep.
It's very exciting.
Supporting all the teams, great occasion.
Well, if you want finals, we've got more finals coming your way. Plenty of action. Look at what we've seen already. Alison Miller there of Ireland, right at the top of the try-scoring stats alongside Elena Strokova of Russia. And it will be Russia against Spain, playing off for that spot for Rio. Sue, of all of those try-scorers today, who's impressed?
Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe has really impressed me. She's really burst onto the scene this season, and her finishing ability, and coupled with her defensive ability, she's done so well, and it's kind of a breakthrough tournament for her. We've seen glimpses of it throughout the World Series, but she's brilliant here.
Patricia Garcia there of Spain, who's down there with a 5 to her name, not just a try scorer, but there you go, look at that stat. She's right at the top, she's got the boot to go with it.
Yeah, she's got the all-round game, so she gets the extra 2 points pretty much every time, but she's a lovely, jinky, balanced runner, so also challenges defences and scores tries too.
It was funny, we were speaking to Patricia Garcia just as she came off the pitch after the semi-final where they went through, and I asked her, do Russia have any weaknesses you can exploit in the final? And she said, yes, they do, but I'm not going to tell you what they are. Very right too. Right then, let's have another final match for a 5th place finish between Argentina and China. Both of them started the day with a shot at going to Rio. That is now gone, but they have got a chance here to finish in 5th. We've been impressed by the Argentinian captain, Billabek, and also you have to say the Chinese captain there, Curie. Both have done well, and we're just waiting at the moment for the two teams to emerge. Amy Perrott of the Australia will be refereeing this one. They're just resetting everything here though before we get underway. There they are, ready to go. And all the Chinese, they are all professionals now, and we've been very impressed with their style of play. They really evade contact, but when it comes to their defence, they are so dangerous over the ruck.
Yeah, and very well organised. No surprise, I suppose, with a coach of the calibre of Ben Gollings, but a very well organised team. They work as a pack, not in individuals, not in ones and twos, but as a whole team tracking across the pitch.
And you can see Sofia Gonzalez there. She's known to her teammates as La Maga, the magic. Can she produce a little bit of magic in this 5th place final? Right, there's China's results so far. So it's not been a bad tournament by any stretch whatsoever. It was just they didn't have the answers against Ireland and Spain.
Thank you.
Big smile there from our referee, Amy Perrott. She's very happy to be here, and so she should be.
Yes, Captain, yes.
We're going to get things underway then.
Advantage knock on.
Just waiting for confirmation. We don't think that's Amy Parrott that's out there at the moment refereeing this match. As China now take on the ball. They've got options outside here. They managed to come in. They might well have this space closed down very quickly here. Taken on by Liu Xiaoqiang. She's already scored a couple of tries here today. Her nickname is the Baby Panda. And apparently she was noticed by Bengolings at the Nanjing Youth Olympic Games. She's still only 20 years old, a bright future ahead of her.
He should certainly know a good player when he sees one. He also knows a good referee when he sees one. Alhambra Nieves, it is, rather than Amy Parrott. Alhambra Nieves from Spain.
Bind.
The eagle eyes of Sude. She's a former captain. She always knows who the referee is.
Absolutely
Keep
right.
them on side at all times. Argentina then, this is their first chance at having a run with the ball, and the spinning and dancing goes on there through Montero, but the ball was lost forward there. China managed to grab it, take it on. Gu Yaoyao, who's also had a pretty good tournament, especially today. A couple of tries for her in their previous win over Samoa. Big blow of the whistle there by Nieves. Not happy with the holding there. And Argentina's first foray into the Chinese half. Aladero. And it's just such slow ball here for Argentina. The pesky little customers at the breakdown here, China. And Argentina there just trying to keep the ball alive, and it's a good tactic. Oh, that was a big slam down onto the turf. Cazorla now has it. She lays it back.
Back.
And Argentina, they're just a bit confused. Thought they had a little bit more advantage to play. Oh, that was a big handoff. It's still going forward. It's Gonzalez at the moment. The magic is not quite there. She's dropped it forward and she's gone into touch. So the referee has a choice.
Yeah, she was trying to do too many things at once there, wasn't she, La Maga, Sofia Gonzalez? She was trying. Here she goes through the gap, and then she knows that she's getting close to the touchline. It's if she's trying to play it back before she gets into touch, trying to not get pinged for holding on, all of which ends up in a knocking the ball on.
Sometimes the try line just isn't close enough.
Set.
Ball goes in, pop back to China. Oh, right through the gate there. It's good work by the Chinese, and the tackles don't work. Big handoff, scrag round the shirt. The player outside and not with the clear signal though. Argentina go forward. This is a real scrap, and I don't blame Nieves at all for trying to tidy this up. There's no point in playing advantage there.
Red ball.
No, it got really scrappy there, didn't it? China made some good ground though prior to that. Just scragging hold of, just making the tackle.
Closer.
Talking about the try line just a few seconds ago, I can remember when I played once, convinced that I'd scored a try, and turned out I was only on the 5 metre line.
Saw the great Emma Mitchell do that playing against Spain many years ago.
You're very upset when the referee tells you to play on. Oh. So still no points scored yet in this 5th place playoff. Both of these sides are holding very well, no one giving an inch. Are these the inches that China need? Zhao Rong down the far side, no one can stop her. There is an Argentinian sweeper, but she's far too far away. Zhao Rong, she scored 3 tries on day 1, and she scored the first try of this playoff.
Zhao Rong just had too much gas there, didn't she, for the Argentinian defence. They get the ball into a bit of space. It's that little stutter and go. That's what holds Noelia Billerbeck up, the Argentinian captain. And once that stutter's gone in, then the attacking player just gets away from you. There's nothing you can do as a defender, especially when that player is as fast as Rong.
She has got some gas. Really pacey, fast the whole time, and that's how she scored a lot of her tries, just finding the space down the far side, flying through. So China ahead here, but still plenty of time on the clock. You'll fancy Argentina to want to get back down the other end as quickly as possible. Chase on there by Paladero of Argentina. She just watches it going to touch, but she knows if she doesn't touch it, it'll still be her ball. Calm, composed play there by the 19-year-old playmaker.
Yeah, sensible decision rather than making an error. There he is, the head coach, the lawyer. Clearly a lot going on in that brain, thinking hard about the game.
Wondering what case Argentina have here. Loose ball then for the Argentinians. They suck it up, take it on and forwards. And they straighten things out. Oh, that's lovely work there by the Argentinians. They've made good ground there. Lovely play, good teamwork. And they get it back just about quick enough. Montero is the feeder down the line. Gonzalez has to take it into contact again. They can just string it together a few more times like they just did.
Back by red.
That was well watched by China. Big blow of the whistle, and China just trying to do too much there. Space on the far side. It switched back inside. There was no one else there, though. A little bit of a tangle there with the Argentinian players. They're going to have to be careful there. Almost crossing, but the referee is happy for it to continue. It's getting into a real confusion of themselves. Billerbeck, the captain, she's pushed back, and this is messy stuff from Argentina.
For my money, Argentina simply aren't working hard enough off the ball. They're in possession, and too many of them are in front of the ball. The ball gets taken and they're not recycling themselves. You've got to run back into position, get yourself deep, so that the boy can get the ball to you.
Ben Gollings, ever heard of him? No, no idea at all. Apparently someone's telling me he used to play a bit of rugby sevens at some point for England.
Played a bit of rugby, had a bit of a boot on him.
Apparently,
bad finisher.
Something like scored a few tries. He was all right. He was pretty good.
out.
And China now have him pulling the strings, pointing them in the right direction. They're leading here. The hoot is gone, and they've got a penalty as well. Argentina not releasing. Here we go, China, 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 down the near side, and is it going to be another one for Liao Shu Qian? She's managed to skim the Argentinian opposition, and she's going to go right as close to those posts as she can. The baby panda gets a try.
Lovely finishing from Xiao Qian, the baby panda. Really, really enjoyed this. You don't see it here, but she holds the defender up first and then powers round the outside. A really good finish. It was one-on-one. She had to do a lot of the work herself. Ben Gollings pretty happy with that one. He knows a good finish when he sees it.
He also knows a player when he sees one. She was targeted by him. He found her, spotted. And he said, I tell you what, you can come into my China side. After she was spotted at the Youth Olympic Games. So there we go, China with the 12-point lead at half-time. Let's head into those huddles.
No lo flotemos tanto porque se nos va por afuera. Pero estamos bien, dale, dale.
Escuchen, paciencia. Llegamos hasta las 25, no podemos definir. Cuidemos la pelota, circulemos y cuidemos la pelota. Tengamos paciencia, no la rifemos, pero estamos bien. Es un buen partido, cuidemos 10-0, lo podemos dar vuelta. 7 minutos, lo último. Vamos.
Dale, 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 dale.
Vamos, dale. Vamos, arriba.
Dale.
No hay cansancio, dale.
Último 7, Cucho. Último 7. Mayra, último 7. Dale, es una vida.
Registration for Volkswagen Tag now in its 10th year live. For more information and to register your team, go to irfutag.ie. Already leagues are filling up, so don't leave it too late. Get in touch with Hambury's Tweets and Touch Rugby. Go to irfu.ie to register your team to play this exciting game.
We're about to get back underway here then. There is our referee. It was going to be Amy Perrott, but it was changed at late notice. Alhambra Nieves is the lady in the middle, taking control. Sude knew that all along there. 12-point lead then for China. Argentina with 7 minutes to play. 7 minutes left of the Dublin Sevens for them. Who's going to get that 5th place spot? Sucked up by the Chinese at the back. They look reasonably happy. Oh, that was such a great handoff that the pitch just wasn't big enough for it to be perfect.
Only the pitch were a metre wider, that would have been a fantastic piece of play, but you got to stay on the right side of the whitewash.
Time off.
There she goes. Through the first one, but it's that second side step, isn't it, that just takes her off the pitch.
So much in sevens, people want the pitch to be smaller because they're so exhausted, but on that occasion they wanted a little bit more space. Gila getting the ball in. Yeah, that was not straight. It was right in front of us here in our commentary position. That's a good call by the ref.
Yeah, you're kind of giving it away when the ball's outside the outside hand of the jumper.
So China opt to go for the scrum on the 15-metre.
Crouch.
Ling Chen waiting to get the ball in, and we do like watching the little tussle that goes on between the two scrum halves at this point. And that is not clean, and Argentina not straight there, so it's a penalty straight away to China. Chen goes in to take the ball. She's not rushing though. I think she's ever so slightly holding onto her hand actually. I'm not sure if she's slightly taken a knot to it. Argentina getting ready with the replacements. Fontana Rossa there, desperately waiting to get on. Big step going in there by Shan Wan Ting.
Release blue!
All kinds of Chinese players there on the floor. They've committed a lot to this ruck, and it's slow ball, so Argentina so much time to sort themselves out. But China, they don't care where the Argentinians are, because Ling Chen can see space. She'll hand off along the way. The complete player there from Ling Chen. She did it all. She made her way to the line, and China now have a 17-point lead.
Yeah, that was a really individual try from Ling Chen. There was nothing on here when this ball came out to her. She looked to pass out to Shen Lei, but Shen Lei was far too flat. So she just thought, well, I'll do it myself then. Did a little stutter step, stepped up her left through the gap, evaded the last cover tackle as well. Brilliant individual try from her.
Good conversion as well by Gu Yayao. So a few changes for both sides. Fresh legs being brought on. And China looking good at the moment for this 5th place finish as they, from the restart, just watch the ball go out of play. Chinese are all smiles, even when things go wrong. Look at that giggle. Look at that giggle.
It's a great, great decision. Execution just wasn't quite up to it. They saw nobody home from Argentina, but the bounce of the ball just took it away.
It's not all professional sports people that can play with a smile on their face. But somehow, Xiao Qian has managed it there. Argentina, still 3.5 minutes on the clock here. I'm sure they'd like to get something out of this match, but a bit of a hit to the face at the back there from one of the Argentinian players. She's still down at the moment. And China have still got the ball though, so play continues, and that one is straight through the front door for Liu Yang, and Liu Yang goes under, and this is looking imperious now by the Chinese.
Liu Yan here just saw the lack of organisation in the Argentinian defence. The Argentinian players look like they're tired to me. They're not pushing up hard in defence anymore, and they're not getting back deep when they're lining up for attack either, making it very, very easy for this China team, and that's reflected in the 26-0 score. Much bigger gap than we would have expected for this match.
It's been fascinating, the Chinese's progression here at the Dublin Sevens, because they did very well actually on the first day. Good strong win over Portugal, 24-5, and then again Trinidad and Tobago, 34-5, but it was just when they come against Ireland that they struggled. And we're going to get back underway now. The Argentinian player who went down is fine. She's back on her feet. She's quite happy to play as Argentina juggle with the ball. So 2.5 minutes to try and find a try.
Stay up.
Now China do have to be a bit careful here, because as much as they are very effective at a breakdown, they are also prone to penalties a lot of the time as well, so they will have to be careful. It's where they could find a little bit of trouble. Not this time, though. Argentina holding on, and look at how quickly the Chinese rearrange themselves. Get ready to go in. Try go towards this near side. Referee says that's gone backwards by Zhao Rong. Good to see Argentina really fighting for this. Not happy to roll over and have their tummies tickled by the Chinese. Cut back nicely inside. This is good stuff by the Chinese. Really pretty stuff. And Yao Meiling couldn't quite get that. She's looking for support. And here she comes again. It's the baby panda, Liao Xiaoqiang.
Xiaoqiang finishes it off, but it was a great team try. China are Argentina's worst nightmare here. They are so fit and well organised. Argentina are getting tired. China are relentless. This is a textbook move, the switch play. Then having played the switch, number 9, Yan Meiling, comes on the shoulder of the switch play, so the poor defence doesn't know which way they're supposed to be going. In the end, it ends up in the hands of the baby panda, who finishes it off. But a brilliant team try from China, showing that they can play all the way to the end of this sevens tournament.
They really can, and not only that, they are scoring these important conversions as well. Now, as much as this is straightforward, as China go forward over the next few years, you can tell they've got a bright future ahead of them, and they're building a very strong skill set across the board.
A strong skill set and lots of good young players that they can really build a future with.
So organised. The line, the defensive line of China, you could actually probably draw out with a ruler at the moment. It's that straight. Far side of the field, the clock is well gone for Argentina here. They could get a try out of this, as they've got numbers on this near side, but this has been China's game. Out to this near side. The determination there on the Chinese player's face. And there's 2 more following her. It's been slightly hacked down on this near side. Chasing after it is Yang Meiling. She has managed to get the ball. She's eventually taken down to the ground, and the Argentinian player has to let go of her. Hacked on now by China. They fancy more, and they've got legs. Look at that going on by the captain, Guri. She still fancy this. Then she hacks it on again. Argentina look absolutely exhausted trying to chase her along. There's no one there. It's gone forward. The hooter goes, and Argentina, exhausted as they are, having gone to the other end of the pitch, they have to go again. Absolute exhaustion. Tiredness in the eyes of these players, but have they got enough? Oh, what a cute dummy there. I don't think the Chinese player was falling for that for a second, though. It's now Farsi who has it. Has she got fresh enough legs to carry it on? Oh, a real scramble here on the floor. It's come back on the Chinese side, kicked out of play. That's it. It is a Chinese day as well. Look at those faces on the floor. They have given everything. What a match. Great stuff from China. Bright future ahead of them. But there is some exciting rugby to come. Full time here, Argentina 0. China 33.
It'll bring memories of past glories. It'll bring new heights of belief and ambition. It'll bring the boldest hopes and the bravest dreams. It'll bring everyone to their feet. It'll bring a roar into every voice. It'll bring this great game into a nation's heart. It'll bring the world to us and us to the world. Women's Rugby World Cup, Ireland, August 2017. Bring it.
So we're heading for match number 44, and I would wager this is the toughest match of the entire weekend. The reason why? Well, 2.5 hours ago, the next 2 teams pulled themselves off this pitch, totally deflated, having lost a semi-final. Now this is where the coaches are going to really earn their corn, because they have to find that puncture, they have to repair it, and they have to blow their teams back up again, because this bronze medal match has more on it than it might do normally, because there is a place in the core teams for next season HSBC World Rugby Women's 7 Series on offer. The winners know that they are going to go onto the circuit. It's a huge game. Ireland and Kazakhstan up against each other. The home team who went so near and yet so far against the top seeds Russia. Now they have to pick themselves up and go again. Psychologically, Cartanana, this is going to be a real tough challenge.
Oh, exactly right there, Simon, but as you said, a huge carrot on the end of this one. I know they will be disappointed to miss out on their Rio dreams, but I think for two emerging nations, this is a bigger carrot for them going forward. The development they will get playing against the likes of Russia and Spain going forward for the next season will be huge.
Yeah, this Ireland Sevens program, just over a year old, so the chance to really progress in the top tier of women's World Rugby Sevens is huge for them and huge for the country as well, as indeed it will be for Kazakhstan. So how are they going to set up now? There's the referee for this one, Amy Perrott from Australia. The lady on the whistle, of course the lady who was on the whistle for that semi-final that Kazakhstan lost to Spain. Early start is going to be absolutely huge psychologically, just to confirm in the team's minds that they have got what it takes to come back.
Klachnikova for Kazakhstan is so good at the breakdown. At number 9, it was a tough take from the kickoff, and that's a missed kick right there.
Stacey Flood recovering things. Out it goes from Audrey Flynn. Peeling back to this short side. Aoife Doyle, score of that first try for Ireland in the semi-final. Ashley Baxter finding Bull and Klishnikova at the same time. Flood the younger. Feeds out to Megan Williams. And it goes to the captain, the ever-impressive Lucy Mulhall. Feeds outside to Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. And that's why she's top of the log in the try scorers. She has been hugely impressive. Give her the ball, give her the space, take 5 points.
Yeah, look at this nice face ball from Lucy Mulhall, the captain for Ireland. Just off here, you'll see her pass right on the fingertips of Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who just gasses on the outside, and that's what she possesses, out and out speed.
Just 20 years of age, what a prospect she is. And as they keep saying in the sevens world, you cannot beat raw pace.
There really is no replacement for it. Look at that, number 7, along with her teammate Alison Miller.
Alison Miller on the bench for this one, as she has been for the last few, making an impact from the sidelines later on. Mulhall not finding the target that she wanted from the restart. So Klishnikova just checking with Yakovleva, the captain, what she wants, what the call is. As ever, it's Yakovleva who gets her hands on the ball as they peel this near side, trying to put Shamankulova away. Good contesting at the breakdown, and that was hats off to Audrey Flynn. Tenacious work. Good pull in from Megan Williams. And getting through their stages very effectively at the moment. Until the passes tried to force there. Over, getting over halfway, but only just.
The real standout thing for me in terms of Kazakhstan is their captain Anna Yakovleva, who's so integral on day one, hasn't been a factor on day two. I know she got an injury in the quarterfinal, in the semi-final she was non-existent.
Ireland working it back with the try scorer Murphy-Crowe. They've got numbers out to the left. Up to halfway they go. Options inside and out for Aoife Doyle, but she doesn't need it. Behind you goes the crowd from the... But she doesn't need it. She's over. She has got the pace. A real try scorer. Ireland's number 8, Aoife Doyle.
Ball in 2 hands. Aoife Doyle. I like the way they're moving the ball into space. A missed tackle by the Kazakhstan captain, and they shift it quickly. She's got options inside and out. See how she just uses the ball to ghost off the defender. She has the speed to finish. Has a little look in behind, but in the end, just too much gas. Freakish.
Excellent work from the girl from Shannon Rugby Club. Very simple completion from the skip. And a very satisfying scoreline for all the home fans in the crowds right now. Well, what a start Ireland have had. Those Rio dreams may be banished, but it's another goal in prospect for Anthony Eddy and his side. Kizo Bachabayeva trying to work position on that near flank. Intentional knock forward gives them the penalty. Bachabayeva, the rebound wall in midfield once again. Quite going to plan, but still there to release Askarova. Of course, Stepanuga limped off from that semi-final, which has allowed Askarova the chance to start, but no chance to really make any progress there.
Look at that crowd in the background there on the edge of their seats. You can see a lot of greenery there, but this Kazakhstan team aren't going to go around this Irish side. Ireland have got too much gas, so they're going to go right down the middle for Mike. Cause a lot of confusion, have decoys in the middle.
Known as a very physical team, so it's a natural progress for them, I guess. Efficient Ireland line out. Flynn releasing that back line. There's the captain. Had such a storming game, Lucy Mulhall, and a storming weekend, it has to be said.
Yeah, thanks.
Penalty to her side.
Ruck.
Ireland working the position, but look at the counter ruck from Yakovleva, and here's the chance for Kazakhstan to register. Whisked out to Askarova, and nobody is going to get at the Kazakhstan number 3. Well, they're on the board, and it's Alina Askarova's first try of the weekend in the World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens, and a very well-worked execution it was.
And it might be the most important one for them in terms of going forward and having an opportunity to travel the world on the Women's World Series next year, getting them back in this game, and they needed it, did Kazakhstan. And well, as we just spoke about, going down the middle of the park, bullying at the breakdown, and to get a turnover, and that's the end result.
Yes, you cannot underestimate the prize that is on offer to these two teams where they are in their development. It is a huge, huge offer, a huge opportunity. Kashibayeva, with what we've already discussed, is very important extra points if you can manage them. She can't on that occasion. So it's a 1-score differential as we move towards half-time of this bronze medal match.
Well, you know the comeback was always coming from this Kazakhstan team. Now Ireland have to rebound from this score from them. There's going to be time for a kick-off.
The call comes in from the skipper, Mulhall, taking responsibility. Tap and go from the ladies in green. Advantage is there, but the advantage is over as Aoife Doyle tries to work her way up into enemy territory. Another penalty is there.
No more penalties.
Oh, she's getting a bit feisty out there too, Simon. That was right in
There's
front of us.
a bit of a
Hey?
simmer there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Starting to warm up in Dublin, come on.
Just the eye glare between players. You notice a bit more now. What's in prospect? What's on offer? They're up for this, both sides. Audrey O'Flynn turns on the turbos, takes her up to just short of the 22. Still playing in this first half. Can Ireland finish off and just maximise the opportunity? There's only one lady who's going to do that, and that is Aoife Doyle. Try time Ireland. Once again, it's the number 8 who finishes it off.
And this really is a byproduct of the great ball movement from this Irish team, going side to side to side. A couple of nice passes, a good pick up there as she goes to the ground, Stacey Flood, but that missed pass again from Lucy Mulhall off to the flying Aoife Doyle, and she gets a double.
Well, how many times have we seen the clock go red at the end of the half and teams score important points? Psychologically, that may only be 5 points. Just looking to see whether it's going to be 7. But if it's only 5 points, it's almost double the value, isn't it, there?
Oh, most definitely. That is a huge body blow to this Kazakhstan team. They'll be taking a knee, no doubt about that. Can they get up?
Well, it's a bit more of a secure lead at the break for the home team. 17-5 the advantage. Can they hold on after the break?
117, Kazakhstan 5.
They have been very impressive in that opening half, but they know that Kazakhstan will come back and come back strong.
Yeah, very impressive. This Ireland team made the breakdown for the majority of their first 7 minutes, really did own that, and hence why they were up 3 tries. But this Kazakhstan team too weren't going to be denied. They came back with another turnover of their own and were able to convert it for 5 points. Geez, this is a huge 7 minute in the lives of these two programs, no doubt.
Captain?
Yes, the outcome of this match bigger than these two teams that we're seeing on the park right now. The importance of victory and a chance to embellish and enhance their sevens programs on offer.
Back.
Good sweeping from Ashley Baxter. A frenzied breakdown area. I'm not quite sure who knocked on or where the ball came back. Now, there's a picture I wasn't expecting to see from a couple of matches ago. Neve Briggs back on the park this weekend.
Yeah, well, she had a bad knee injury in the quarter-final after she made a nice break. Miraculous recovery. Bit of cold water and spray. She's back in. She's made a tough stuff as Briggs.
Renowned operator on the 15th circuit, of course.
Maybe it's their Guinness that just lubes it up. The joints up, I don't know.
I'm sure there was none of that stuff yet. Mind you, if they win now, there might be some tonight. Aoife Doyle, 2 tries already. Looking for that little scissor move to open up the white line, but it didn't happen. And they lose the advantage of possession as Kazakhstan look to go quickly down the short side. Nurmatova struggling to get out of the tackle. Ball there, but it's gone forward.
You're on the ground, you can't knock it back.
Penalty already happened. Kazakhstan looking to go again. So eager, so positive about the opportunities here. Krishnikova screaming out her orders. Penalty to Ireland, relief from that sudden surge from the Kazakhstanis.
What about this hit from Murphy Crowe, the number 5 for Ireland? She's a noted try scorer, but on this occasion she saves her team on defence. Look at this hit right here. She lowers her shoulders, uses her leg drive. That is beautiful. Good, hard, legal hit.
Great technique from the slender frame of Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe there. But pressure line out as they try and move away from the 22. Take from Megan Williams. Getting a bit tight to that far side. Big Irish support in that stand. Desperately hoping to finish this weekend on a high. What a weekend it's been. Peoples and dogs abound, it doesn't matter. All wearing the green shirts of Ireland right now. Repechage unable to get through, and again at the breakdown, it's Ireland coming good. I think it was Niamh Briggs on that occasion.
Keep going, keep going.
Do they go to the set-piece line out here, Ireland, or do they back themselves and try and go for the tap move? What's going on there? What's that?
Even the sheep are really up for the Irish this weekend. I hope he stays there, because otherwise he might be on somebody's plate by this evening. Ireland working their way away from the 22. The huge miss pass. The bounce doesn't work for Aoife Doyle then. She has to go and reboot the attack from inside her 22. Mulholland, I beg your pardon. Trying to get the ball through the tackle, didn't quite work.
Offside. Knock on,
The physicality of this Kazakhstan team really starting to take its toll on this Irish side. Looking for the cuts, unfortunately, they're a bit too tired to affect them. A lot of hands on hips from both teams at the moment, but for me, Yakosleva is starting to become a prominent figure in this game.
Kazakhstan opting for the reset from the set piece. 12 points the difference, just over 3 minutes left on the clock.
Okay, stop now.
Doesn't work for Kazakhstan, just the direction of the ball not in the right place for Akimbekova.
Oh, that's a tough throw though for the hooker there. I think you have to go to your #1 line out, throw it at 5 or 7 up.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
So it's an Irish set piece to restart things. Stacey Flood finding no direct path through, and I think she's been pickpocketed there. Kazakhstan now trying to fire up their attack on the Irish 22. Offload is there, but Niamh Briggs is there also. Quick presentation, and there's numbers out to the left for the home side, but they lose the ball. Koshibayeva tries to fire up the engines. There's some tired legs now out there. Very high cuddle from Yakovleva. I'm not sure the intent was there.
Oh, this is a big call. They should have slowed it down and went to the set piece.
Out it goes again to Emily Murphy-Crowe, but through there. The penalty though follows. Another high shot, according to referee Perrott.
Nah, it's the right call too, Simon. You can see here, gets her right across the chops, grabs her cheek and then pulls her down. So that's a penalty all day long. Now just egg time off the clock. There's no need to rush here, Ireland. Got to play smart.
Got to take hold of this game and manage it now for the rest of the duration. Just 90 seconds to do that. Tin Box loves Lucy. I think the dogs probably do as well. The wag says it all, doesn't it? Tails are on the move. Ireland happy with the scoreline. Can they hold on to it? Niamh Briggs, known for a massive boot, not quite finding the distance that she was hoping for.
Oh, just as long as it goes out, take time off the clock. You see there, Kazakhstan trying to rush.
Guys, step over. Thank you.
Nicole Cronin with this put in.
Step over.
Not the straightest throw, and the referee quick to penalise now. What is the call going to be from Kazakhstan? Yakovleva calls for the scrum.
Scrum. Yep.
Yeah, good competition in the air here by Kazakhstan. They need 2 scores though, Simon. Do they have time? Kazakhstan will have to score basically off the set piece, rush back and get in time for a kick-off.
They've got to look for a first phase break here, otherwise it's game up, you would think, for the Kazakhstanis. Get the penalty, but the clock keeps ticking. Into the final 30 seconds, they need to make something happen here. Yakovleva gets the offload in. Kazakhstan pouring forward, getting another call. Veteran captain again trying to ignite her team for something special. Koshibayeva sets up stall on the 22. Shinkulova makes slow progress and the clock moves red. This ground is going to go green in a minute because this game is up. And it's going to be Ireland who are going to taste victory to finish this weekend. There it is, it's out. Aoife Doyle kicks it to the nearest touchline, waits for the whistle. There it goes, it's bronze to Ireland. And it is a place in next season's HSBC World Rugby Women's 7 Series. The 10th core team is decided in this World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens now. A great finish from the home side. They've really produced this weekend. Kazakhstan, well, they've worked so hard to make their place in this tournament. A 4th place finish. Maybe doesn't reflect all the effort that they've put in, but the smiles are back on Irish faces with that final victory.
Next up is our championship cup final between Russia and Spain.
What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast.
He is too quick.
That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
So, confirmation then of the Rio qualifiers in the women's series. Brazil, Australia, Canada, Great Britain, New Zealand, Colombia, United States, France, Kenya, Fiji, Japan, and the winners of our next match to be confirmed. So, after 2 days of sevens rugby, we have our final, no qualms about it. The two best teams in the tournament, and both here on Merit. It's Russia against Spain. It's two teams that know each other intimately from the World Series, and they go head-to-head with a place at the Olympic Games 2 day up for grabs. What will it mean to either side to get there?
It means everything to each side. That's the thing about a game like this. There is so much riding on it, so much hard work has gone into it. The pressure that they'll feel under, the excitement of the occasion.
Well, Spain's men's team already there. They did the business in Monaco last weekend. Can the women's team make it a double in the qualifiers? Russia might have something to say about that, the pressure they're under to keep this squad together, to keep the coaching ticket together. We'll have the anthems.
now we have the Spanish national anthem.
So there we have it, the anthems, both teams obviously fired up and ready to go. I have a feeling, Suday, that the crowd here, bipartisan as they are, might be edging towards Spain, judging by the colours in that stand.
There are definitely more Spanish in the crowd than Russians, that's for sure, and I think the Irish and the Spanish have been making friends today, so I think there'll be a lot of support for the girls in red.
Somehow I think that will only galvanise the Russian team. Hamidova, Petrova, so much experience. Kazakova, Podestiek, and then look at the pace they have to bring off the bench. Strakova, Shemchuk, Babakova. Incredible lineup for Russia. Sarah Cox, experienced English official in the middle. And for Spain, well, you want to see Patricia Garcia perform today. You want Marina Bravo, the captain, and Vanessa Real. Echevarria equally to bring off the bench. It's a fascinating match. We cannot call this as Lushina gets ready to kickstart the final. 10 minutes aside for the final, as is customary in all sevens tournaments. And first touch for the little pocket rocket from Spain, Patricia Garcia. Dig at the back from Maria Casado. And Russia early on just having to defend. Finals 20 minutes long. It's all about fitness at this stage. 2 days of rugby. Both teams flat to the board in the semi-finals to make sure of this place in the final. And what have they got left in the tank? Ball spills out. Spain managed to hang on to it, crucially, and it's taken by Medem. Paula Medem. Now, foot race on the outside here, taken up by Barbara Pla, who's had a good semi-final, and Pla still going. Pla, you don't see too many red-headed Spanish, but she's in full flight and gets the pass away. Garcia on the right-hand side. This is a wonderful attack by the Spanish. Jaminova drifts across to make the tackle on Vanessa Real. And then Garcia into support. Penalty advantage being played to Spain. None coming.
Barbara Platt channeling her inner Irish, is that, Hugh? Brilliant, brilliant play from Barbara Platt. She's been so important coming back into this Spanish team, moving the ball from side to side. The end, it's the high tackle, I think, wasn't it?
It was, and Garcia let the referee, Sarah Cox, know exactly how high the tackle was. That's the experience of the Spanish number 4, a line out as well, just outside of 22.
Yeah, the Russian defence so far this tournament has rushed up. Nobody's really been able to get through it. Spain, the first team really this weekend to challenge the Russian defence. They've made it all the way from their defensive 22 to the attacking 22. What have they got?
Line out has to fire here. It does, but it wasn't straight.
It's caught on the outside, not straight.
Rising highest, but the throw from Garcia was not straight. She looks frustrated with that.
Yeah, big groan from the crowd as well. It's always hard playing against this Russian lineup with Hamidova in it, the height that she has. You've got to get your throwing right. It puts more pressure on the thrower.
Contrast in teams. I mean, Spain do not have the quickest players. They're not slow by any stretch, but they're so aggressive, and line speed and defence is a big part of their game. Turnover ball, that's where they catch teams on the counter-attack. Russia rely on their athletic ability. And Lushina don't mean to switch and lets the pass out on the outside. not panicking inside their own 22. The tackle has to go in, and it does from Casado, bringing
Penalty advantage, offside.
Julia, good save it to the ground. Advantage being played to Russia, offside against Spain. Lushina thinks about the long looping pass, no advantage, we'll go back to the penalty.
Offside, rock.
The two defences both putting the opposition under pressure. Spain swarming all over Russia. It's interesting, Barbara Pla playing on the wing for Spain. We haven't seen that for a long time. They moved her inside, but they've decided the jinkiness that she brings, that they're not going to take teams on the outside, but what she does is keep the game alive.
Lushina gets things going once again. Back with the Russian number 2, taken by Torestiek, and she can't get past Garcia, but nice pass to keep Kazakova in the game. Hamidova, one outsider, carries it one-handed, beats 1, beats 2, tries to go past 3, almost a hat-trick for the Russian number 5, but Russia dropped the ball at a crucial stage with a 4-woman overlap.
Yeah, all they had to do was get that ball out. Hamidova had done a really good job of pulling in the Spanish defence. Look, Patricia Garcia, 59 points, Daria Lushina, 54, the top 2.
Well, cream rises to the top, doesn't it? And those two, as they stand side by side, the battle of 2 and 4,
Crunch.
Russia and Spain, that might go a long way to deciding this game.
Set.
Well, that didn't look straight to me. If there was a number 8, that'd be at his feet.
Up. Same tunnel. Okay, reset. Wait.
I mean, there's
Wait.
crooked feeds and then there's that.
Wait. Yeah.
The ref says have another go, try and get it a little bit straighter this time.
Crunch.
Interesting to see what Spain do here. They're not going to outpace this Russian midfield.
Set.
And if they can't outrun them, they've got to outthink them.
No, leave it.
Garcia under pressure, didn't touch the ball when Lushina put her hands on her, so penalty advantage to Russia. Barbara Pla takes an awkward one. I think they've got a shot to nothing here, so why not go for it?
Penalty advantage, high tackle.
Still advantage, this time for a high tackle. Garcia, bit of space in front of her. Pass on the outside to Delpan. Delpan to Medin with the scrum cap over that 10-metre line. A quick ball and recycled ball. This is where Spain can do damage. Lovely hands to Vanessa Real. On the outside is Casado. Casado to Barbara Pla. Pla against Lushina. Pla steps in, and what a tackle to save an almost certain try. Real. Garcia keeping that ball alive, but where's it going to bounce? Dangerous stuff. Angela Delpan. Options really on the left-hand side. Patricia Garcia! First try of the game, and it goes to Spain.
Patricia Garcia, if you want it to fall to anybody, that chance, you want it to fall to her. She's always alive to the possibilities around the breakdown. The tackle gets made, but they're still going forward, crucially, Spain. Russia haven't regrouped around the breakdown. Patricia Garcia sees that and powers over, and she'll almost certainly add the extra 2. That's what she does so well.
I'd put the entire house on it. The kids' college fund. This has gone between the posts. She does not miss these ones. 5-0. This is going to be 7. Phew. Kids are going to college. 7-0 Spain, Sue. What a start from them.
What a start from them. They must be thinking the men did it last week. Can we do it this week? What a story that would be. Russia, of course, will have a lot to say about that yet. They need to get the ball in the hands of their power runners. Hamidova, Kazakova, Gutseva.
They just haven't been allowed to play, have they, at the moment?
No, they have not.
Every time they've got the ball, there's been a swarm of red bees around them. And you'd imagine that Pavel Baranovsky not too happy by the start that his team have made. Hamidova almost lost it. Well, the referee says she did. I didn't see that at all. It looked like she managed to gather that ball.
Yeah, it did. From here, it looked like she caught the ball. You've got to get on with it, though. Whatever the ref says, it goes.
Well, let's see here.
If it touches a player and goes forward from her.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that, because it never touched a Spanish player. Unlucky.
Crunch. Bind. Set. No, wait, Blue,
Garcia feeds the scrum. Lushina again, just told to leave her alone until she puts her hands on the ball, otherwise there will be a penalty. Vanessa Real trying to go through. Little pop pass, beautiful to keep that alive. Casado, champagne stuff from Spain at the moment. Not afraid to pass the ball in contact. Russia desperate defending. They cannot get their hands on this ball. Just as I say, knock on. And the hands of Cristina Serradina letting her down at a crucial stage.
So near, but yet so far, wasn't it? The accuracy of this Spanish team, the Spanish play in this match, better than anything we've seen all World Series. But there we see it go forward from Serradina. So little possession that Russia have had.
I can tell you, Baranowski is warming himself up already for the halftime team talk. This ain't going to be pretty.
And it's always Spain's tactic to slow matches down because they don't have pace on the pitch. They slow things down. It does not suit Russia.
Nice, same tunnel, then hooked back in. Okay, here. Reset.
Ball comes back out the gate. Lucina told to leave her opposite number and allow Garcia to play the ball. When it does come back out, you can put pressure on. You just got to wait until she does that and picks it off the base of the scrum. Garcia straightens the line. Patricia Garcia, foot race for the line. They're not going to catch her. Lucina gives chase, but she knows she's been outsmarted, outrun, and outtimed by the pocket rocket from Spain.
It is all Spain at the moment, isn't it? Russia really missing their talismanic captain, Kudanova. She would have been a match for Patricia Garcia there. Such a classy player. Takes the defence wide, then steps inside, then powers away. Nothing Russia can do about it. Russia have to start playing at some point.
But they need the ball, don't they? And they just can't get it at the moment. Spain giving a tactical masterclass. They're dominating possession. Garcia to make it 14-0. I'm not going to put anything on this, but you'd be confident just the way she strikes that ball. Bit of a wind coming across from that right-hand side, and well, look at that. I should have, because that is just brilliant.
Yeah, very, very good from Patricia Garcia. Now, Russia were unlucky, weren't they, at the last kick-off. Can Hamidova get her hands on the ball this time?
Well, 7 tries in the tournament over the last 2 days for Patricia Garcia. She joins the elite list of 4. One more would see her ahead as we approach the last kick-off of the first half. And what a 10 minutes it's been. And Spain, again, was that knocked on? Advantage, I think, being played to Russia. Hamidova on this near side. They need something before the halftime whistle. Tries the handoff. Any room to get the offload away. She keeps it alive. Now Russia, a rare chance with possession to see what they can do. Ball taken by Bobkova. Bobkova stretching the legs. Bobkova over the halfway line, over the 10, over the 22. Look about that! What a try by Daria Bobkova. And she is going to touchdown underneath the post. A lifeline for Russia. They've had no possession. They had no right to score that try. But an individual piece of brilliance from their number 4.
And that is what Bobkova can do to you. Hamidova had a really good hand in it as well, taking the ball all the way wide the other way and getting the offload away. Hats off to Pavel Baranovsky. Bobkova did not start this game. She's crept onto the pitch because he's realised they need to put their gun strike runners on, and she has just creamed them round the outside, Hugh. Brilliant finish.
What a piece of running by Bobkova to finish the half underneath the post. Brings the gap back to 7 with the conversion that goes over from Lucina, and Russia, from being 2 tries down, now have a gap of just 7 points, and it's thanks to the blonde bombshell Bobkova at half-time.
Никто не хочет давить линию. А нам биться надо, чтобы адреналин завести. Надо 8 раз войти в контакт, переехать кого-то, а не просто выкинуть мяч на штрафной. Вы начните играть биться, понимаете? Себе адреналин забейте. Встань, захвати. Вы же знаете, что Патрисия будет бежать, атаковать. Ну чего вы перед ней падаете?
Está hecho. Mucha defensa. Creemos en ello y sobre todo ya estamos con eso. El interior nos va a dar el torneo. Dale, Levina otra vez.
Mira, si volvemos a esto, mirar para atrás. Y nos asociamos al sistema. Estamos contigo. Vamos todas juntas. Vamos. 3, 2, 1, ¡Lenas!
So, half-time, team talks and the Spanish fans cheering on their team. They're 7 points in front. Interesting, Sue, you've noticed that the Russian captain is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, she looked very much like she was hobbling as she went into the huddle at half-time and then away from the huddle again. Would explain perhaps why Bobkova came on so early. But Russia, I mean, it's so tough, isn't it? Kudinova at home already, their normal, usual captain, unable to take part in this at all. And now Petrova's hardly played today. If they do get through here, Russia, they'll have been up against it.
Yeah, she didn't start the semi-final against Ireland, Petrova, and curse of the Russian captains at the moment. They're just dropping like flies. Spain don't care though. They have 10 minutes rather, to secure their place in the Olympic Games, and they have possession, and the offload slipped underneath to Bravo, the captain. Almost deceived the Russian defence, but penalty for not releasing.
What are Russia doing though? Letting that ball bounce off the kickoff. Dropping between about 4 different players. You have to claim those. Bobkova was the one underneath it. Of course, she's the inexperienced player. Spain so close, Angela Del Pan.
Ball goes on the outside, and Spanish defence struggling to get across. Good tackle goes in. And Bobkova just presents that ball. Bobkova's dropped it, and she's dropped it forward. So it'll be a scrum to Spain. It's that blitz defence again that works out for them.
Yeah, it's difficult. Bobkova is an inexperienced player. More experienced, you'd stop that with your foot, pick it up, don't risk the knock-on in that position. I've been surprised that Russia haven't tried to hit this Spanish scrum. They've got a big old pack, Russia. They're getting really good ball from the base of this scrum, Spain, and that's just giving Patricia Garcia all the time the space that she wants. Have a go at this scrum.
And she's taken full advantage with 2 tries. She's going to work the blind side. The tackle has to go in. Garcia looking for a hat-trick. Gets the offload to Pla. Pla's over the line. Can she get it down, though?
Off. You're happy your side? Yeah? Grounding happy? Yeah, try.
Try given. Well, they didn't need to go upstairs. Sue Day, your thoughts on that?
Well, exactly what we were expecting. Good scrum ball, that close to the line. Patricia Garcia is gonna hurt you. They just about managed to bring her down, but Barbara Pla is there, all the experience in the world, gets the ball down, it's grounded. Spain are playing this tactically brilliantly. Russia have way more power, way more pace out there, but Spain are playing to their strengths.
Russia just look undercooked at the moment. Cannot get anything going. It was a piece of individual brilliance that got them their try. Garcia, 2 from 2. It'll be 2 from 3 now. And Barbara Pla, the famous Spanish redhead.
The lack of leadership for Russia is palpable. They don't have the leaders out there that they normally have. They need someone like Kazakova to take this game by the scruff of the neck. She's the one with the experience. At the moment, she's pushed out onto the wing. They need to bring her in a little bit, get her closer to the action.
Plenty of time left. Just over 7 minutes to go. And there's an unforced error. The first one by Patricia Garcia.
She has had a brilliant game so far, Patricia Garcia. There's Pavel Baranovsky.
What is he thinking right now?
Who knows what he's thinking? He's thinking, where are my captains?
Russia were flawless yesterday. Lushina, little decoy runner, ball on the outside. Taken by Drakova. One of the top try scorers in Dublin over the weekend. If she gets any space, she's gone. This is Podestiak. Any room for her? Dummy switch in the middle, floating past to nobody. And Russian heads are just abandoning them because they're playing kamikaze rugby at the moment.
Yeah, Russia are panicking. There is no need to force that. They simply need to keep possession and move the ball into space. They're trying to score a try with every move. There was no need to play that.
I got it.
On comes Echevarria.
Slowly.
Slowly. It's the only time you're going to see her run slowly in this final, though, because she has pace to burn. And she's going to come onto the wing.
Spain just trying to use up as much time as possible.
Crouch.
Really slow the game down. It's worked so well for them.
It's just about, you know, finals are all about how you handle the occasion, aren't they? And they've got advantage here. Russia, discipline, letting them down. The passing, letting them down. They cannot get the ball for any sustained period of time. And they are just not handling this final well.
No, they're worrying. They're starting to panic. They're thinking about the result rather than just thinking about the next play and what they need to do. There is plenty of time left. There's nearly a half of a normal sevens game here. There's only 2 scores in it.
Somebody needs to get that message across to the players, though. Wind up for the pass. Here is the first touch for Echevarria. Beats Strakova, but not at the second attempt. 2 players to tackle it. Kazakova eventually puts her on the ground. Ball there to recycle, and Marina Bravo there for Barbara Pla. And Russia giving away another penalty. This is all eating down the seconds on the clock.
And at the moment, everything's going against Russia. There have been a lot of offsides in this tournament, but they're being noticed now, and poor Russia don't want them to be.
Garcia, dummy switch, and the pass on the left-hand side to Angela Del Pan. It's one outsider, Berta Garcia. Berta's got legs into the 22, almost gave the pass, thought better of it, and maybe the wise decision because she has support now to Patricia Garcia. Taken by Bravo, the captain. Barbara Pla has Echevarria outside her. It's got to be a run, and if this pass goes to hand, but it doesn't, and a foot in touch as well. That could have been the winning of the game.
It certainly could have. Unusually poor pass from Barbara Pla. Why are Russia not speeding the game up here, though? Why are they just hanging around waiting for this line out to form? You've got 4 minutes left to score 2 tries, Russia. Get moving.
No.
Line out on the 22-metre line. Hamidova, the target here, got a hit, and it's ball off the top for Perestiak to use. Oh, it's mess in Lushina in the midfield. She's lost that ball, gets the penalty. Lushina. Calm heads are needed here. Just try and force a bit of space and give it to the players who know they can do serious damage. Echevarria makes the tackle, recycled. Ball there for Lushina, little chip and chase. Oh, lovely if this bounces. Oh, beautiful from Lushina. Needs help now and support. Dummy the first pass, then the looping pass on the outside. Surely it must go here. Saradina got one outsider. Pass goes to Bobkova. Bobkova, surely they won't catch her from there. And she's got to go underneath the post. Bobkova, has she got it down? Just about. And Russia have a lifeline, Sude.
Brilliant from Lushina, brilliant work. Bring the ball back, Bobkova. She's left it behind. They need to get this game moving. The inexperience there, leaving that ball sitting there when you've got a few minutes left in this game. There she goes, Seredina, the final pass out to Bobkova. No one's going to catch her at this point. Great finishing from her, but hurry up, Russia.
Conversion attempt is left and wide. Well, I can tell you that the Irish team has stayed on to watch this final. The Argentinians have as well. And it's great to see the players that are finished with their day's work come out and support the finalists. But Bobkova is off. 7 points the gap and 2 tries for the Russian number 4. And what a time to do that, Sue.
It's been such a disappointing performance from Russia. Up till now, there's still time, but they just don't look like they believe they can win it. They're looking to each other. Who's going to do something? Who's going to take the lead? Heads are going down.
This is where Kudanova would be worth her weight in gold.
Exactly right.
Garcia to Bravo. Nice hands from Casado. Keeps that ball alive. Echevarria just takes the tackle. And back for Spain. Pla. Garcia. 2 to her right. Pla on the loop around. Nice pass. Oh, look at that. Berta Garcia. Strong hands. And the offload as well. Del Pan keeps the ball alive. Garcia. Wonderful stuff from Spain. And it's gone forward at a crucial stage. Well, they've 90 seconds, Russia. It's a scrum. It's do or die.
It certainly is. The ball went forward. If Russia could have got their hands on it then, with broken field play.
Well, we know the pace that Drakova has. We know the damage that Kazakova can do as well. But Russia need to get this ball and put those runners into space.
Exactly right. We've seen almost nothing from Kazakova. There is so much more pace in the Russian team than the Spanish, but the Spanish just closed them down so well.
Lushina First duty was to win the scrum. That's exactly what they've done. And the pass, it's another hospital one, taken up well though by Minislamova. Just over a minute to play, Olympic qualification on the line. Russia need a converted try just to draw level and force a golden score. In extra time, Lushina almost snuck through the gap, and then the hands desert them. It's not Russia's day, is it? Spain, the men's team qualified last weekend in Monaco. The women have 1 foot in the Olympic Games.
She just had to hold on to that, didn't she? The Spanish defence in disarray. Patricia Garcia, experienced head that she is. I'm injured, I'm down. Slow this game down a bit. If that had gone to hand, there was nobody at home.
42 seconds to decide whether or not you go to Rio. What is Jose Antonio Barrio thinking at the moment? He's thinking, for God's sake, hold on.
Well, the Spanish scrum has been really solid, so he'll be feeling pretty confident that. It's so noticeable, the Russian players, though, nobody's speaking to each other, nobody's organising, nobody's coming up with ideas, nobody's saying, this is what we've got to do. Look at all of them, no communication going on there whatsoever.
Russia have the individual athleticism and flair, but the sum of the parts for the Spanish team has been just too strong for this Russian side, as Garcia on a hat-trick, almost at the line. The next score for Spain would kill this one off. 5 metres short now, desperate Russian defence. Ball at the back, Medin. Counter up from the Russians, they give away a penalty, and we've got 10 seconds. Spain, take your time and you're off to Rio.
You can imagine Patricia Garcia again taking her time. The referee's letting them take their time. She's going to tap this and kick it to the line.
Garcia boosts the ball into the stand. There's the final whistle, and Spain are going to the Olympic Games. Sue Day, they deserve it 100%.
They deserve it 100% on that performance. We're all surprised. Russia have been the team that has been ahead in the World Series by quite some way. Look at the joy on those Spanish faces. Patricia Garcia, Echevarria, Maria Ribera, look at them all. They cannot quite believe it, and nor can Hamidova. Russia on form should have been the team going to the Olympics. They know it, Spain know it. That's why there is such unbridled joy on the faces of the Spanish. They have played this one so well.
Well, what about that? Russia, when it came to the final, it was like they froze. You can point to a lack of leadership, you can point to poor decision making on the day, but equally that would be a disservice to Spain because they went and took this place at the Olympic Games. It wasn't handed to them, they went out and took it.
Barbara Platt cannot believe it. She's in floods of tears of joy, tears of disbelief almost. There's poor Daria Lushina. Russia's so disappointed. The sport is so cruel, isn't it? The joy that Spain are feeling equalled by the despair of the Russians.
Well, the men did it last weekend in dramatic circumstances. Not quite as dramatic here. This was a complete performance in Spain for the 20 minutes that it was the final. And, you know, they have a tendency just to produce these performances. Think back to a couple of years ago when they managed to upset New Zealand, when the sisters of New Zealand were almost unbeatable at the time, and they just have this incredible team spirit.
I don't know what they've put in the tea in Spain, something that's just got them going. The Spanish men, the Spanish women now, an absolutely phenomenal performance. The game plan was executed perfectly. Barbara Platt coming back made a huge difference for this team. The experience they had on the pitch, Spain, players like Barbara Platt, Marina Bravo, Patricia Garcia, players who are used to leading, keeping calm heads. Russia really, really missed that.
Well, here is how Spain secured Olympic qualification, and it's fitting that it fell to their number 4. Marina Bravo is the captain, but Patricia Garcia is the life and soul of this team. And Sarah standing by with the captain, with the captain, Marina Bravo. Okay, so no interview just yet. Celebrations to be had, and there's a trophy to collect as well for Spain. The supporters in the stands, I'm sure, delighted that they made the effort to come out and let their voices be heard. But it's incredible, really, that both the men's and the women's team for Spain have come through the qualification process, tough and all as the journey is. Well, we thought today might be a washout. It was for the first hour or so, but I wouldn't quite say the summer sunshine, just the dry weather spared us here in the UCD in Belfield Bowl.
The Rio 2016 qualification process has taken 2 years and involved nations from across the world. It's been dramatic, it's been exciting, and this weekend we have confirmed the final women's team to qualify for the Rio 2016 Olympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2016.
So, happy faces in the Spanish squad. It's been a long road to get to this place, 2 years in the making, Olympic qualification process, and they left it until the very last day to make sure of their slot. They will be going to Brazil, they will compete at Rio. And you have to say, on the basis of the last 2 days, they absolutely deserve it. Spain are off to the Olympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for the 2016 Dublin Sevens Cup winners and Rio 2016 qualifiers.
Look at the faces, Echeverria, Barbara Platt. Smiles all round. They can't quite believe it, I don't think, Sue.
They can't quite believe it. They knew that they weren't the favourites. They knew they would have to execute their game plan perfectly to win it, but that is exactly what they did, keeping their heads when it most mattered.
Feel for the Russians, though. I mean, they just suffered that bit of bad luck that you don't want to get on finals. And Pavel Baranovsky, I know we like to have a bit of a joke about how animated he is, but he's animated because he cares.
He's so passionate. He has put so much into that squad. I do really feel for Russia. They did have a lot of bad luck. Kudinova not being here at all is a world-class player. You lose that leader. You then lose Petrova to injury whilst they are here. But hey, you can't take anything away from this Spanish squad. The spirit that they played with. Some really experienced players in there like Ribera and Pla coming back from injury just at the right time.
And what a tournament we promised to have in Rio. Australia, the form side of the last couple of years. New Zealand as well, obviously. And here's confirmation of what you will be able to see at the Olympic Games in Brazil. Well, the host nation obviously there, Australia, Canada. Who would write them out? Great Britain, not just England, but Team GB competing along with New Zealand. Colombia, let's go to Sarah. She's with the captain.
Marina Bravo, captain of Spain, you're going to the Olympic Games. How does it feel?
Well, it's amazing. We have been thinking about this match and this tournament like since we were in Portugal, that we won that pre-Olympic game, and we saw the last weekend that the boys of Spain get the qualification, and we want to go with them. And for us that is like it's a dream. We wanted it since the first time we go to Rio.
What does this mean for Spanish rugby?
Well, it mean a lot of support, advance. It's going to be more famous, the rugby and rugby 7 and rugby 15, and we think that this is for us is, I don't know, it's a dream that we have reached.
What would you like to say about your fans and supporters who have come here to support you today?
Well, thank you very much to all the fans, because we need this support, and we need the support that you give us in your houses. And thank you very much, because without all of you, we would not get this.
Marina, congratulations. Go and enjoy it with your team.
Thank you. Much.
Congratulations.
Bye.
Captain of Spain, Marina Bravo, delighted. A very happy Jose Antonio Barrio as well, and the supporters and family of the players. A fantastic couple of days of rugby, and Spain emerge from the pack to take their place in Rio. This is qualification once again of what you can expect to see in August. It should be an absolutely cracking tournament. The likes of the United States, France as well, Fiji, Japan, and now Spain, the last team to book their place at the Olympic Games. It's been a great weekend in Dublin. We hope you've enjoyed some brilliant rugby. Spain emerged triumphant. Delighted fans, even happier squad. And that is it from us here at the Belfield Bowl in UCD. We'll see you on the 6th of August in Rio. Hope you can join us then.